stop me now. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final Showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner? New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the 2-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special 2-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these 2 items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a snowy village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Investigator. Join the investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
You are now the proud owner of a Pagani.
ready if you hear them coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. Better pay attention, they might come around the corner. Keep your eyes open, any second you could be a goner. It's a countdown. Hey, I got to remind you, if you wanna survive, better not let them find you. High beams on, all the lights they could blind you. Keep your head on a swivel, I'm airdropping behind you. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Hey, fall back, I make them fall back. If I ain't the greatest, then what you call that? Number one, the champ, yes I am all that. Legacy in the making, that's where my heart's at. My opponents, I make them vanish. You just collateral damage, don't really think you can manage. Put heat on them like they branded. Studied your every weakness and I'm about to take advantage. I'ma hit them right where they standing, let's go. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Let's go. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Hey, I said the hunt is on. Time to make it happen, time to get in the zone. Yeah, I said the hunt is on. Time to make it happen, time to get in the zone. Time to get in the zone.
The all-new PMGC Road to Glory event is available now. Come and support your favorite team and stand a chance to win the rare Esports supporter title, Champion Lobby theme, exclusive commemorative team cards, and more. You can choose a team participating in the PMGC finals that you wish to support at the start of the event. Once chosen, you can carry the team flag towards the 2023 PMGC finals venue. Each advance requires a PMGC memento. Don't worry, we'll explain how to get them in a moment. While advancing, you have a chance to trigger a Q&A challenge when you advance to a special space. If you win, you can advance one more time for free. During the event, each player has up to 5 free chances. Don't miss out. Please note that the likes you receive from friends will increase your chances of advancing more than one space per day. In this event, there are 2 main ways of getting PMGC mementos. First, there's a chance to pick them up in the Frozen Kingdom themed mode. You can get 1 per match and up to 5 per day. We heard that it's easier to find them in Snowy Village. Second, you can get 1 free PMGC memento by using 50 UC on the PMGC Lucky Spin. Every time you reach the destination, you'll earn points. Tap the gift box on the left to enter the event shop. You can use points to redeem PMGC-themed space gifts, a time-limited lobby theme, and more. Most importantly, when the event ends, the top 100 players on the flag contribution ranking will be awarded with the Esports Supporter 60D title. Upon reaching the destination, the carried flag will be contributed to the supported team, and there's a chance to collect signed commemorative team cards. Come and cheer for your favorite team. Based on the total number of flags contributed by players across the server, a team prize of up to $80,000 can be unlocked. The prize will be distributed according to the team ranking, which is based on the number of contributed flags. The higher the ranking, the greater the share of the prize. That's it for the 2023 Road to Glory event tutorial. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and participate now. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the popularity battle event, Metro Royale, and season rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Tell me if you ready, tell me if you hear him coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. Better pay attention, they might come around the corner. Keep your eyes open, any second you can be a goner. It's a countdown, hey, I got to remind you. If you wanna survive, better not let them find you. High beams on, all the lights they could blind you. Keep your head on a swivel. ain't scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted.
2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala Champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner? New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Look outside and see the festival is here. There's signs all over every tree, the best time of the year. Stock up on some extra snowballs, yeah, I'm sure you'll need them. Duck and weave and then you'll see PUBG Mobile Frosty season. Gather your crew and build your defense. Plan out your moves for the main event. It's a cold, snowy land, hope it never ends. So me and my friends, Frosty fighting, snowballs flying, it's coming to town. Jack Frost calling, snow is falling on PUBG Mobile Battleground. Frosty fighting, snowballs flying, it's coming to town. Jack Frost
PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals teams.
PUBG Mobile 2023 Dünya Şampiyonası'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
The Giants qualifying directly to the finals as the PEL points leaders, Titan Esports Club.
Per şampiyonu Titan geliyor.
I ain't scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run, never run. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Where your squad at? Time to airdrop, going all out.
Phase up for your third place qualifiers out of the last chance, FaZe Clan.
Son şansın üçüncüsü Titan ekibi FaZe.
You my chicken dinner, watch how quick you get devoured. This is my domain, this is way more than a game. Check the stats, I'm the best, better stay up in your lane. Yes, I got the passion, got no time for distraction. Let's get into it, cause I'm ready for that action. Might have had the title, homie, that was in the past tense. After I attack him, I got him running backwards. Hey, fall back, I make him fall back.
Istanbul, put your hands together and make some noise for the Malaysian sensation looking to make a resurgence into the finals, You Do Alliance.
Malezya'nın sansasyonel takımı Yodo Alliance da bizlerle.
I'ma hit 'em right where they standing, let's go. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Hey, coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the
Qualifying as your third place finishers out of Group Red, Morph GPX.
Kırmızı grubu üçüncü bitirerek İstanbul'a gelen bir diğer Endonezya takımı daha Morph GPX.
The
Mongolian Masters finishing third in Group Green, Stalwart Esports.
Yeşil grubu üçüncü bitiren Moğolistan temsilcisi Stalwart Esports.
Qualifying thanks to an epic 13 elimination chicken dinner in the final moments of the last chance, IHC Esports.
Son maçında yüksek skorla şov yapan IHC geliyor.
Making their return to the PMGC Grand Finals, Istanbul, make some noise for 628.
Çin'in harika takımı 628.
My chicken dinner, watch how quick you get devoured. This is my domain, this is way more than a game. Check the stats.
taking the top spot in a tight Group Yellow lobby and making their PMGC Grand Finals debut, Major Pride.
Zorlu sarı grubu ilk sırada bitiren Major Pride geliyor.
Where they standing, let's go. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won.
Next up, your third place finishers after claiming 3 chicken dinners in Group Yellow, WBG.
Turnuvanın bir diğer başarılı Çin temsilcisi WBG Gaming.
Coming in as the second place qualifier from the last chance, it's Persija Evos.
Son şanslı ikinci olan bir diğer Endonezya temsilcisi Persija Evos.
This is my domain, this is way more than a game. Check the stats, I'm the best, better stay up in your lane. Yes, I got the passion, got no time for distraction. Let's get into it, cause I'm ready for that action. Might have had the title, homie, that was in the past tense. After I attack him, I got him running backwards. Hey, fall back, I make him fall back. If I ain't the greatest, then what you call that?
Qualifying with a dominant performance out of the last chance and making their return to the PMGC Grand Finals, Xavier.
Son şanstaki dominant performansıyla dikkat çeken Vietnam ekibi DX.
Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Coming at them, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Hey.
Your Group Red winners qualifying directly to the Grand Finals with over 200 points. Nongshim Red Force.
Güney Kore'nin güçlü takımı Nongshim Red Force.
If you the one, show them you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Where you squad at? Time to airdrop. Going all out and we don't stop. So where you squad at? Time to airdrop. Going all out and we don't stop. Don't stop. Hit up in the game, I ain't running from nothing. Got them jumping, they ain't see it coming. Bang. 0 to 100 miles an hour. You my chicken dinner. Watch how quick you
The second place finishers out of Group Green qualifying for their third straight PMGC Grand Finals, Alpha 7 Esports.
Dünya şampiyonasına üst üste 3. kez katılıyorlar. Brezilya'nın en sevilen ekiplerinden Alpha 7.
The leader of Group Green, racking up 220 points to earn their Grand Final spot, Loops.
Ve Loops geliyor, bir diğer Brezilya ekibi.
Qualifying in second out of Group Yellow and making their PMGC Grand Finals debut, 4MV.
İlk kez Dünya Şampiyonası'na gelen bir diğer Moğolistan temsilcisi For Miracle Vibes.
my chicken dinner. Watch how quick you get devoured. This is my domain. This is way more than a game. Check the stats. I'm the best. Better stay up in your lane. Yes, I got the passion. Got no time for distraction. Let's get into it, cause I'm ready for that action. Might have had the title, homie. That was in the past tense. After I attack him, I got him running backwards. Hey, fall back. I make him fall back.
And now, your hometown heroes and reigning 2022 PMGC Grand Champions S2G!
Türk Espor tarihine damga vuran, göğsümüzü uluslararası arenada kabartan, çıktı her maçta yüreğini ortaya koyan, son dünya şampiyonu geliyor. Kim geliyor? Kim geliyor? Kim geliyor?
Fans, both at home and live right here in Istanbul. Welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championships. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my incredible co-host, Dennis.
Thank you so much, sevgili Barney, dear Barney. Did you learn Turkish words? Because I noticed you've been practicing.
I have.
Turkish.
Merhaba, nasılsın Türkiye?
Woo! Çok istedik, çok bekledik. Farkındaysanız biraz nazarla çıktı. Biz buna nazar diyoruz. Efendim, 2023 Dünya Şampiyonası'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. PUBG Mobile Dünya Şampiyonası başlıyor.
48 teams began this journey, and we are now down to just 16. And with $3 million on the line and thousands of screaming fans cheering on their favorite teams, anything can happen.
48 takımla başladığımız bu süreç zorlu yollardan, zorlu süreçlerden geçerek bugünlere geldi. Bu 3 gün boyunca 16 takım $3 milyon ödül için kıyasıya bir mücadele verecek.
Our competitors have battled their way through the group stage, the survival stage, and the last chance to be here today. But who will be the one?
Sloganımız Be the One. Yani bu turnuvada birinci kim olacak? Zaferi kim kazanacak? Hepimiz bu 3 gün boyunca merakla bekleyeceğiz.
And so, before we jump into our first map of the grand final, as is tradition, we have a very special announcement for all of you. From the director of PUBG Mobile Esports Istanbul, make some noise for James Yang.
Büyük finallerimizin ilk haritasına geçmeden önce sahneye Tencent Games'in PUBG Mobile direktörü James Yang'ı davet ediyoruz.
Wow. Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world and in Turkey. I'm James Yang, Senior Director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. I'm here today to share some exciting news as well as eye-opening 2024 plans. PUBG Mobile Esports continue to grow this year with a series of great achievements. We launched PUBG Mobile Super League, PMSL in Southeast Asia, alongside partnership program, which has proved a huge success. We saw another successful PUBG Mobile World Invitational and are about to start PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2023 Grand Finals here in Istanbul. Ooh. We are also incredibly honored to be nominated by the Game Awards, the first mobile game for Best Esports Game category. And we are so grateful for you. Without your support, we couldn't make it happen. Before we go further, I want to recap on how successful PMSL South Asia format was. This is an offline league, and 4 partnership teams progressed to PMGC 2023 Grand Finals here this time. We also introduced PMSL in-game outfits and voice packs for players. Through the PMSL Southeast Asia with 15 official partners teams, we could work closer than ever before to continue to keep the chance to improve our competitiveness for the regional level and beyond. Okay, in 2024, we made the changes in our esports ecosystem pyramid structure. On top tier, we have the major global tournament like PMGC, mid-season tournament, and a new exciting global event I will reveal soon. The level below, we have the PMSL, which will all feature the offline tournament. In Tier 3, we have the PUBG Mobile National Championship and PMSL qualifiers, allowing amateur and semi-pro players access to the PMSL. While in Tier 4, we have a smaller regional tournament such as PUBG Mobile Club Open. Along with the growth of top-tier tournaments, we are committed to supporting amateur and grassroots tournaments to keep the chance from no one to hero. So let's talk more about the PMSL. In 2024, we are expanding the PMSL to 4 regions: Southeast Asia, Europe, Middle East, Africa as EMEA, Central and South Asia, and the Americas. All PMPLs, all pro leagues will be merged into one of PMSL. Our partnership program will be expanded as well. Partnership team will have more opportunity to develop the players, grow the exposure to fans and community with the secured PMSL slots for years. After the success of PMSL South Asia 2023, next year, Southeast Asia League will have 3 seasons instead of 2. And all other PMPS will run for 2 seasons, spring and fall. With that, I'm pleased to unveil our new exciting global tournament at PUBG Mobile Global Open, PMGO. This Open New Style tournament will take place in Brazil. In March or April, with a prize pool of $500,000 US. This PMGO will have a local qualification by open registration. This means anyone in Brazil has a chance to compete against the very best international pro teams on fantastic offline stage. It will be followed by mid-season tournament in July in Riyadh, and the PMGC, as you all know, at the end of the year. PMWI will have a new name and a new format to fit mid-season tournament, featuring a $3 million prize pool. Yeah, the final news today. I'm so excited to announce that the location of PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 next year grand final is the United Kingdom. UK fans, get ready. PUBG Mobile Esports will coming to your doorstep next year. That's all I share today. Thanks to everyone here in Istanbul. And let's begin PMGC 2023 Grand Final for winner. Woo!
Well, you heard it here first. PMGC 2024 from the UK. All these teams obviously loving the opportunity to play there, but they need to get through this event coming their way right now. 16 teams, their most important esports event till this day, and they have to show up, especially teams like right behind us, S2G in front of their home crowd. I'm just Cap, I'm your host, joined by Maxman Several's Gaming, and Max, it is heating up in here, and the pressure, you can see it mounting for some of these teams.
We had a riveting league stage, and we had so many teams that could not qualify, such as Vampire. They didn't qualify, which means the level of competition in this lobby of 16 teams is going to be so high here, Seven. And we called it many times in the league stage. This is the best lobby in the world right now, so it's going to be tough to be the new world champion.
It is, and if I'm STG right now, I'm like, oh, the pressure's going to be so on me. With all these fans looking at you too, you don't want them to turn on you, especially if they start off really slow.
Well, you guys at home, make sure you're checking out TikTok, PMGC 2023 to see everything happening behind the scenes, everything happening here at the event as well. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hear these two with the crowd like this. I'm already struggling as it is.
Look, when they get 16th place, we're like, oh, that was a really good game. It's fine, guys. We're only bring up the positive, but you got so many teams that are going to be able to compete, right, for that position. We're talking about regions as a whole. I know you're going to be happy. No, Brazil, got 2 teams, so it's going to be looking pretty good, and they're looking like a region that clearly could bring the trophy home at the end of the year.
I was hoping I would see more Brazilian teams because of how many were able to qualify through the league stage. But I'm happy with the ones that actually are here with Alpha 7 and Loops. I think they are very strong. And with Alpha 7, this is going to be their 4th grand final too. They have been improving over and over again. Maybe this is a time where they're going to be able to get that first place.
I'm assuming you said great stuff there, Seven. I have no idea what you said.
Good point.
But I heard some Brazil stuff.
Yes.
And I think we're all going to agree Brazil have a very good chance of taking it home this year. Looking the strongest ever, almost having 3-4 teams qualified to the grand finals. Influence Rage falling short, unfortunately. But honestly, there's a lot of tough teams out there. I don't know who you want to start with in particular, Max, because honestly, we could probably spend a good hour discussing all
we
this.
could have an hour pre-show here, Jason, but I don't think we're going to have that much time.
It
but
could happen.
I'm looking at one team in particular here. I could talk about Star Wars. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk about
Well, you shook
FaZe.
their hands right before we started.
Sorry, Star Wars fans. It's done. It's over. No, I'm looking at FaZe in particular. One of the biggest redemption arcs we have ever witnessed in a PMGC League stage. Going from qualifying in the last match of the survival stage and then just completely shredding it during the entirety of the last chance. Mela in particular, Jason, we saw was just such a standout player. So if we see that kind of prowess from FaZe in this tournament, I feel like they have the chance of being top 5 and who knows, maybe also take the trophy.
And what's good for them is they were able to do that within 2 days, right? Whether it was survival stage and then being able to move on from there to last chance in 2 days as well. We have a 3-day tournament. All these teams that are able to usually perform really well within at least 2 to 3 days, they got to take advantage of this first couple of days. One of them that I'm going to be thinking about is going to be Noncham Red Force. I was super surprised of how this team was able to do in Group Red, and I feel like they might end up surprising a lot of people. I don't know if they have what it takes to get that first place, but I think they are definitely going to be in contention there for the top 3.
If you're very silent, you can hear Kalash like, going on. Nongshim Red Force?
Yes.
Yeah, he's still supporting them.
I mean, let's be honest. Out of all the teams participating from South Korea in PMGC this year, we didn't think this would be the team to represent South Korea.
Yeah.
I mean, D+, the amount of times they've been here to the finals, the amount of experience they have. Ducksan obviously having be an extremely strong team, but not able to be strong enough to get through our last chance. We can take a look here what's coming up the next few days of play. Obviously 6 matches a day across 3 different days. And of course the map pool going to be exactly the same what we had before. But that point system, honestly, I mean, we've had it for like 2-3 years now. This is proving to give some really exciting finals.
Yeah, and you can have teams that can stand out all by getting a consistent amount of placement points every single match, right, Seven? Or some teams that I know we got some big names here also that are very focused around those eliminations. Especially, don't give 2 MG3s to IHC, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. They're going to keep popping off like at the end of last chance. But yeah, this point system, of course, has been proven that you can stand out in many different ways. But if you can have the both amount of points coming your way, of course, Seven, you're going to be standing out.
Yeah, and for some of those teams, right, we're going to be looking at the ones that are actually able to put up a lot of elements and being able to back it up with the chicken dinner, because that's always the main thing.
Yes.
If a team can start off really hot on day one, we have seen those teams being able to kind of carry that and at least give them a chance. If for some reason the performance kind of drops off a little bit too, I'm just going to be looking at consistency. I'm not going to be looking for teams that maybe go after for those chicken dinners, but I'm going to be looking for teams that are going to be consistent within the top 5 and getting those eliminations as well to back it up.
Well, the thing is, obviously, when it comes to placing top 5, one team that's going to stand out to me is going to be Major Pride. Nomi in particular, as we've discussed and seen many times, the off angles he holds, can he be successful in a lobby of this caliber is something that's yet to be answered. But here we go, Maxman, our record holders across the last couple of years, and obviously Vampire, they're going to be holding a lot of titles, but not going to be holding the PMGC trophy this year.
Yeah, not be able to beat their own records this time around, it seems. They picked up Tony K's like, you're on vacation now for the end of the year.
Hey, but Soup, he could outperform what his team did back at PMGC with 4 Angry Men.
I would love that.
And the thing is,
he's got the red haircut now, so he's going to have the buff. Yeah, he's got the red hair buff right now.
He was the MVP last time we saw him at the grand finals, and he seems in good spirits. It would be insane if they can actually, if he can actually get an MVP as well.
And I think especially for the PL players, it is very important, Seven, to have that international experience, to have played in PMGC before, because we've seen it many times. The meta is drastically different between what you see over in PL and what you see over here in PMGC, especially, Seven. The DBS is not played that heavily over in China, which means that that transition over to here in PMGC with that kind of weapon that is so relevant in these fights might make it a bit tough.
And that's what it's going to come down, how quick can they adjust, right? How quick can they adjust to how the global teams usually play?
Yeah, and that's why our eyes are going to be on Titan Esports Club, because they have not had this international experience here to the level that WBG's been able to have. But we're going to find out if they can obviously rise up to the ranks here. But as you saw there, the order, big fan. Sanhok, triple Erangel, double Miramar. I'm loving the back-to-back-to-back battlegrounds instead of switching every single time. It's been proven again to have some really crazy matches.
I mean, we said this many times about the map rotation. If your first Erangel does not go well, you can instantly pivot, change your game plan if it's a drop, if it's your rotation, or your overall like kind of mentality going into those matches. So yeah, I think this is the best map rotation. I hope we have it in PMSL next year, because I think it's just been so successful for teams to truly put on full display what they can do in these matches.
And I think that's why kind of I was mentioning Nongshim Red Force, because this is the team that's able to adjust so quickly to what the other teams are doing within whether it's within that one match or maybe in the next match. I think there'll be a big surprise. But going into the first match, Sanhok, I know you don't want to talk about them, but Star Wars Esports, they were really good in Sanhok, and I feel like if they can start off hot here, they can carry on that momentum. The big question mark for me, and I know we were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier, the big question mark for me is going to be top, but you were telling me that it's different now from PMWI.
Nazed has been such a standout player. I think a lot of people at home had doubts about the pickup of IC and Nazed and how that's going to be kind of filling out the vacuum of Pika and Scry leaving the team, right? And I think that those kind of doubts have been answered very significantly in recent regional tournaments or PMWI, that Nazed is a standout player. He can frag out alongside the side of Top and Action both together. So I feel like Star Wars are going to be looking at like favorites. And with their drop, Reject are not in this tournament, which means Trifecta is open. So that is going to be a great opportunity to, from the get-go, if you can play Trifecta, you're going to have very easy Phase 1 into Phase 2 transitions.
Well, we're obviously skipping probably one of the biggest teams that we need to discuss when it comes to PMGC Live from Istanbul. Right behind us, S2G. I mean, the amount of pressure that must be on them to perform here and go into that first match, for me, I think if they have a strong start, they're almost going to be unstoppable. Having the fans here as their like 5th player in the background, helping cheer them on, is going to make them such a strong team. But you don't want to go out first match, 16 plays, 0 eliminations.
Yeah, and what I remember especially from last year's PMGC, right, Seven, is that they understand the position in the leaderboards and they are willing to take down threats that are above them. They are not scared to take fights. So they took down LGD last year to qualify into PMGC. They fought against some of the top teams in the last matches to make sure they were going to secure the trophy in the last game. So right now I feel like that kind of adaptability for this tournament, and they might have here, Seven, have the land buff event with your fans right in front of them. They might be popping off, so I agree. If they get a good start, they might just be the threat for the entirety of this year.
And I don't even expect them to be getting a good start. There's a lot of stuff that I want to say about STG, but I don't want to get stuff thrown at me from the STG fans just yet, all right? Well, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with this team, but there is a lot of question marks. Are they going to be able to, because they did get special invite here. They didn't have to go through the league stage. They didn't have to go through that hassle. And if we look at their previous performances, they haven't really been able to perform that well. It's going to come down to the first 3 matches, I feel like, for this team. Even though last year, during the PMGC Grand Finals, they were quite a surprise of a team. I know when we were talking about them, we were like, okay, maybe not quite yet. And then on the last day, we're like, okay, SG actually has a chance at winning this if they continue to play like that. And they were able to continue to play like that. So it's going to come down to the first 3 matches for this year.
And if we obviously look at experience, right? Obviously, STG have the experience of winning a trophy. Probably one of the most experienced, well, some of the most experienced players coming in as the twins from Procedure, able to play here yet again. Obviously, beating out their old team BTR, not making it through, which we actually was honestly quite a surprise. I feel like this team has a lot of presence, has a lot of experience, but can they step up when we get into our matches, which we're going to do exactly right now. It's time to head into our first match of the day. It's going to be Sanhok. It's going to be brought to you by none other than John Allen and Blake.
The grand finals starts now, Blank. We are getting into our first Sanhok of the tournament. It is incredible to be here in Istanbul. We've had a hell of a time getting ready for it. Hopefully you're ready for it as well. We're going to start off with Sanhok.
Dude, I'm very ready for it. Look, this is going to be the best PMGC we've ever had. I say this every time. It's correct every time. I never lie at the end of the day. But yeah, getting straight into this one, we've got 16 teams from around the world who are all absolutely flabbergastingly good. S2G, obviously, they have the crowd buff, right? The crowd buff is here for S2G. Question is that going to be a debuff or a buff? Is it going to put too much pressure on them? Are they going to falter under that? Because this year hasn't been too amazing for them, let's be honest. Coming off of the high heights of PMGC last year to this, it's not ideal, but on the other hand of things, everyone cheering for you in your country, that can take you a very, very long way. But again, a lot of teams here, John, that we're all expecting to do very, very well.
Yeah, we're looking kind of at a similar set of teams. I think a lot of us have predicted the top spot coming out sort of somewhat similarly. I think Stalwart's obviously on everyone's minds. I put Alpha 7 on the top because I feel like a Brazilian team. You know, it's just about time for this incredible development from the region to be shown right at the top, lifting the trophy. And I think this is maybe the season to do it.
Yeah, maybe. I think for Brazil, there's been some massive standouts. You know, even Influence Rage didn't actually make it all the way here to PMGC. They were fantastically good over in their survival stage. You've also got players like teams like obviously Loops as well as Alpha 7, 2 really strong teams themselves. Loops really proved themselves to be a fantastic and phenomenal team, actually beating out versus Alpha 7 at the end of the day, which was insane to see. But Alpha 7 had a very long run to make in their group stage to get where they wanted to be versus Reject, and they overtook them in the end, as well as Stalwart as well. So this is kind of a big deal looking at both those teams, both Brazilian teams making it in together. Nice little bit of camaraderie there as well, you know, making room for each other at the top. But there's going to be no room for each other at the top here. You're going to be wanting to take home that first place prize and the pride of having that PMGC trophy under your belt. So I'm very curious to see exactly how this is going to pan out. Obviously, we're just waiting to get into game right now, guys. I'm sure we will be in shortly. You know, I want to watch the matches. I want to see Sanhok. Obviously, my favorite map.
Yeah, of course. It is well known that is your favorite map. We've covered this many times. But it is, as you say, going to be a really, really hard-fought battle. No quarter to be given. And I'm looking at Major Pride to try and keep up the pace that they were able to achieve in the group stages as well. Because they kind of had a little bit of a dip over in the European Championships, I think it's fair to say. And back in EU as well, they have shown some stumbles here and there, but they have made it. They're a top group qualifier. They are right in the mix of it.
I think for Major Pride, there's like like a lot on the line from here at PMGC. I think they're one of the few new European teams to get back into PMGC again, even after their little reshuffle of the roster, with Dino coming in as well, who has proven himself this year to be a phenomenal addition to the team. Nomi, though, on the other hand, incredible player. Overall is Nomi, so well performing in his group stages over in PMPL 2. The unfortunate thing for Major Pride, and this is what I can see things going two ways, is that they'll either crash and burn quite quickly, or they'll give themselves a chance. I don't know if it's going to be enough chance to get into that first place position, but there's certainly a world here where that can happen. For instance, there's teams like IHC who had a blaster of a run towards the end of their last chance qualifier, which was incredible to watch, John. You know, Alex has really stepped up his game on that team. And again, the Mongolian teams over at this tournament are very strong. You've got Stalwart, you've got 4V, you've also got your boys on IHC. It is really awesome to see Mongolia teams rise up this way.
And a lot of them are quite streaky. I think as you highlighted, IHC certainly getting that push in from the last chance. You've also seen that back in their group stage as well, to make sure that they have that spot. It was the final day, and that sprint capability in a 3-day format, Blank, is really important. They've shown it. Can they bring it to the stage here in Türkiye?
Yeah, it's even worse when you get to the last chance. You've got 2 days to make it happen, right? IHC make it happen there. Very difficult. Stalwart, on the other hand, another team that everyone's talking about. Max wanted to talk about them. He decided he wouldn't. He's already ranted about this team more than enough. However, for Stalwart, this is another team that has issues in terms of, the way I see it, is that they're a team that either plays the best PUBG Mobile you will ever see in-game, or they just do nothing. And the problem with that is that in between is not good enough. Now, there is players supporting them now in that squad. You know, obviously, Icy has become this amazing off-angler for the squad who's able to hold down the fort, so it gives, obviously, Action and Top a little bit more room to breathe. They don't have to carry every single match, and they can actually play that duo a little bit more nicely. But yeah, I do have worries for Stalwart because, again, we say every year this team is going to do well. It comes to PMGC, and it doesn't happen. I would love to be proven wrong in that aspect, though, because I think all we've done is root for this team for the past 3 years, because they keep showing us that they've got the stuff.
If they go on much longer, they'll go the way of Gladiators, Blank. You know, we love to talk about them. We have to bring them up at least once. It's contractual at this stage, but we are. But yeah, absolutely. Stalwart, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Not quite able to go the full distance. Hopefully, they'll have their Hercules story here in Istanbul as we get locked and loaded for Sanhok.
Yeah, just waiting to get into that playing path now. The final thing to be done to get into that playing path, get into our first match of the day here for PMGC here in Istanbul. Live brought to you. Happy to see it. Love to be here. Ready to raring to watch some of these players bring the thunder in the matches. S2G brought the trophy. Will they take it back with them? Only 58 seconds will tell.
Silas able to carry that trophy in. I've lifted that thing before last year. It is heavy. The guy's got the trophy to carry. Hopefully he can carry through the rest of his team as well as the hometown heroes, as Barney rightly said in his intro for this roster. We've got some Brazilians on the screen as well, and they'll be looking to bring it to battle, I'm sure, in the first match. Sanhok, typically very fast, a little bit more confrontational of a style of map. Some difficult crossings, and really the main feature is that trifecta in terms of dictating a lot of the pace of the early game and where those early circles fall.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you either get the worst circles on Sanhok ever, or you're given some decent ones that you can actually play around with. We have seen quite a few of those trifecta circles. In fact, in the PMGC group stage as well, going into the survival stage and last chance, we didn't see a lot of it. We saw more like on the south side and the northern side, and even a lot of northwest island finishes, which was honestly very cool to see. Though, maybe that luck's run out for these players now as we head into Sanhok. Maybe we're getting that trifecta split every single time, but here we are in the plane.
That plane looks good in the Turkish colors. Look at that. We are going on over the island from the northwest side down towards Kampong Blank. As again, Sanhok is small enough, plane paths, unless they are super dramatic, really don't play too much into it in the same way that they do on certainly a map like Miramar and Erangel as well. FaZe look like they're dropping for that northwest island. They'll be taking that split.
already getting straight into it. Like you said, FaZe on the northwest side. There's not really anyone around this location that's really bothering them on this one. You've got Procedure Evos heading down for Trifecta split itself. Seems like this position at the side of the map is fairly comfortable for a lot of these squads right now, John. Alpha 7 down towards that southeast side, taking a double split. Nice little bit of greed happening early on, but we do have S2G in themselves. A hot drop.
We're going to be treated today. It looks like S2G starting to get a little bit more of an edge on the damage, but they've taken a knock. One has fallen down, unfortunately, right at the start, but Razy holding forwards with that S12K, the DPS in hand. They're going to back off their opponents now. Xavier having to fall away now. There's a lot of damage has been done. S2G looking to get this res. They want to try and enact it. Molotov to try and keep them in this one over in Paradise Resort, with the circle heading up towards the north as well. Blank could be a little bit more trouble, but over here we've got Loops as 4MV take them on, and immediately Baron rings out for one. They've taken a knock in response, but the flush isn't there, and the trade over onto Baron from Mythic. Excellent, and the flush to come through. So a 1-for-1 so far, and Loops have already got a knock on the backlines.
Yeah, for Miracle Vibes down this side, it's important to win out this fight, and we do get one from Doc with the S12K. We'll take down Isla. That guy was on fire during the group stage, and losing him out is not ideal. But it's two players here, Apex as well as Doc. East is currently down for 4MV. Get him back up on his feet, but you can't imagine that Mythic and Cardozin's going to do too much in this situation. QBZ and a Thompson, not ideal for close range, but for at least cleaning up East here, there's a possibility. But what a shot from the top side. It's Doc to take down Mythic.
With Cardozin as well, on the opposite side of the river, there's very little chance that he gets across here against this roster, but look who's in the wings now. Procedure Evos, they've moved up from that trifecta position. They've heard this engagement in Painan, and it's time for a third party from the hills.
It's a nice split here coming through from Procedure Evos, instantly hearing that gunfire. I mean, they're not horribly surrounded in this location. Stalwart is pretty easy breezy over in boot camp for quite some time. So for Procedure Evos, just stick their heads in. Notice that there's a fight that's ongoing, not quite fully cleaned out yet. You can see here they currently have the 4-man split right now, so they've got a lot of eyes on this one. And potentially 4MV's got a little bit careful in this situation, not opening up those sightlines to Procedure too early.
Mythic very soon to go down fully here, but East actually steps back. I mean, to be fair, you could just wait out that timer. If Procedure Evos don't have angles, it might be a little bit tricky. Both sides of the river now covered off by Procedure Evos. In the meantime, over from Cow, it looks like Nongshim Red Force have moved down south to guard out the north edge of Paradise Resort. You can see S2G still holding strong. They did manage to get all 4 of their players back and alive, so they'll be okay for now, but Xavier looking to try and make their way out are going to struggle with Nongshim moving all the way down.
Xavier right now, I think things are okay. S2G are also able to get all players back up, but this was that initial engagement we saw early on between the Turkish squad here and the Vietnamese. Massive on this side, looking to hopefully hold out S2G. Probably get a singular knock, that's about it. Chua, I don't know how many nades he had there, but this guy was absolutely killer with them during the group stage. But Kelsey pulls the pin on one, opts back out of it.
He's only got the one in the pocket. Doesn't want to waste it without some sort of guaranteed return, whether it's information, whether he spots a play. Sees 2 breaking wide. Xavier still holding on this northwest building on Paradise Resort. You saw before as well, Nongshim Red Force in the background. Unlikely that there's much movement happening in that area for now because it's slap bang in the middle of the circle. So we'll have to come back to that one. Procedure Evos, they have been snaking around, and Major Pride might just be bitten. Hopefully they got that anti-venom ready effect. Close to danger, perhaps closer than he knows, but Zuxi has the crossfire with Misery across the way.
Yeah, Misery honestly has been fairly effective on this squad so far. More effective than I maybe thought he would be. That's Revo taking down one of Titans players, and Shadow will get flushed out. For Alpha 7, it's all about that first day for this team. If they're able to start things off strong, that's where they start biking it on down towards that trophy. They just gain momentum and cadence. These matches head out. Major Pride sends away Misery. Maybe looking to take shots as they leave on the back player in the vehicle. That would be effect, but successfully make it down here. Over towards Trifecta. And Procedure Evos has essentially allowed this team to leapfrog.
I'm not sure if they scouted the move out from PMGC EVOS or if they knew that was going to happen, but getting up to that left side, that west bank of the trifecta, that east bank now, as Lamborghini steps up for a shot, spray down to east, 4MV as well, continuing their engagement with loops across the way, a trade, and it is going to be 4MV moving on in and taking down the majority of loops. Mythic is there, but there's the spray.
Just a replay, unfortunately. Checking out what happened earlier in those games with Lamborghini being able to hit those shots over towards S2G. It was interesting that Lamborghini wasn't able to actually take him down there. Would have fought on the roof side. That was an easy flush, but I imagine the Lamborghini thought better of it. Likely less ideally gets knocked on the actual balcony than it is for Kelsey to get knocked on the rooftops because he drops straight back down again outside of line of sight. So Kelsey gets away with it, but by the skin of his teeth there, S2G happy to hold on to a few of their players going forward. It's IHC on your screens here, all the way on the eastern side of things. You do Alliance towards their north as well. That's up towards the east side of Tap Mock. So could run into each other shortly, but this position, this area of the map, fairly cut between.
At the moment, there is just this traffic jam around Painan, though, that has been held down by 4MV, trying to keep that north edge of it clear. You've got Morph now starting to move in from this southwest edge, putting pressure on, and PMGC EVOS regrouping together at the moment under the purview of Major Pride, who have leapfrogged and put a foot into boot camp as well, so they can get a little bit further north along that coastline that FaZe actually might try and push across from this northwest island position that they dropped on the split. Wasn't really that contested at all.
No, not at all. I think right now a lot of teams get a little bit lucky, let's say. In terms of how they've been able to angle themselves around. Circle heads over towards S2G. Don't really have to do too much. We've got to remember DX Xavier still here. Not by any means a weak team. And they're just going to be gathering that util. Sort of known for their nades as well, so clearing out those positions that S2G might be held in could be bad, but here comes Nongshim Red Force, takes down one at least, and that's Levi's knocked.
Ooh. He's brutal with it. Straight through the door, the DBS breach. Now, can DX Xavier piece anything back together? Because Traz got one of his own. He's spraying, he's chunking through, but he's not landing the damage. Sporter pushes with the Thompson in hand, still has to go for the swap. The QBZ is there, breaks right, breaks left. It's all over the place, and DX Xavier still not able to get any value. There has been a retribution elimination, though, and Sporter still jumping across, trying to find the final player from DX Xavier, but he's just a little bit too elusive.
S2G in the wings also hear this, and they'll be making their way on over. Could be able to clean up this engagement. It's Nongshim Red Force down to 3 players, 1 player knocked here. S2G decides not to get involved on this one. This could have been some 3 easy points coming their way off the back of it. I think this may have been a mistake. A little bit too cautious in a 3-day sprint, Johnny. You've got to take these chances.
6-2-8, the third party Kings looking to move on in now from this northwest edge. Moving from that bridge position over towards the west side currently. They have managed to push in a little bit closer. Potential for them to try and crash on the compound, but they have turned around and thought a little bit better of it perhaps. S2G crawling ever closer though. And Nongshim Red Force, the Korean team, might struggle somewhat.
I mean, for S2G, properly preoccupied with that building. They've been watching it for a long, long while. Seeing if it'll move, but fortunately, does not move an inch. Players inside you got to worry about. Zuxi, though, has brought himself back to a little bit of fame here, but it's his brother Luxi who's been hitting the majority of shots. Now, Zuxi at a PMGC, he has been phenomenal before. Now he has to step up big for the rest of the team. Gets 1 knock, it's beautiful.
Misery's there, he's catching the flanks. 4MV don't know what's hit him. Zuxi with the DBS goes down, and he's out in the blue, but Misery's right there to put the final nail in the coffin, and 4 Miracle Vibes will go down. PMGC EVOS carry on.
Really good stuff, and it's nice to see Zuxi perform, honestly, because it was Luxi putting in the majority of the heavy lifting during those group stages. However, we know Zuxi, he gets a little bit of that fire underneath him, a bit of that adrenaline flowing during the PMGC itself. And it's nice to see that that same kind of treat's working out for him here. You're looking over to the map now, though. We've got 628 still hovering. towards the northwest side and Tapmok, just trying to claim space. There's a lot of the northern side which is still open. Circle could still head up there as well. S2G staying very comfortable in Paris Resort, not attempting to get too much done. But it is stalwart on that south side. It'd be a hell of a push to get through Paris Resort in that area. We'll see exactly what they can get done.
WBG moving up the east coast right now, past Lakawi, up towards Camp Bravo, with Morph just behind them. Their traffic jam over near Painan had to go somewhere. That's where it spilled over towards. Morph have found the backlines here, and WBG, they lose Sue on the backline.
Sue going down is pretty bad news. This was the lad that, honestly, a lot of people had high hopes for on the squad of WBG.
And they are rolling up. Look at them. Morph squadding up in the car. This is, I mean, I always hate to see it. You know, I always hate to see 4 people in a vehicle, but Morph think better of cresting the ridgeline in such a fashion. They drop out a little bit early. They want to get this flush confirmed. It's just going to go down to the blue, though, and they can continue to push forwards. But they're starting to look a little bit unhealthy here with the amount of meds that they've got on board, the stims that they've got ticking. They'll be okay, but they have to get out of the blue soon.
Yeah, honestly, for Morph right now, it's not a huge deal for them, but coming in on that southeast side, you got Alpha 7 hanging around this area top, Titans as well. WBG send the rest of their force inwards, and obviously they'll have a read that there's a team behind them. And around this spot, you know, there's a lot of areas where you can gatekeep quite easily, quite well. So for WBG, already having that information early, heading down towards this ditch could be working out well for them. It depends how quickly Morph's able to send their way in. But a lot of the eyes right now is up towards Paris Resort and the compounds off towards the east side of it, where we have currently IHC in one of the most central positions, holding a fair few compounds to boot. You can see Loops here, Cardozo has spotted at least one of them, but they're on very minimal players right now. And by minimal, I mean 1.
That's probably, yeah, that is the minimum possible, I suppose, to still be in the running of it, but still give them a chance at a couple of placement points if they are lucky, if he plays his cards right, as you say, right in the middle, with a little bit of a chance here. Nongshim, Red Force, they took the northwest position on Paradise Resort away from DX Xavier, but they lost a player in the process. Losing 1, playing as 3, they can stack up in this building, and they do have a decent chance of holding it off. But as soon as more than one team starts to rock up, as soon as both the west and east side of this position get threatened, it's going to be so much harder to hold on to as 3. You just need those sightlines.
You can sort of respect the play that S2G is going for, because essentially they've lined themselves up, understanding the circle's likely going to move away from Parasol eventually on the rocky edges, right? Where a lot of teams are going to have to get through. It's much easier for them to hold out in that position than it is for teams to push through there, especially with the fact that with having FaZe in this location on that northwest side, they're coming in from the back of the blue. You've already got 628 in, Stalwart, as well as Nongshim Red Force. These teams are all going to have to take shots at each other as they move through, and S2G perhaps hoping to clean up the rest of the pieces at the end of this one. Right now, it is 628 looking to deal with FaZe, who have had that glorious run, as the death said, from their final dying moments to bringing themselves back to life here, and they've only looked better and more rosy since then.
Resurrection in the making. Hopefully the first nade goes through, and 628 lose a player. Now FaZe can start to move on forwards. There's a player up on high that they do need to be worried about. Need to take care. A hard shift down to the southwest, so it gives them a little bit more circle time. Oh, nearly going down. 33Z runs away, turns tail, but it's not in time. He will go down. Can there be a trade? But Ventores is ready and waiting. Sees that they're putting these players on the deck time and time again, and ST and Stalwart are going to rock up to the southwest point of the Paradise Resort. 628 get crunched in the middle.
Nongshim Red Force, though, send out Sporter to the side. And right now, I think FaZe is being a little bit careless with this one. Not really too worried, a bit lackadaisical. This was an amazing little rotation coming through from Sporter. Quick jump out to the edge, gives you full sight lines, great bit of cover to play around with as well, and FaZe could get ripped to pieces by this. It might be a 3v4, but this opening that Sporter's given them could be the death of FaZe here. They're currently moving over the top side right now, which keeps them a little bit safer. Unleashes a nade, a bit of a risky approach, but hits it just on target. Ventores gets blasted.
2 players go down from FaZe in the blink of an eye, and now Nongshim Red Force have even the numbers and done more as well. They've been able to take that numbers advantage now, 3 versus 2. and S2G are here to play. Silas moves up, but he's immediately rebuffed, holding their ground now. Nongshim continue with 3. Mela breaks wide out in the blue. The nade not going long enough, and Sporter stays alive behind the crags. Tizzy on the off angle, looking to try and keep up the pace, but XZY up on the high ground has gone down for them, so they're playing on us too. Can they keep it up against FaZe?
For FaZe right now, Onzen's looking to get picked up, but more nades are flying through over towards their position. You can see Major Pride here taking the engagement down with Procedure Evos on the south side. Sporter will take down the last player of FaZe and shut down by an incredible reposition from Sport at the start of that one. Certainly playing some sport of his own with a shot put on that grenade directly on target. Though curiously, is Silas to get silenced over towards the south side of this engagement.
Does get picked up though and healed up nicely. Can they pick up these 2 points against Nongshim? Red Force, he is ready, he is waiting. Sporter with the DBS in close range against the UMP, steps up and Silas is ready. He takes the knock, takes the elimination, fades back with the rest of his team. Nongshim down to 1.
A lot of time spent on this one though, John. S2G do need to start moving out. Stalwart with this. Circle look to be having a very good position on the side of the map. Nice shot from Kelsey though, will take down another, not before he gets refragged himself. Will drop off the side of the wall.
Udo Alliance putting pressure on from the eastern edge. S2G will have to leave this position. The blue zone will push them out from it. They want this res, but the nade goes a little bit long. It's up on the roof, and the res can come through now for S2G to keep them up as 4. Has just been enacted, but the blue zone takes him straight back down. Kelsey falls once more, and S2G are going to struggle to get this one back on through. In the meantime, WBG have gone down on the east side. IHC, Morph, Alpha 7 engaged in that conflict. But Udo Alliance still guard out S2G. A little bit of a struggle in their future.
A lot of engagements happening around the map at the moment. IHCU had a strong position for a long time. Need to move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 is just calmly breaching over towards the east. Only really Loops in a strong position right now, but they've only got 1 player. Cardozin sets himself up for success, but he got no teammates to make it happen. S2G here versus Stalwart. A big old fight here between these 2 teams. Currently, Stalwart sort of has the better positioning on this one, but S2G, 4 players, can they make it happen? That's the question here.
Ooh, first through the breach, and Hamzy on the high ground backs him off the corner. Unfortunately, takes a little bit too much damage to continue that position against Icy. Nerzed as well, waiting for this push to come through from S2G. The Stim's just ticking them back up, and top goes down. Silas has found the first shot and drawn first blood in the engagement. The duel rages on. IHC not quite close enough to engage because Udo Alliance are in the way. Silas continues to break forwards as Kelsey backs him up on the rooftop. Razy for the lower punch here. Nerzed right around the corner, biding his time, waiting on the door frame for anybody to step on through. It's dangerous, and Icy's there as well. Silas continues to move along the wall, and Razy steps in, and it's a 1-for-1. They keep it alive, but they find that they will lose Hamzy in the sidelines, and more start to fall as well. S2G keep it going, and Stalwart, a major contender, fall in the face of the hometown heroes.
Realistically, that's a difficult push coming through from S2G to get down towards that south side. Stalwart held all the cards in that situation. Yet still S2G pushes on through with the support of their backers here in Istanbul. Alpha 7 in the center. A dominant team here on Sanhok.
Zuxi in the meantime, by the way, call him Levi Ackerman, he's just taken down most of the Titans. He is on the south side, and he did go down in the end, but there's only 1 player now for Titan, and that's Major Pride to get a position now on the south side as they can move in and try and push towards Alpha 7.
Major Pride. This is one of their best maps. It's sort of odd for a European team to be very, very good at Sanhok, but Major Pride is one of the few teams in Europe that actually can play Sanhok very, very well and pick up some big numbers off the back of it. Very likely of them to actually go for a central position. But this time around, they're playing a little bit further towards the edge. A little bit scared about this one, potentially just trying to slowly make their way in. They understand as well as any other team within this lobby that honestly, the positions, the locations towards the center of this circle aren't really ideal. You're going to be playing edge for a long, long time. Tizzy still going though, trying to get further into this match. Going to be backstabbing over towards S2G. Has to hit another first aid kit though. Kelsey getting roughed up by Major Pride as Naomi opens up onto him.
Major Pride's attention drawn in that direction by the shots from Tizzy. They spot S2G, and 2 of their players fall almost immediately. Alpha 7 looking to stop the final player from Titan to go on through, and Tizzy is still there. Razy go down. Titan do finally fall completely, and Kelsey's down as well. Just Silas remains for S2G.
Gotta push further into this one. The placement points alone, very juicy towards the end here. Silas shimmying his way on the side. Good shots though. We'll take down one from Major Pride. That was instantaneous.
Naomi, first of all, Alpha 7 have spotted Major Pride on the hilltop as well, and Effect goes down. Silas is still going for S2G, and he is a force to be reckoned with, carrying that trophy forwards, and it is Effect to get flushed away. Mafioso trying to hold out IHC. In the meantime, 2 players remaining for IHC as they push in from the east, but they're not in the next zone. Cut across with the crossfire from Udo Alliance in the meantime, and Ziol tries to keep going for IHC. Effect to Nomi down, and Silas is still there. He just doesn't die.
Silas currently on a 1v3 angle right now, looking for the fourth at the moment. Revo desperately trying to remove the thorn in their side in IHC, but it's all eyes on Silas at the moment. Major Pride's run devastated by him on the south side as well, looking up the hill. Effect goes down to the play zone, and Silas still here.
Revo is here as well, and Dino will go down. Alpha 7 sweep on through. They took a knock towards Major Pride's position, and Silas was there to pick up the pieces, but now Alpha 7, a dominant force. The Brazilian team, well, one of the 2 Brazilian teams, but this is the time that they will stand up for the performance, and Revo gives another challenge to Silas, who just about squeaks on through, gets up there into 3rd place with a cheeky little run for S2G, but it's Alpha 7 now all the way. Udo Alliance, last player to stand, and it will not be long for it. Alpha 7, clean house on Sanhok.
Really, really good cleanup there from Alpha 7 at the end of it, taking themselves a chicken dinner. And I'm scared. I hear the boots are rumbling from this team. You start strong for Alpha 7, you start strong for Brazil, and the train don't stop. We'll have to see exactly what the future holds for them, but Revo, incredibly deadly with that DBS, still looks as incredibly strong with the DBS here now in the PMGC. It's a worrisome moment for a lot of teams in the lobby when they take the first game as cleanly as that, but again, I think a lot of the thoughts are going to be about Silas there. Almost 1v4ing versus Major Pride. That's a big deal, and also something that can sort of bring down your confidence if you are Major Pride.
I mean, he carried that trophy onto the stage. He carried that game for them as well, out of that Paradise Resort engagement. But to be fair, they took a straight-up head-to-head fight with Stalwart in the midst of it all. I mean, it's incredible because Stalwart are such a strong team in everybody's estimation, I think. So the fact that they're able to do that, brilliant. Revo, 5 eliminations for Alpha 7. As soon as they moved in from that southeast side, they just had so much pressure over that hill on the northwest.
Yeah, honestly, for Alpha 7, it wasn't the easiest of pushes for them because they were coming in through the middle. It's probably the best position to be on that side of the map, but you've also got Udo Alliance on your north, you've got Morph as well, as I think it was IHC next to them. So they had to battle through for quite a lot of teams, which is why you see them at 12 eliminations at the end of things, but that's what they're very good at. They're not afraid to take fights to some other squads, to take great positions within the circle, and that's the important thing. That's what you sort of need on your team. You can just see from the damage numbers alone, it's all extremely high. Every single one of these players is extremely talented, but if you have a team in the lobby that is happy and willing to take fights with some of the best teams in the world back to back to back to claim strong position in the circle, it's very hard to battle them back. And Alpha 7 starting things off strong is sort of bad news for a lot of these other squads. You want to sort of keep Alpha 7 down in those early games, so they need to reset on the tomorrow. But going forward, it's just going to be 5 more matches of Alpha 7 feeling it.
Goodness me, the t-shirt cannon's going off right in my ear behind me. They used to be careful on that one. That startled me something awful. But that was absolutely an incredible game coming through from Sanhok. Alpha 7 obviously taking that chicken dinner. Udo Alliance surviving up into 2nd place, coming on through. I mean, fantastic performance coming through.
Yep.
Nongshim Red Force as well, taking a cheeky little scrap in Paradise Resort, seemingly another well-performing team. I was a little bit disappointed in Major Pride, though. That southwest position that they had, felt like they could have done a little bit more with it.
Yeah, I think that they got absolutely trounced by Silas, to be quite honest with you. I don't think you can really be too disappointed. They got absolutely destroyed. For U2 Alliance, though, this is kind of an interesting one because I think that their MO during most of their games, even in the past, right, is just consistency at the end of the day. Getting a second place here bodes well for the Malaysian squad, and hopefully they can continue doing that.
Well, we certainly hope so. Let's take a look at some highlights. Head back over to the desk to see what they thought of that one.
Well, there's a lot honestly to say about that one. We'll start things off. Alpha 7, we always talk about every single event. They start so slow, and we said the same thing, they're slow starters, and they'll pick it up later on in the event. But 7, I have to go straight to you with this one.
Yep.
The amount of times we said, if Carrillo can play, and play well, then Alpha 7 can't be unstoppable. They can be this formidable force that really no team can take down, and we saw that happen finally in its very first match.
Yeah, before I even go into Carrillo, and before we talk about what happened there at the end of the match, I feel like I have to give him some props too towards the beginning of the match because of how quick they were able to rotate into the circle. Yes, they were close to that circle, but it's how quickly they were able to do it. Usually this is a team that likes to play edge and likes to be very, very slow in their rotations. To see that quickness out of them, I'm really surprised. And now going back to what you were saying in regards to Carrillo, for him to be able to put up 4 eliminations with 521 damage, that's good to see too. And the other one too is Rebel. Rebel was able to put up 5 elims. So it might be a little bit too early, but I feel like I have to say it. Do Brazil! Getting their first win.
It's not fair. You weren't ready with your Alpha 7 jersey under your shirt today.
It's coming.
No cosplay this time.
Nah.
I mean, you were talking about the early game stage and Revo,
Yes.
how impactful he was. I loved especially how they played the southern side of Paradise Resort. They just waited for the fight to happen between WBG and also IHC. During that fight, not that much attention is going to be thrown their direction. That's when they push downhill, that's when they cross the road, and that's when they take full control of that finishing circle. The timing from the early until the late stage was on point for Alpha 7, and the second place is not going to cut it this time.
And talking about timing, one of the fights that I actually thought that we're going to be engaging a little bit sooner between S2G and D Savior, whenever they were just waiting it out in Paradise Resort, I feel like D Savior ended up hurting themselves there because they were not aware. Something that S2G was able to do in contrary is that they were able to be very aware of who was pushing up to them, and one push that you were actually excited about on a team that was pulling up to Paradise Resort was Stalwart.
Yeah, Stalwart, I love the play that they were going for because the southern side of Paradise Resort is always going to be the better transition point. You got that hilltop, which is good to gatekeep teams leaving Paradise and also to take shots on the teams that play in the really trashy terrain south of Paradise. But man, S2G, just looking at Silas in particular, what a push here onto Stalwart Esport. I was a bit like, I thought Stalwart were going to win that game, Jason, but
I mean, if you were going to say it, I was going to say it.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be a Stalwart win through and through, but that push, that breach from S2G, it's so hard to pull off, and yet they just dominate because they played as a 4-man team. Like, you can't beat a push like that.
Well,
it was really well executed.
The thing with S2G off the bat was we were literally saying before this match began that if they can start hot, this could be enough to carry them through. And we saw them fighting Xavier early. We got a little bit scared, like maybe you need to chill, maybe you need to relax a little bit. Now you want to come out the gates blasting, but surviving is the important part. And they survived, and they were allowed to take out Nongshim Red Force as well, which is a team we're going to have to touch on. But they put up so many limbs, and also Silas at the end, surviving for so long, for every little bit of points for placements, the eliminations. Max, I think you were calling out, he was just decimating Major Pride.
Yeah, I'm looking at this tournament. For me, I have 2 teams that are very streaky, very momentum-based. It is going to be these 2 teams that we saw, Alpha 7 and also S2G. So the fact that they start first and second place respectively on this first Game 7 sets a scary precedent for the rest of the lobby, I'd say.
It does, and I'm happy that one of the teams that I was talking about kind of showed up in a way, especially with Illims, and that's going to be Nongshim Red Force, the way they were able to find on D Savior. And not only that, the way that they were able to take on the fight with FaZe Clan as well. Yeah, they did end up losing one player to the SGG. I feel like they got a little bit surprised there, but it's just their awareness and being able to take down fights and close range fights too with the DBS and all that stuff. So good start here out of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and Tizzy actually surviving as a solo, able to get a little bit of a backstab onto S2G. If Tizzy's not there, maybe we would be looking at an S2G win, but unfortunately at Sanhok, you're always going to have like some solo snakes just lingering in the shadows and sometimes just rendering your chances of a win to 0 pretty quickly.
And for these Saviors, it's kind of a bit of a letdown too, because they were there for such a long time. They were just waiting patiently, and for them to allow Nongshim Red Force to pull up, I wasn't actually able to get a chance to see how that happened, but it happened so quick that Nongshim Red Force took care of them very, very fast.
Yeah, I think it's just very prone to being naded and mollied because it's wooden floor, so they were just kind of locked in very small areas of that building, and you just can't escape because Nongshim Red Force, as you stated, covering their group, they're so aggressive and so proficient on those breaches that, I mean, a South Korean team is not going to give you any breathing space when they are breaching you.
They weren't expecting it.
Xavier couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Well, let's roll it back to another team that you were talking so heavily about when it came to survival stage and last chance, FaZe Clan. Now, you're obviously saying when we look at this match, they're rotating really slow. They're playing the edge. You cannot really rotate the way they currently play, or play on the edge the way they currently play in a lobby like this. But I have to give them credit. The way they took down 6-8 with the roll-up, what time you roll up to the ridge of the hill, was really damn well done. And it probably could have been even more successful with S2G not peeking from the side.
Okay, so I agree it was well executed, though I would go on a caveat here and say there was a better option. If we see with how the circle shifted, northeast is typically very open. There was only UDO Alliance up there. I think if you like to rotate late, you need to be very efficient at finding the path of least resistance to enter the circle. In this case, if you are FaZe, I believe, just wide wrap next to the northern side, tap knock, and enter up northeast. I think if you do that, maybe you fight UDO Alliance, but there's only one team that's a really major threat, and I think FaZe can then play a stronger position, maybe not win because Alpha 7 are just that good of a match, but I think they at least get close to a top 5.
But especially in Sanhok, it's so hard for a team to be able to rotate very late. I mean, we saw what happened with Persija as well, right? Persija was trying to gatekeep for a very long time, and he ended up hurting them whenever they actually try to push into the circle. We saw Soxy scouting, which was really nice, and we saw them being able to clutch up some good fights. I want to see more out of them. I want to be able to see a little bit more faster rotating, and I think that's kind of why I was giving props to Alpha 7 on how quick they were able to rotate. Completely different than what I'm used to seeing out of them.
Well, we're talking about the highs of Brazil.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We got to talk about the lows of Brazil. Max, your favorite player from Brazil, Ayala, and team, got in a fight with 4Miracle. Didn't work out.
I didn't shake his hand, so not my fault. Hot drops, don't do it. We're going to head on to Erangel. They can fix it, but Sanhok, you only got one a day. It's the map where you want to avoid doing that as much as possible, especially in Pinap.
Well, it is time to head over to our casters here, I believe I just heard. So we're going to throw it on over to Blink and John Allen to take us into our first match on Erangel.
Hopefully we're getting in pretty soon. I think we've got 5.5 minutes on the clock. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, we're over to us. We're going to have a good time, I guess. Over to Erangel.
Yeah, so I am the desk now.
So we'll just cover it.
So yeah, no worries. So we're heading over to Erangel soonish. It's an interesting one that we're looking at right now because, like the boys say, you've got the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7 that you sort of see start slow a lot of times, and in the tournaments they do amazing in. Usually that's a case of where they do really good at the start and then just blast through towards the end. But it never happens in PMGC, and we're always sad that it never happens, yet here we go. So again, it's that case of what I was talking about earlier. There's a lot of teams here that I think could do absolutely fantastically well into the future, or do horribly badly as well. There's a real mixture of teams that can go to the highest heights and to the lowest lows, which is making this one of the the biggest nail biters in terms of PMGCs that we've seen in a very, very long time here. It's curious, though, a lot of these teams that we're seeing so far, because I think the fights that we've already witnessed already are really promising in terms of what we'll see into the future, John.
That's true. And I mean, a lot of the teams that I think we're going to be seeing towards the top when it comes to the end of these 3 days are the high variance teams. Because, I mean, you're rolling it with maybe, I would say, 5 or 6 high variance teams in this lobby. It's quite likely that at least 1 or 2 of them continue to have a hot streak, right? If Alpha 7 can keep up that mantle, great. But you've got a lot of other teams that are going to be looking to do so as well. You have Nongshim Red Force going in pretty deep into that game, getting a lot of points. They stayed consistent during their group stage, and that's what topped them out there.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, that was actually really fun to watch overall. I think for Nongshim Red Force, is the type of thing that you wanted to see from the Korean team. You want to see them take it to the top with some of these really incredible squads that we have here behind us over on the stage itself. And I think personally, just looking at Nongshim Red Force, they did seem to fall off just a little bit a few times. Luckily, made it through to the end of the match, which is amazing for them, and hopefully that is something that they can continue doing as they qualified into PMGC. I'm just thinking that realistically, Stalwart kind of should have had that fight versus S2G at the end of the day.
They sort of fumbled the bag somewhat over in Paradise Resort. I mean, to be fair, S2G, maybe they're a little bit more familiar with, actually, take that back, Stalwart going to be equally familiar with the entirety of all of these maps. So, yeah, it just felt like they had that choke point to hold against S2G, but a couple of rooftop positions, a couple of cats amongst the pigeons on that engagement, and it didn't quite go their way. Erangel, up next, though, so a little bit maybe slower than Sanhok. We'll have to wait and see if Alpha 7 can continue that pace, because that is what the Brazilian fans want to see. I mean, I had Alpha 7 as my winners, as my champions coming into this, as my prediction, and I'll keep saying that until they lose that first place spot, at which point we'll not talk about it at all.
It's been one game. Come on.
They're winning. Let's stop the tournament right now. It's good. I like that.
You win.
I win.
Yeah, I think for S2G fans all over the world, and especially here in Istanbul, I think they've been very, very pleased with how that first initial match went, right? That is incredible news for a team like S2G, where there's been a lot of doubts about this squad, right? Whether they can actually bring things back or not. Yet here they are, really proving everyone wrong at the moment. That's the thing that has to continue, though. It can't be a one-and-done game. I mean, they can't show up for this first Sanhok and be like, that's it, boys. We proved everyone that we can play the game. We're going to go back to our old antics now. But no, this does feel more like a team that has won the PMGC in the past. Not won S2G. You just claim the team at the end
they
of
did
this
just
tournament.
won S2G, didn't they?
They did.
It's 1-0.
They did. It's a 1-0. They came third, I think.
S2G?
Yeah.
Yeah. Third. Udo Alliance managed to get a player into second place with 2 eliminations.
I am pleased with Udo Alliance. I think that's the one thing that worries me, though, is the elimination points overall. I think for Udo Alliance, great consistency on that squad. I think in terms of rotations, they are very, very good at it. And it was kind of like a little bit of a red herring for us in the group stage when we actually looked at them, because some of their rotations were very much from their side of the map, very much from their side of the circle. So it was fairly easy for them to come downwards into that spot. However, going into the future, going into the games that actually qualify them into PMGC, and even here on Sanhok we can identify it a little bit, their rotations are just very smart and very strong. Yes, they avoid fights, but they can avoid fights because they're masterfully working their way through a lot of these dead zones where not a lot of teams are playing, which is not easy to do. That requires you to have really good game knowledge, really good knowledge of what's going on around the map as well.
Certainly need to keep your wits about you. Looks like they are getting locked and loaded, with only a minute left till the plane takes over the grassy pastures of Erangel. Of course, we'll be heading there once more for a triple bill of our favourite map. Well, my favourite map, I think it's safe to say. You're a Sanhok man, but I'm going to stick with the grassy pastures. We've got Miramar, though, as a treat later on. A little bit of dessert for us.
Yeah, double Miramar. Bit of a Miramar dusting, let's say.
A desert dessert.
Yeah, a desert dessert.
That's why they paid me.
Dessert. But yeah, heading into the game very shortly now, 30 seconds away from our second match of the day, where we will see if Alpha 7 can continue that trend, or are some other teams going to step up and let them know what's good, because there is a 10+ elimination game right off the back here, and not just Alpha 7, there's plenty of other talent within this tournament.
I mean, we're on cam with FaZe there as well. They did some pretty decent moves over on that northwest side, of Paradise Resort. 6-2-8, another very strong team coming from China. The 3 Chinese teams didn't have the greatest match there in that first Sanhok, so maybe the region will be able to stand up tall here in our first Erangel of the PMGC Grand Finals. Match number 2 of 18. We're going from Severny down to Novo on the plane.
Got ourselves a plane path, and we got ourselves some players in the plane as we head in from shooting range, like you said, down towards Novorevnoye on the south side of the map. Pretty disgusting plane path, to say the least. Makes things a little bit hard for the teams that want to drop over towards the western side of the island itself. But again, you do have to work with the downslopes as much as you work with those inclines. And right now, for some of these squads on the western side, a bit of a mountainous climb to get over towards that area of the map, specifically Primos, maybe Quarry. We'll wait for the circle to pop here, John.
See where that first time around takes us, with the Alpha 7 squad out early. That's where they'll be playing for. S2G, I spotted them blank. They're right in the middle. We're going to be seeing where Silas and co land. Udo Alliance out a little bit later, looking to take down on that southeast side, with 4MV potentially stretching all the way out to Novo if they keep their drop going, but Stalwater there as well. See if that Milter drop comes through from 4MV. A little bit of a hot drop, maybe some trouble here for Silas. I think that is for S2G, but he gets on the bike and he gets away. IHC will not be able to claim that one. Not just yet, but S2G are still split around this drop, and what a way to kick things off. The circle goes hard south.
Most likely a Sosnovka finish as well. An exciting one to say the least, because this is looking like more of an eastern side Sosnovka finish coming over towards military base. Excited to see what could happen here. with Stalwart over towards Nova Epnoia to start things off. For Merriku vibes over towards their western side, and I think those two Mongolian teams probably happily sat down this way. Ray-Z takes an absolute blazing from Vintores on that top side with the mid M16. Could potentially have got that tag there, but a little bit too late on it.
I mean, you stay exposed like that for too long, taking those shots, you know that S2G is going to turn someone around, come on a flank, and you're going to have a really tough time of it. So I think that was pretty heads up to fade away there, even if you can get for that on. Maybe a little bit too greedy. And they've certainly claimed their position anyway. They know that S2G doesn't want to stick around, so they'll allow them to get away with it this time. 4MV, Stalwart on the military island already. Stalwart over in Novo, which just hopped on board with them. 4MV a little bit over towards the military base, a little bit more. You've got U2 Alliance making an early break over the East Bridge, and it looks like it will be relatively uncontested. Stalwart not grouped up enough right now to really go for a contest on that bridge. Not really able to consolidate, but they still got an outpost, and action is there. On the back of the buggy, the shots start to land, but he's exposed, he's isolated, and can't really do that much against U2 Alliance other than alert them to the presence of the team.
Yeah, there's an attempt there made, but not really too much done. Icy, though, does drop out, attempts to get a couple of more shots off. There is a little bit sent back towards his direction, but for Stalwart, realistically, you were hoping for a decent little start there. And I think that U2 Alliance, again, this is what we're talking about. Their ability to rotate is very, very good. And the timing there is the important thing, John, right? The timing is so important in the sense that you could already see that Stalwart did not have the right weaponry. They did not have the right attachments on board either. So this is the case where they just don't have the weaponry to deal with an early rotation like that. I'm pretty sure U2 Alliance was rotating across there as quick as possible with little equipment and nothing, but they get themselves into a strong position. At this point in time, teams are starting to build up some of that caliber, right? Some of that weaponry in the back pocket and be able to hold out these teams who are moving across towards the South Island. S2G's made a quick approach of it. Already have two players down towards that south side, just waiting for one more of their players to make it across, but sort of locked between here with Nongshim Red Force in the wings.
Seeing Silas already across. I think, yeah, the rest of S2G just trying to divert Nongshim Red Force, getting across that western bridge, but Major Pride, Alpha 7, circling around now over on the western side. You can see that outpost on the minimap for S2G. Ray-Z, taken very low, obviously, by that spray from Vintores of FaZe earlier on. Hasn't actually been able to find the meds until now to be able to get back nice and healthy, but Major Pride, they've left a player in the same compound as him. He'll be aware that there's an opponent in the area, but will Naomi know? Did they drop him off there? Did they drop Ray-Z off and take the vehicles over the bridge? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think for Ray-Z sort of left behind the vehicle of his own. Or you'd hope. If he's able to pop Naomi out, though, it's a big deal. Able to take the US, regroup potentially.
I think Naomi has no idea here. He's going up to the upper floor. He's not got a weapon out. He's not checking his angles at all. He's just scouring through for a little bit of loot. There is that buggy out the front, though, and that's what's going to give the game away. If he steps out and sees it through the window. I don't think he did.
Yeah, you're Ray-Z pulling out the Val. Finds too much success off the back of it. I think that fight was a difficult one for Ray-Z to take anyway, only half HP. You got DX Xavier as well, rotating close in between. Not a bad moment to go for the push here for Major Pride alongside with DX Xavier, but they're going to go straight up towards the Lighthouse. Major Pride's going to rotate back across, interestingly enough. And I mean, this is not the ideal position to be staking a hold over towards this western side. The circle's likely going to head over towards the east. It could even head over towards Shelterway if players are unlucky here. So it's a curious arrangement that we've got set up here between DX Xavier as well as Major Pride. It's a case where you're potentially just looking for some results in terms of eliminations, but we will see.
Taking that top spot. I mean, you are at the back of the traffic jam, so maybe try and get a pick on the team sat across the bridge with the angle that Lamborghini has. You can see he has full broadside on the walkways across that bridge as well. So just controlling the ground for now. They are in the next zone, but as you say, difficult maneuvers ahead, I am sure. In the meantime, U2 Alliance have made their way all the way to the south of the military island Blank. They are right on that coastline. No one really that close by to them. I'm looking at 628 making a crossing from Mill to Power in the boat as well. They've already put Sunan on dry land towards Novo, so they have got an outpost already making that crossing. Ray-Z getting his swim on as well. The trunk's a little bit wet, but S2G going to be happy to get across nonetheless.
You've got a curious position over towards that northwest side in Zaki, right? Interesting enough that they would be sat up there on that edge of the map. Still not moving in the blue zone currently.
Just that north side, waiting, biding their time. Now the rest of 628 have moved on in, but Sunan's been scouting in the meantime to give them a little bit of an opening on to the south point of Novo. Gotten through to the hills there as well. Ray-Z swimming underneath gets spotted. S2G potentially down a player here, as I think Ray-Z will really struggle to swim all the way across with that health bar ticking down, having to get through as well on a broadside. This is what DXavier were looking for. This is what they wanted to find a player on the team sat across the bridge from them, and they've been able to do that. To take Ray-Z out of the mix is going to allow them a much easier crossing when they want to go for it.
Yeah, I think for Ray-Z getting taken down here, a bit of a difficult scenario overall for him. But again, that's what happens when you get left behind like that, right? And S2G has been so split up for so long, but it's WBG currently saddling up against IHC. Demo should definitely go down there. The spray was forgiving towards the end, but the start, brutal. WBG decides that not too worth it. Godless should be able to pick up its teammate there in Demo behind a rock as well. Rest of WBG just send away. Decide to get out.
They're turning around. He's out. Ming dropped off in the process. Su as well. Going to roll on in, see if they go for a reposition. That is another hard south shift, and we are going certainly to the east side of Military Island. But IHC and WBG on that northern side of this angle. Godless moving up, looking for this res. We're stage 2, so these reses can happen in the blue zone. Despite it enveloping the fight, it'll start to put some pressure on. Gap already down and flushed. Means WBG lost a player completely. IHC, if they can pull their player back up, they're up at 4 again.
Yeah, I mean, for IHC, definitely a possibility to get back into this game quite easily. That is one hell of a hard shift on the circle, John. Ton of water involved as well. Stalwart, realistically, should have a good game off this one. They currently own Observatory, right? The question is whether Icy and Action is going to get up there shortly, because we do have the Piranhas swirling around that position on the mountain. Procedure Evos, Titans, as well as Udo Alliance on that south side, not to mention 628. And I think for Icy and Action, it looks like they are getting back into vehicles now. Lamborghini spots a couple of players. Out come the smokes, out come the stun grenades, but not quite enough here. At least one player has swung wide, and Lamborghini's not watching. It doesn't matter. Levi's has the angle.
Ray-Z now low HP by that pillar, has been knocked twice, but is still going. Hamzy up on the high ground, spotted by Lamborghini for the fight, and Lamborghini takes half HP. Now trying to get back into it. Molotov forwards, pushes Lamborghini up to the high ground, doesn't find the knock, but that's an excellent reposition. The flush goes over to Ray-Z, and now Lamborghini forced to go for this med kit. Chua on the back lines with that nade, tries to go long with it, but might tag onto Lamborghini if he's not careful. Good comms there to stop his teammate pushing. Hamzy in for the pickup now as S2G play on with 2.
DXavier currently have been fairly successful. It's Silas as well as Hamzy G, like you said. Silas, incredible last game, but that nade might just be on point there. Drops directly next to him, half HP. One more should do the trick, and Parajin's always been very successful with these nades. The smokes pop just a little bit too late as Parajin does get the lineup. Desperately trying to get some meds on board. Has a first aid kit, opts to go for the bandages here. I think he understands he needs to get a little bit more HP, especially in stage 3 at this point. Before he hits it.
Over the bridge, they're rolling on through. Could be disaster for DXavier as S2G might have been thrown a lifeline. Hamzy G gets away with it. DXavier trying to hold through. First player goes down for Major Pride, second as well. And they crumble on the crossing. Major Pride gonna have a real tough time. And DXavier, they bided their time in that lighthouse position. They gave S2G some rope. They snatched it back. Took 3 players there, and now Major Pride are finding a similar result.
Yeah, honestly, this Vietnamese squad has been extremely impressive, and I think the reshuffle they've made on the players has brought them a lot of momentum overall. I mean, Parajin, Lamborghini, really, really strong players. I mean, Lamborghini's been with the squad for a very long time, but now is supported by the correct players, I would say. They do need to get gone at some point, though, right? Because they can't stay here forever. WBG currently fighting off versus IHC in the meantime.
There's plenty of players looking for this bridge. The Xavier playing the far side. IHC and Major Pride stand in the middle. WBG try and get across, but they all jump in the same vehicle, and Godless lights it up. Something awful. Zeol does go down in response, but that is the end of this match for WBG. Another bad performance for a Chinese team. Unfortunately, it's going to be 6-8, looking to try and keep up the pace now. 4 players alive for them. They've also got Titan, but it's going to be tough for everyone involved.
Effect. Attempting to salvage this game, but unlikely. No meds on board anymore.
FaZe looking across. That is, I think this is the 5th, 6th team trying to get across this West Bridge blank, and it is not going well for anybody except for the Xavier. They're long gone in the meantime. IHC trying to reverse it up, back it up, and the spray onto a vehicle. Demo for 1, 2, and 3. FaZe fall.
The hell is going on with IHC at the moment? These triple vehicle pop-outs. This is unreal. Ayala from Loops right now taking down Morph. You got Titans, Bamboo, trying to bite at the steel beams here, but unable to get past them. It's Cleon. Looks to take down a little bit more here.
You're a little bit out of range for that pan there, unfortunately, Yoru, but take out the rifle. You might have a better time of it. Yala might eat a nade here, but the cook is just a little bit too long. Spots the player up on the rafters. They need to be careful. Yoru has to drop down. He's low HP. Does he get knocked? Just about. The blue zone finishes him off. IHC 10 eliminations over on the Western Bridge. I mean, we saw plenty of action there, so I don't quite doubt it. Morph, though, having a tough time over on the East Bridge. It looks like Titans are going to come out smelling the roses here. Xavier, in the meantime, all 4 of their players close to 4MV. 1 falls, and it's Nongshim Red Force on the western edge to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails for Xavier.
Lamborghini gets knocked down here, and realistically for Xavier, it's all about trying to reserve these players, trying to get them back up on their feet as quickly as possible, but they are surrounded by squads at the moment. You got XZY over behind them from Nongshim Red Force. Levi's decides that it's just not worth it to stay in this position for too long. They sacrifice 1 player to try and get both reses off, but this is a good approach from the guys on Xavier. XZY, though, lighting up the players on 4 America Vibes.
And the rest of Nongshim Red Force moving into position on the south as well. You can see they've now established that 3-player blockade. They've got a little bit more of a backstop in wings as well to that south edge, trying to keep Udo Alliance at bay so that they can take this third party. Sporter wrangles himself a high ground position onto both of these teams. So 4MV and Xavier, they're pretty much forced to take this scrap. Lamborghini goes down. The Reses trying to come through thick and fast, but it's just not that easy. Udo Alliance being forced a little bit further east, and Nongshim Red Force claiming this scrap.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, it's a great rotate they made, a great decision to push up the hill when they did. Excellent at these little micro repositions that are going along around the map at the moment. So it'll be pleasing to see from the Korean squad. Levi's, last player alive, certainly can take a hell of a beating, but he's had to be the front liner for the rest of the squad to try and get them up. Now just Paragym with the DBS, rocks over the top side. It's a good initial hit, but that's all it will be.
Gets a lot of damage done, and now it's time for Nongshim Red Force just to clean this one through. Xavier, they're taken down. They got out of that Western Bridge, which is more that could be said for most, but they won't get that much further, unfortunately. Now, Nongshim with the remnants of 4MV. 2 players left to stand for them. And Tizzy's there to find Apex now, just the one to go. Udo Alliance, they have been denied access from the south side of this fight for so long, and they get a little bit too antsy. They move up, and Sporter goes down.
I like this from Udo Alliance right now. The double split at the moment, trying to control both the road and at least a little bit of the rocky crags down towards the south side. They're not trying to get too aggressive on this one, at least taking shots where they can. But at the end of the day, when you look at this, Udo Alliance has at least afforded themselves 2 very strong positions no matter where the circle goes in the next shift. You look at this circle, though, I've never seen it before. I don't think you've ever seen this circle before, to be quite honest with you, John. This is in one of the wildest spots inside of Sosnovka to see a circle end. There's a lot of strange terrain around this spot. The major talking point, though, is definitely going to be Stalwart, right? It's how are they going to control this north side edge? Because Procedure Evos as well as Loops are coming in, 2 really good teams. IHC go down, but those 10 eliminations will be more than worth their while. And it was a great approach on that western side, essentially living as the lone survivors other than them and Xavier.
This south shift is great news for current leaders Alpha 7 as well, for them to try and keep up the pace, but we'll go back over to that one, I'm sure, in a moment, because Doc has a scrap on his hands. Won't be able to last it out, though. Won't quite be able to weather the Nongshim Red Force aggression, but 2 players go down, and that's going to slow things out for them. Loops might have a shot over to them. The forward duo for U2 Alliance might also have a say into this fight.
It's a nice little rotate that Loops made between them, Ayala and Cardozin. Obviously, only 2 players in the squad, but they're attempting to search for positions around the map where they think that it might be weakest, where they can find a 2v3, maybe a 2v2. Titans got Suki off in the distance. Lynx is taking some long-range shots, but not plinking. 3 players alive for Pasija Evos. They weren't in a bad spot either over towards this northeastern edge. Interesting that Lynx would spend so much time outside the blue to attempt to make that happen. You know, if he doesn't get in soon, that's likely going to be a knock on his side of things.
Yeah, these blue zones will start to do quite a lot of damage now as the ticks go up into stage 5. Stalwart are, though, in their way. And I feel like, I mean, you highlighted before, Stalwart happy with these circles. They are in a very strong spot, and it's just got stronger. It is Stalwart on the north, 628 on that south side. These 2 strong positions forming a major blockade of this circle, that road that runs through the middle, isolating both sides of it.
Yes, it can be a curious one, honestly, because I think for 628, I wouldn't personally think they have any idea where Alpha 7's currently playing. They were out in the water for a very long time, but there's potential for a bit of a surprise play here from them. In the meantime, it's Lux versus Nongshim Red Force coming over the top. 2 players versus 4.
See if they can make it happen. 1 and 2 for Cardozin forwards, and XZY has to hit the deck. He's half HP. The first shot for the DBS, the second, and there's the third. Ayala was there for the backup, and 2 players. It's more than enough. Brazil's here to play.
That is an unreal result. I was saying they were looking for potentially a weakened team, but they want the strongest. They only want to play with the big dogs here in the lobby. That's what made Loop so good in their group stage and what made them look so impressive. Cardozin, Ayala, DBS Kings, the 2 of them. Stalwart, though, on their 2-2 split still. Alpha 7, potential on a surprise play. 33Z currently holding in his own. Nice shot there coming through from Action. Instantly takes down Titans. Final player.
Alpha 7 on the south side. I think that is going to be the major scrap of the next few moments. You've got Xing and 33Z on that south side, currently on a split 6-8, looking to try and regroup on this south side. Alpha 7, see how long they can remain unknown. The blue zone was taking them down as we get a cheeky little replay. This is IHC's Bloodbath over on the West Bridge. Godless spraying them down with a backup of Demo and Ziol. And I mean, what can you do here? Loops on this hillside, though, similarly impressive on that performance with only 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, we're already farming clips. Let's put it that way. We are really farming clips at this point in time. Alpha 7 just about make their move upwards over towards 6-2-8. Could potentially be starting to take their engagement between them. There is 4 players versus the 3. We just saw Brazil absolutely trounce when they were down on players. So potentially it can be done again. But 6-2-8, one of the more aggressive Chinese teams, has some strong firepower on this squad as well. Mafioso, though, has the nade in hand. It's a good arc on it.
Ooh, looks pretty sweet, but it's going up to the top of that cliff, unfortunately. Sunan avoids that damage. Stalwart have spotted Loops, so they're going to be a little bit too much to ask there, I think. Cardozin, most likely left as a solo, gets into a shack. He's kind of in the middle. And Stalwart's probably the only team that's going to be looking to push there, but the question is, when do they want to take this spot?
Yeah, 2nd time in a row right now for Cardozin, getting into a shack nice and early in the game to try and get a stronger position in terms of placements. I mean, he made it very, very far into that last match. Potentially another top 5 available for him, which would be great in terms of point scoring on top of the eliminations they already found. But seems like he has been spotted here by top. Likely going to be a lot of smokes dropping through, a lot of Molotovs coming through also.
You ain't going anywhere, Cardozin. You're staying right where we put you. And go into our points total if we can help it. There it goes. The burn is on, and Action picks up the point.
Clear.
Stalwart able to take control of the shack, and now Action can move up to it. That's what Stalwart wanted to do, take position, and that is exactly what's going to pay off with this circle shift.
This has overall been quite a strong game for Stalwart in terms of taking a lot of space away from other squads. Been very confident to dominate this northeastern side. It's come back in a very good way for them now. They hold both the south and the northern edge of it, so they could just clean through, hold these teams into a bit of a chokehold between one another over with 628, Alpha 7 and U2 Alliance. There's a big chance here for Stalwart to take this game away, but there are still some big players in this match. 628, U2 Alliance, Alpha 7 though, I'd say they're kind of in their dying throes at the moment.
A little bit, it would seem that way. Senab, the last player to stand for them, and I think they know he's down the hill. They've really struggled to move in on this south side. They tried to push up, but 628 were ready for them. They were playing as 3 from this position as well, which makes it even harder. 33 said, oh, he knows. The nade is in hand. It's underarm. Drops it down. Is that going to be the final nail in the Alpha 7 coffin? No. Senab sidesteps. Still got some moves left in the back pocket. Still bringing them out.
Okay, Shing taking damage though. This is U2 Alliance. Cluck actually taking some shots from afar there. Iftar joining in, but that's given a lot of knowledge over towards Stalwart. They just needed a couple of shots, identify the location. They send 3 players over towards that north side. Nurzed claims and hangs on to the compound over towards the eastern side. Just in case another hard shift comes through, you want to secure all the chances you can get. Iftar goes down. That might have been some shots coming through from 628 there.
Alpha 7 finally fall to the top spot. Eliminated from this one. Stalwart trying to sweep around, but U2 Alliance giving a good fight here. On the western edge, Sunan moves on up for 628. Looks for the flush, can't quite get it. He's backed off the angle. Has to fold back in with the rest of his team. A little bit further down the hill into the buildings that they've occupied for a while now. They want to stay as 4, and I think rightly so. With only 4 teams alive, that's exactly what you want to see. Prestige Evos have survived with Luxy over on the southeast side, but very minimal utility there. You can see that count at the top of your screens. Really not too much more to do, just try and survive as long as possible. Stalwart, on the other hand, 18 smokes. They are going to be able to get wherever they want to go.
This is a nice position currently Nurzed's holding over towards the eastern edge, right? Has the high ground. There's going to be a lot of open terrain in front of him. Having that little angle there is going to be so important, just for gathering intel more than anything. A couple of pot shots could be lovely. See what happens about it. A U2 Alliance now off in the distance. With them, this is a big game. It's an important game for them as well. They need to prove to these squads they're not just a second place team within this lobby. They need to take a little bit more action, be a bit more proactive. 33Z takes down one of them already, will back it off down the hill in the blue, not likely to survive from this one, but open things up.
Clock gets the pick now over to Shing to take up the mantle of this angle. I don't think Olio's getting back on his feet here. U2 Alliance not able to push down that ridge line, does get flushed out here eventually, but in the meantime, Stalwart just march forwards. They're keeping that pressure up from the northeast side.
Difficult push now for U2 Alliance. However, they get given a bit of the zone. Stalwart, top action IC, all are able to move over towards this northern side. This hilltop that they've been controlling for so long is going to give them that eagle eye. Nurzed likely can follow suit, move over towards them. Shing though, dirty shots coming through. Flax feels the brunt of them as well. Bandage is back up again, but I think for 628, they have really been scrapping. The underdog fighters here in this match.
Oh, they love to get in and amongst it. 33 said on the back of the buggy with Sunan in tow as well. It is going to be top though to find the angle and actually take down Flax. Stalwart want a piece of the pie. 3 teams remain as Luxy survives on the southeast, but it's 6-2-8 versus Stalwart into the scrap for the final circles.
Information provided now, given across. You got 628 underneath. Looking to push upwards over towards Stalwart's side of things. Luxy from Prestige Evos. This is great news for Prestige Evos either way for the Indonesian team. Just getting in towards these top spots, just getting in towards even a top 5 at the end of PMGC would be an achievement and a half. And almost a return to form and glory for Luxy and Zuxi, but not only them. You've also got Redface and Misery who've really made a big step onto the scene here.
Makes it to the crate, has to break out wide, and you saw Stalwart weren't paying attention to this angle. Maybe not enough, but there he is on the swivel. Nerzed handles business. 2 teams now remain. A lot of damage done to Stalwart though, and can 628 capitalize? A high ground position for Stalwart still being enacted by Icy. Can the off angle come in and come through clutch for the roster? A first pick for 33Z. And it is going to be 628 to take first blood on this angle. Icy has back up on the high ground.
Stalwart's had control for so long here, Jam. Doesn't make sense that they would let things slip a little bit. Finally, gets a nice tag over to 33Z. Nerzed, though, on the off angle, able to pick something up. Sunan spots him out. Icy immediately to the rescue, to the aid of things. But the shots are so clean right now from 628.
2 players down on either side. Icy repositions, trying to move through with the buggy. Sunan has to reload, and there's no answering volley. There will be a flush coming through, however, and now it's only Sunan for 628. Stalwart, in the meantime, have taken out his entire team. 2 players are there, 2 players are ready for Stalwart to play in the center of the circle. Icy and Action to try and keep it together.
Pushing over towards the top side, they've got eyes on, they know the location. Nade goes down, but Icy's getting closer. 3 nades in hand, Molotovs abound. Information passed back across. Even more util used over towards his spot from the top side. Lovely nade! We'll take down Sunan, but Stalwart's had to fight for this one.
33Z is still in it, don't count him out. Icy with the challenge, and it's good. Stalwart take map number 2. Erangel goes the way of Mongolia.
And a win that they needed. They need to bring things back, bring things up to speed, because honestly for Stalwart, PMGC has not been kind to them. Let's be honest. But finally, they're getting that confidence. They're getting where they need to be in these matches. They look much better, and I think with the position they held in that map, it was one that I talked about early, is that Stalwart should have a good game on this one. But the actual key factor in that sentence is should, right? And a lot of times I say this about Stalwart, they have a great position, this should be their game. This time around they proved that positioning for them, they will make it matter at the end of the day. They'll push forward from that position, they'll make it count, because again, 3 days is all you get. Every single game where you get a little bit of a benefit, a little bit of an advantage, you have to take advantage of.
We're starting off in excellent fashion here at the Grand Finals, Blank. Alpha 7, they open the bidding over on Sanhok, another tournament favorite. Over at that top side, and Stalwart answer raucously with a strong positional game there. A really well played answer to the aggression from Alpha 7, who go down, fair enough, on a difficult coastline ascent.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, the position they were in, like getting down towards the water side, playing in the water for a long time, it was one of their few options. It's a good attempt at a breach up towards 628's compound, but 33Z certainly was an excellent scout during that game, John, making sure he knew exactly where he needed to be at all times to make sure that they weren't going to get backstabbed from the water. It's something that not a lot of teams would be doing, is they'd rather have their full force up in front, but I like that they sacrificed one of their best players in terms of aiming skill over towards the backside. You know, you want someone reliable that you can absolutely lean on to be able to hold out your weakest position on the map, which was that water entrance. So really good stuff. Does prevent Alpha 7 from getting too much further into that game, but I think they still got some good placement points off the back of that one, as did Procedure Evos. I do want to see a bit of a stronger game in terms of the team fights from Procedure Evos, but so far, it's not looked that bad at all for them.
And a team that's just popped up on the screen, I was just going to shout them out, is IHC, that Western Bridge Bloodbath. Really helpful for their points totals. They managed to get, I think it was 10 eliminations at the end of that match in about phase 4. So really well done for them to be able to pick that one up. But that West Bridge engagement highlights the importance on military circles of getting across early.
Yeah, I think for even UDO Alliance, they got so far in that game, right? Very far, just didn't have things to back it up. They made it down there. They got themselves a strong position jump. But in the meantime, we're going to send this one back over to the desk.
Well, I know there's one really happy person here on the desk. He called it maybe one game too early. Max Men.
I'll take it.
It's
the Stalwart win. Oh my, I mean, they get a close to Nova finish here, Jason, so of course they're going to be favored in terms of getting that chicken dinner, but the way they were playing the split 7, we have seen the early game stage, 2 players in Observatory, 1 player in the middle, and the Z playing the ridge line, and they just wait for the circle, it pops, regroup all together and just play for that win so efficiently that they almost did throw it away by giving the high ground over to 628. I do have to agree with that, but they were able to recuperate it and just obliterate 33Z and Sunan at the end.
I'm with you. The way they were able to control that north in Circle 5, they were able to push Persija pretty much into the water as well. Then the other thing that I kind of want to mention that you mentioned as well is how they pretty much almost threw that there at the end, and I think it was because of the Euro Alliance players that were over at the top. They kind of got a little bit worried about that. They decided to back off. And what was crazy too is for 628, it kind of worked out for them because we saw Top being able to finish the last player from Euro Alliance, which allowed 628 to take easier access to that north control and pretty much be able to overlook everything. Very, very close there. I thought it was going to be a little bit more convincing there from STE, but hey, a win's a win.
See the fist bump, high five, boat. I don't know what to do. They got the win.
That's why they're my favorite team.
It's not going to be, it's their favorite team right there. It's not going to be the worst handshake ever in esports history, thinking back to certain bird. But moving on here, we can see we're taking themselves the 10 eliminations, 20 points in total. 6-8 though, I think it's kind of impressive to see them be able to pull this kind of off. But I think the real story for me, IHC. We talked about them in the group stage. They've been a team that is just very elimination heavy. They can have these pop-off games. 10 eliminations is huge, but that's not going to get you a Grand Finals trophy.
Yeah, that's the thing about IHC, right? They're all about eliminations. Placement points, unless it's the last game of last chance, maybe they'll start popping off and going for the win. But at the end of the day, strong on eliminations here for IHC. Really good bridge play, but when you have the bridge, here's 7 that keeps moving away. Southern eastern side for the circle, you're going to get gatekept. It's not going to work out. Though, another team that was gatekeeping the southern side here, it was the entirety of 6-8 that against Alpha 7. I know it hurts, okay? But what an execution.
It was. And you know what? We're talking about great rotations. We're talking about great early rotations. The boat rotation from 6-8 ended up working out wonders for them because they were at Milton Power. They were able to do that boat rotation all the way to the south. And like you were mentioning too, they ended up having to gatekeep Alpha 7. For me, for Alpha 7 to even be able to get points in this match, it was actually a bit impressive. It was only 3 placement points, but we saw them, we're like, okay, there's no way they're going to be able to even survive any longer. They were able to survive longer and longer, so it's good to see that out of Alpha 7 for them not to end up with a 0-point match.
Well, another Brazilian team, Cardozen and the DBS versus Nongshim Red Force. That's just that makes me want to take DBS out of the game sometimes, man. Some of these long shots he's pulling off here, but he pretty much gets the 1v3, obviously with the help of Ayala, but he was the last player remaining for the team yet again.
DBS, the new M4. Pretty much.
DBS, the new AWM.
Oh, pretty much. Just snipe with it, mid-range with it. It's going to work out at the end of the day, but he's able to survive and keep it up. I want to see a game here, 7, where Loops have more than one player alive at the end.
I want to see that too.
Is that possible?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we're not going to have to worry about Sanhok at least until tomorrow. By the way, top 3 here, Nongshim Red Force, a team, the way they've been able to time their third party into, the way they've been able to tie in the rotations, because this team was playing outer circle, especially towards the south of military. They were timing perfectly. I think it was when... who was it actually? D Savior and 4MB. They were actually fighting against each other. They were able to time that perfectly and push into that fight, being able to get those eliminations as well. Ultimately, Cardozen with the DBC was a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, okay. Any team can win these fights, except if you're going up against a DBS, and that you're maybe going to encounter a bit of a tough transition later on. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force being consistent without win, being podium finish right now. South Korea, we expected D plus Kia to qualify, be the big team from South Korea. Nongshim Red Force giving a run for their money for these other squads.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
No. I think highly of Nongshim Red Force. I think they're going to be continuing. I expected them to be in a top 3 situation, but if they actually continue to play like this, I might end up changing my mind and think more of a first place finish for them.
Oh, wow. So you'll see them walking into the UK with a PMGC trophy to put it up.
I wouldn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind that? Okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is amazing to see South Korea we've been talking about for years, thinking back to what, Archer days in like 2019, 2020. And see how they've been able to improve here. Also going on currently within the game at the moment between the 4th and the 10th. You got the Road to Glory where you can win exclusive rewards such as that Esports supporter title, which I already have, just saying. I got that from PMWI.
Always flexing that. It's like the only thing you flex. What's your rank, James?
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the PUBG share where you can upgrade to the VIP ticket online as well. Obviously the 8th through the 10th, so that is the 3 days we have the grand finals happening. Max, let's talk about John Allen's ring.
Oh, okay.
Good thing you can't hear me over there.
We did abandon him.
Yeah, well, that's true. We didn't have to. Maybe Blink did here. I don't know. I got some looks from the other side, so I'm not sure. You're good, John. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Don't worry. You're the best player, John.
He's in Face Clan right now.
Something we need to mention, though. Obviously, teams have more than 4 players. Persija as you pointed out, Seven, while we were watching, they brought Luxie in instead of Zuxi. Small change, obviously one twin for the other, but interesting to see that they're doing that after one match alone, that they're willing to swap around rosters.
It was, but it ended up working out for them because Luxie was the last one alive and he was able to get some extra points for them. Now, I kind of was hinting there at FaZe Clan. I don't know what's going on with this team. You were talking about you want to see them a little bit more aggressive, and we're continuing to see them rotate super late into the circles and getting just caught off guard. They need to be able to change that playing style. I was mentioning earlier too, I'm going to give a lot of these teams 3 games and we're going to be able to start seeing a pattern. Now we're starting to see a clear pattern here. Maybe they're going to be able to adjust here going into the second Erangel.
Exactly, like the fact that you're going to have another angle, hopefully you're going to see fixes on that. I wouldn't use the word aggressive, I just want to see them be faster on the pivot. Because right now, if you have tough circles like this, unfortunately, in PUBG Mobile, in any Battle Royale, you have a section of RNG that's in play, right? And you want to take the worst case scenario in account, and you want to try and move as quickly as possible in a spot where you could technically still reach the circle, which right now, the Western Bridge, not the best option. Maybe go for rotation in a circle like that because it was a really bad first few circles. I think that would be a better option moving forward.
The thing is, if we're thinking about FaZe Clan even challenging for that first place, right? Especially when we go to Sunday, they need to be able to adjust it in. And I think one of those teams that I was talking about earlier is Alpha 7. They had to do that same rotation, but they were able to do a little bit faster. They were able to actually survive a lot longer to the point where we're like, okay, how did Alpha 7 even get there? How did they end up even with 3 placement points? So these teams need to be able to adjust very quickly on the go, and right now FaZe Clan is not new in that.
I mean, FaZe Clan hasn't been able to adjust. Think back to groups. The only matches they really did well in was when they were center zone because the zone shifted on top of them.
Yep.
And then, like you mentioned, the turnaround on survival. Let's see if they can turn things around here. I believe we're into a short little break where we get things ready to go for our next match. So we'll see you all in just a few.
I'm Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together. We've already had an interesting first couple of matches here. Alpha 7 starting off the gate strong, S2G starting off strong, and
then not being so strong. Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm kind of getting some weird little enjoyment out of seeing them perform badly in front of their home crowd, which obviously is very odd, to be honest. I think it's a testament to my character.
We're in throwing range right now.
We are in throwing range.
They can't hear us, so you're fine.
We're not in-house, so that's the upside. Sean's got stuff he can throw at us. But obviously, it's only been 2 matches, right? It's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the tournament for you if you've had 2 first bad games. Things can turn around. But the question comes into the next Erangel. You only have 3 days of play in total. What can you really adjust from here? And I think one thing we're talking about is these rotations.
Yeah, I think drops and rotations, especially Xavier S2G, that's 2 different battlegrounds now that they keep fighting. You mentioned it during the game, right, Jason? And you want to avoid those fights as much as possible. Of course, that was great opening for IHC, for FaZe to like try and get a third-party opening, but you want to try and fix those as quickly as possible. If we see right here, 7 Xavier still fighting S2G in some way, shape, or form on the start of this Erangel, it shows to me there's no intention to fix. I need to see a change on this second map of Erangel, and hopefully that's going to help them increase.
I mean, let's be fair, right? It wasn't a hot drop. It was more of they fought on the western bridge because they're trying to rotate through. So that one I'll give a little bit of leeway to, for sure.
I'm not.
No, you're not. He's
but
not.
I'm not either, because Xavier is taking a little bit too long with this fights, and they're allowing other teams to pull up on them, and they're not being really aware of what's going on with their surroundings. That's 2 matches in a row that we've seen that. And then I'm really, even though they're currently not in first place, I'm really surprised and happy to see Nonchalant Red Force do that. I want to talk about them a little bit more because we're talking. Not yet, maybe.
With the jersey, open up the shirt.
Maybe in United Kingdom, we'll have to wait and see. But
a year from now, okay.
Sure. Yeah. Just give me some time to think about it. But the thing is that we're talking about rotations. They're doing those rotations good. We're talking about quick decision making. They're being able to make those quick decisions. They're being able to get into those third parties. They're being able to put themselves into positions to be able to do that. And if we see those teams at the top, at least from this first 2 matches, right? I'm talking about the first 2 matches. If we see Alpha 7, Alpha 7, they got a chicken dinner, but they weren't able to really follow it up here in the last match. And if we see Star Wars Esports, they didn't do so well. They were able to be blessed here by the circle. They were able to take full advantage of it. But right now, in regards to consistency with what's been given to them, Nonchalant Red Force has really impressed me.
Yeah, I want to jump on the Nonchalant Red Force hype train that you've built.
No, stay off it. If you want to see them do well, stay off the train.
Okay, who is this team? I don't know.
Well, speaking of who is this team, Major Pride, man. We're talking about teams being slow on rotates and not performing well in terms of like their macro play. Major Pride for me was like one of those teams that they would get themselves dug in center if they could, and they'd be able to play Nomi into this off angle extremely well.
Yeah.
They've had 2 really subpar games so far, and I'm getting a little bit worried that maybe this lobby is a little bit too high caliber for the style they wanted to bring.
So I kind of understand that off the back of these 2 circles we had. The first one, south of Paradise. You're not going to play center because it's one of the toughest and worst terrains to play. This Erangel goes on the complete opposite side of the map from them, pretty much. If we have a mainland finish here, Jason, I think that we could expect more from Major Pride, hopefully.
I'm with you, though. I'm with you with what you're cooking there in regards to Major Pride not being able to adjust and maybe being able to do a little bit different than what we saw in the group stage. In group stage, especially for Group Yellow, we didn't really see some of the aggressive teams that we saw, whether it was Group Red or whether Group Green. I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a harder time adjusting here. But I'm with you. I want to see what's going to happen if they do end up getting a circle, if they do end up getting towards that circle.
All right, well, we're going to find out here. We're going to head over to our commentators for our 3rd match of the day. It's Erangel once again with John Allen and Blake.
And it is good to be back on Erangel, of course. We are going into that match number 3. S2G, a little bit hot, a little bit cold so far. We'll see what the decider is into the 3rd match. We're also looking out for some of those teams that wanting to start off nice and quick. We've had IHC starting to blast off. Really quite something special over in that last match on the West Bridge. We'll see if they can keep that up, keep pace with Stalwart from Mongolia.
I mean, they technically are keeping pace in terms of those eliminations. Stalwart 10 eliminations, Mongolian, massive, both of them. 10 eliminations each, with IHC following up with them very, very well, twinning on that pursuit. So really, really nice stuff there coming through from both of those Mongolian teams. But we are heading straight into our match number 3. It's been going quick.
Ooh, it certainly has. We are going right on into this one. Playing path not too dissimilar from the last time around, Blank, so potentially another early scrap between FaZe and S2G. IHC dropped near some of those vehicles as well, so we'll see if there's any adjustment over on that north side. Not too much else happened early match in that last time around, so that's really where we're going to be keeping
other than all the fighting on the bridges.
Well, okay, by early I mean on the drop. That's what I mean by that. Yeah, let's go with that. I mean, honestly, that was such a wild time on that Western Bridge.
It was a cruel circle, right? Honestly, and I'll be honest with this one, I've never seen that circle before, all the way down towards that southeast side. Maybe in some public matches, I've been there 1 or 2 times, right? But in an esports match, that is the first time I've ever seen players have to actually battle it out down that area. Realistically, Stalwart knew exactly what they need to do. They sort of have somewhat of an advantage because they rotate through this area a lot, playing from Novo Rep Noya as one of their original positions. So they knew exactly what they needed to do, which was hold that northern side and the compound down towards the south, which was certainly interesting. But we keep getting sent over towards the eastern side, and a little hot drop on our screens between FaZe and IHC. Immediately shotgun in hand, though.
Oh, and that's a Bison, sorry, going pretty wild around the side of the crates. A lot of ammo and very valuable early game, but it's taken out of their hands, and FaZe lose the first player. IHC still going on with 4. Yol with the pump action, looking to reload those cartridges on in, grab some more loot, but Venturas might line them up with the close range engagement. Hits the drop shot, but it's 1 for 1. Alex on the high ground has their back. Onzen's waiting in the wings, not in a position to get the trade, and Demo looking to stay alive for IHC, but a second knock goes over towards Alex. It's Revo from Alpha 7.
Some good shots all proned up right now. IHC, though, still have to deal with the final player. Pump action in hand, and the double barrel coming through. The Honey Badger. Submachine gun for Onzens.
Ooh, up the stairs he goes, but he's cut down just as quick. And IHC take FaZe out of the running very, very early on. I was looking for those adjustments on the northwest side, and I was not disappointed.
I mean, say less of an adjustment here, realistically. And IHC have done this during their last chance as well, where they would specifically target weaker teams. And for them, they were constantly dropping on squads that they thought that they could take out fairly easily. And they made it happen over in last chance and survival stage. And they're doing it here because they seem to have identified a weakness in FaZe, you know, not doing so hot, not being able to get out of a lot of these fights, and IHC happy to pick up some free points off the back of it. Currently 15 points total with not the eliminations added on top yet. So I think for IHC, this is an incredible thing to be doing, even into PMGC, which is just taking the fight to anyone, anywhere, anytime. It gives you more space to play around with. Not only that, IHC dropping in South George alongside with Alpha 7 in North George. That is a bold statement to make.
Certainly a way to keep up with their countrymen, with the other one of the other 2 Mongolian squads in these finals. Highest regional representation alongside China. Stalwart, obviously, such a main contender, duking it out right now with Alpha 7. But these things can change very, very quickly this early into proceedings. Any team from bottom to top can take a massive, massive leap here. We've seen those games happen, right? If WBG, for instance, 17 elimination chicken dinner, they're right back in that running near the top spot.
Yeah, really, really good stuff for them to take them back up towards that top side. But this is where we really start to create that foundation, is that day one, right? You know, you've got to get the biscuit crust on the bottom of your cheesecake first before you do anything else, right? So all that other games over towards the next 2 days, that's going to be just developing your cake. Let's be honest.
You definitely need that buttery biscuit base
to build
it all up on
base
top of.
at the bottom. Exactly. But yeah, IHC really good on these hot drops, and they were practicing them all the time over in the PMGC League stage. Doing it here again, I can't believe it's happening over in the finals, which is fantastic to see. So I'm super pleased with how this is going overall so far.
I rated them going into last chance as well. I'd had the pleasure of covering them in their group stage during the leagues. We saw that blast off, and again, it's that streaky style, it's that high variance play when you are a more elimination-focused team that is paying off for them. And it seems like it might be this roster that's going there, but strong and consistent is the story for Nongshim Red Force. They have been able just to keep it going, right? 17 points on the standings right now. You can see IHC a little bit ahead of them because of the eliminations they just got, but yeah, that's a really solid result. That's 8.5 points a match.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the leaderboard right now, what's really nice about this one is that the spread is awesome in terms of where these teams are placing. You know, it's only a few points drop off every single game right now for each and every team, which is something that really reads into the fact that this is a very stacked lobby, right? Very equal in skill. So for a lot of these squads, some are finding more success than others, but it follows that general path downwards. And I mean, it kind of makes sense that we would see Alpha 7 and Stalwart on top alongside with IHC, particularly because all these three teams do have rotations in hand, which are very good. They can take team fights as well, and they're very, very good at holding multiple positions on the map. So for Alpha 7 STE, or Stalwart and IHC, this is something that makes sense for them to be here. Same with Nongshim Red Force, S2G. Udo Alliance are further down the list in 6th place because I don't think that they have that team fight down yet. That team fight aspect is just not there yet. So it all makes sense. And I'm curious to see if playing versus these top squads in the world will change out how some of these teams do end up playing. But in the meantime, let's take a quick look at the map, John. A circle heading over towards that western side. Alpha 7 still have Revo and a couple of other players up towards that northern edge. They've got to split downwards, though. In the meantime, it's Sue versus Mythic. We'll take down one. Much needed elimination there for WBG as well, considering down in 16th place, only the 2 points.
I certainly need them. But I said any team can make it happen this early on, right? And we've seen WBG have a lot of strength in the past. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that pressure into this match. Alpha 7, a team that's certainly shown that pressure in match number 1. Not quite as lucky in match number 2, but
wow,
they're fighting for the top of Everest. So are IHC and so are S2G right now. They are once again into a little bit of a scrap. Senna wants the nade over towards the back lines. Silas dodges out of the way of that one. Mafioso fairly low here, but shouldn't be too much to worry about. In the meantime, S2G marshalling their forces to move forward. They are a little bit split right now, which means they aren't at full force. You can see Razy and Calci a lot further back. Alpha 7 a lot more cohesive in their position right now, a little bit further east, but S2G can change that. They go for the regroup.
I think for Alpha 7, there's a lot of talk about how this team's going to be the new grand champion of PMGC. They've yet to make it happen yet. But taking this fight between them and the previous grand champion is a step in the right direction, right? You know, if they can prove versus S2G that they're better the team, you know, that story becomes a whole lot more believable going into the future. Either way, looking at that shot coming through from Silas over towards Demo, kind of godlike, to be quite honest with you. The lock-on from the DP, sort of disgusting the way he tracked him in the air as well. Tell this guy's been playing for years now at this point in PUBG Mobile.
And S2G, I mean, if you can take a player from IHC down, you take that opportunity. Perfect capitalization. Try and take the wind out of the sails for the players of IHC. Try and keep them in the corner. It's going to be a hard task, but you've got to start somewhere, and that's the way to do it. Major Pride, a little bit disappointing so far in their games that we've seen from them. The first match, it looked like they could have done more. Second, didn't really see anything. That west bridge was their Achilles heel. This time around, they're not going to have to cross, but we'll see if they can play a little bit more central, as they have got the spot here on the map for the center of this next shift. Loops have got a shot over to DX Xavier, but they won't be able to find it.
Do have that shot, but not able, like you say, to connect anything on that side. Morph currently playing up towards that northwest edge. Holding strong as long as they can. Stalwart coming in from Novo Rep Noya at the moment.
Alpha 7 close by to Morph now. Both of them looking to take position. A north outpost for Alpha 7 to try and keep them clean on that side. But Cleon is there, rolling around the ridgeline to try and give them a little bit of a spook. Unfortunately, not finding an angle on them just yet. Nade sent towards Rocky. Slow down the backstop. Mafioso's there. Looks like he has an angle. Potential to ruin Morph's stay. As he has that DP, a lot of ammo in the back pocket. Steps up for one and will find the first. An excellent knock, and there's the rest of his team moving on through with the DBS. A nade in hand now for Yoro on the back lines to maybe take care of him. It's straight towards him, but Mafioso ducks left, steps back behind the rock. Stays safe for the time being, has a nade of his own, and Yoro has more pressing matters to deal with. Sent back by Alpha 7. The top spot will not go that quietly.
Yeah, I said that the boys were holding on the northwest side, but not for much longer, like you said. And Alpha 7 will get all players back on their feet. 6 eliminations added to their tally once again, John. And this is what we were talking about. The boys from Alpha 7 running away with things.
Oh, IHC taking a challenge with S2G. Hamzy does have backup from the high ground. It's an even trade right now. If Hamzy can get the heal off, though, he might have an advantage. Drops out the smoke in the meantime, and here's the backup. IHC rolling forwards. Alex in with that UAZ, moving on through, but Silas is still there with a DP. Finds Demo in the backlines. The heal comes through for Hamzy, and now he's back into the fight. Alex on the inside. Fully known on the position. Godless for IHC on the high ground to maybe try and turn things around. Alex looks to take the shots for Silas, but he just doesn't make it happen. Silas continues to put on a raucous display. Violence for S2G.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for Silas there, that is a big deal versus Alex, who was kind of the apex predator over in his group. Versus a lot of teams, he was able to 1v3, 1v4, yet there, Silas puts him down man to man, face to face. So S2G, again, not looking too bad at all, honestly. So far in the 3 games that we've currently seen, and are watching presently.
Stalwart on the south. Spotted. Action's gone down here, and the vehicle explosion takes him all the way out. Stalwart playing as 3. Split. A bit far away from each other. I see a Vanguard right now, trying to swing around to that western side, move in on the south edges of Gatka, past Titan, past 4MV, but it's a little bit easier said than done there.
Yeah, honestly, for some of these squads, there is some difficult rotations to be made going forward now. For S2G, for instance, getting across this field to regroup, to link back up with Ray Z, that's going to be a difficulty for some of the boys on the northwest side because they do have to move now. Udo Alliance on the northeast edge around school will have to push through both 628 as well as WBG. Not the biggest deal, but we have already mentioned that team fight factor coming through from Udo Alliance. Do they have it now? Can they break through the barricade that is going to be set up in front of them? That's a real question here for Udo Alliance because they can't just keep putting their guns away and putting their Nikes on. It's not all about the movement, John.
You got to have a little bit more in the back pocket. Fanciest feet in the world. Won't do your job good if you take a bullet to the brain. Unless you keep your brain in your feet, then it might help.
Not sure how many people do that. It would also explain why you've had an operation on your foot.
That's true. Yes, I did need brain surgery.
Yeah,
to, you know.
You do.
Oh no. Why is he so right?
You did what? You limped into that one.
That is true. At full waddle.
No, we all need to have sympathy votes for John right now.
For context, I've had an operation on my feet and I'm using a walking stick right now.
He's an old man.
I'm absolutely fine, but I am waddling.
He's waving his stick around.
Oh, these young'uns. I was there back in Berlin.
You were?
Yeah, PMCO.
100 years ago.
God,
crazy. Major Pride over in the centre of the circle right now. Honestly, this is a chance for Major Pride to actually get some points on board. Not looking too hopeful for this team at the moment. I did actually want to touch on Procedure Evos earlier on, and I liked what Jason brought up on the desk there about, you know, switching the players in and out. It's something they were able to do during the group stage as well, because they were comfortable with switching Zuxi and Luxi in, having Zuxi and Luxi in at the same time, just so they could really mess with my pronunciation on the regular. But I do think that for Procedure Evos, being able to have players in and out who are all comfortable playing with each other gives you that chance to reset, to go again almost at the end of the day. So for Procedure Evos here, maybe another game where they can get a good result, not only in just placement points, but also the elims. And coming in from Ruins on this north side, there is an opening. But going versus Major Pride and Alpha 7, it's a difficult push to be made, that's for sure.
For me, this is the proving ground for Major Pride, right? In this position, can they keep it together? Because it is, as you said, a strong position, an opportunity for Procedure Evos, of course, but also similarly, that same opportunity afforded to Major Pride on that north side. Can they keep it through? Because if they can't, I'm sort of going to start to pay attention to other teams in this standings right now. 12th place on the cards. They had an opportunity match 1. We'll see if they can take it this time.
Yeah, I definitely think for the time being we can count them out. I don't think they've done anything too spectacular so far. There was some good rotations on Sanhok, but so far I would say that's really about it for them at the moment. But you're right, this game is one where they have a position they can maybe do something from. IHC, final player, Godless. Looking to take a little bit of revenge on S2G, and this is that crossing that we're talking about. Could be a little bit dangerous. Get their first player across in Hamzy G towards Cal C and Ray Z. Two limbs on the match, but there are shots over towards Silas.
I think he's just about made it safe over that ridgeline. WBG in the meantime on the east side, very, very close to 628, to the south point of U2 Alliance's position. They're having to heal up before going for this one. Ming already low, but forwards in the buggy, trying to break through the lines of U2 Alliance. It goes well until it doesn't, as Ming falls first. WBG now down to 3 players, and I think another has been knocked. That's only the 2, and we can see them both on the screen, trapped in the blue, scurrying around to try and scrabble some points together, but it's just not going their way.
Iftar, nice shots over towards WBG. Will take down one with the help of Flax. There is 628 also chilling off in the mist there towards the northern side. Scary team to come across. U2 Alliance still hold up towards that northeast side though, John, so they have a lot of space to play around with right now. So many teams all forced to push in.
You've still got these fields to the north of Gatka that jut into this next circle, Blank, and providing a big barrier to a lot of those teams on that southwest side to sweep through that north. That's Alpha 7's buffer right now. Their buffer zone on the south side of their position, and Alpha 7 are going to look to move further south to take more of the zone under their control.
Yeah, specifically with this circle right now, Major Pride do have that compound that I imagine quite a few teams would like to pick apart for themselves. Dino went on a bit of a scouting mission down towards that south side. But it is Nongshim Red Force holding themselves. Beautiful position down towards the south. Good shots there coming through from 4 Miracle Vibes, but it's been given back by Titans.
Bamboo does finally go down, and it looks like 4MV might be in with a chance of taking this one all the way down, and they do. 2 players to survive it though, and on the south side, behind Loops, behind the Xavier, behind Nongshim Red Force, it's a tough time in their very near future. See if 4MV can get much further, because they've already lost another one.
Nongshim Red Force do decide that that's enough from 4 Miracle Vibes. Really good shots from them down towards the southeast. This is where things are going to start to pop off. Already there's been a knockover towards Alpha 7. Not sure exactly where that one came from. And another central circle. That's difficult, man. That's difficult to play.
But that road right in the middle with Nongshim Red Force enclosed by that road turn. It's going to be very, very difficult to take that south side, but it's the north that we're looking at. And it's S2G that we turned our attention to now, as Stalwart have met their match yet again. This is 2 for 2 so far for S2G against Stalwart on the fights. Blank, looks like Turkey have turned up in the home ground. Nurzed left alone.
Yeah, sort of rinsing Stalwart, honestly. And if you think about it, if Stalwart was able to get further into a lot of these matches, it wasn't for S2G, potentially they'd be much further on the rankings. Here's Pasija Evos versus Alpha 7. Big engagement for this squad.
Alpha 7 a little bit split, but Misery down first, and Carrillo always slick with it, always looks good. Luxy with the chance though, and Carrillo's good for one, and he's on the swivel. Who is this man? How does he keep doing this? Carrillo is here. A statement made against Pasija Evos on the northern flank. Can Major Pride get ahead of this though? Can they swim in on this south?
Mate, the boy just came a 1 pump for each player. That's all he needed. That's sort of mad. I ain't gonna lie. Singh, though, tries to get across, but U2 Alliance are at least singing him a nice little funeral dirge there to finish things off. Dick Xavier over on the rocks. Trying to live this one out themselves.
There they go. Major Pride with their chance. Can they hold the rock? U2 Alliance take the first knock sent their way. A good start to things. Can they keep it together? They've still got Nomi on the back foot. Another nade over the top to get one more knock, and U2 Alliance starting to falter. A lot of damage sent to Olio, and more nades to pour through. Major Pride smell blood in the water, and they will not slow it down. They roll on in, and now just one player left to stand. Iftar on the back lines. And it's right in the sight lines of Major Pride. They take one, but he goes down for it, and they'll get the res. In come DX Xavier, though, from the south.
Okay, effect up to 4 eliminations for himself there. You're right, though. DX Xavier not happy to let this one slide on the other side. Nades come through. Chua, absolute arm on this lad. Instantly flow away from the side of that smoke. Really good coordination right now from Major Pride here. Nade over the top. Doesn't do too much for them, but Levi seems to have them on target. 5 more nades in the back pocket. Just keep sending them over the top here. Chipping away at the boys from Major Pride. cutting away at the marble here.
But they can't really afford to go too far forwards with the sight lines that other teams are going to have on their back. Getting across this road is going to be really, really tough. They need a knock or two over towards Major Pride. That's what these nades are hoping to achieve. And Major Pride can answer with relative impunity at this stage. Unless Alpha 7 start to get involved from this western edge, they've got more pressing ideas, looking to move more central. They don't want to flank out this way just yet. They might change their mind, but for now, Major Pride kind of have the advantage in this trade.
Interesting position, and one that I would kind of look out for here is right next to the blue. A lot of players go for this, but they've fallen for it easily as well. Nade over the top will do more damage. Incredibly low now. One of their players is in effect on life support in the backside there.
They're going to pop the heal immediately, and that was what they were looking for, that knock and go. Over towards Major Pride. Jump up into those vehicles, but they're being slowed, they're being harried by loops behind them, by East, the last player from 4MV as well. Naomi with a challenge, and Trump tries to move forwards. He's through, he's across, but he's taken half his HP. Levi's tries to make that dash as well, but is being handled. In the meantime, Effect on the back lines does not get taken down by Levi's. Unfortunately for DXavier, they cannot find that hole in the armor, but Dino steps straight into the sightlines of Levi's, and Major Pride once more will crumble. Effect the last to stand for them. Can he make it work? Because DXavier have picked them apart.
So unfortunate with Dino that you can tell the information has been passed across from this player that he's just on the edge of the smoke. Dino reads into the call, immediately tries to spray for him, just doesn't quite hit the shots. Now Effect has to hit some more, but will go down with only 4 eliminations in pocket after that one. 6 teams remain. Alpha 7, DXavier, Loops, 4 Miracle Vibes, Nongshim Red Force, and S2G still in it to win it on that western edge. They took some pot shots over towards Alpha 7. It's really only Nongshim Red Force that's managed to find some big damage. That is until the Vietnamese squad set foot onto the scene.
Starting to extend their influence now. High ground found for DXavier. 8 eliminations. The smoke blooms around Alpha 7 to try and keep them safe. Alpha 7, the main arbiters of S2G's position. They go down, S2G have a much better time of getting across this open field that sits in front of them.
Certainly right now, DXavier's got one of the strongest positions in the lobby. You know, playing over towards that roadside where currently Loops is would be nice to play, but again, this is where you can completely rinse the guys on Alpha 7, and Levi's opens things up. Doesn't wait, doesn't hesitate, he's in.
He's rolling on forwards, keeping those sightlines under control. Alpha 7 should be able to find this res, but they take 2 sightlines out of the mix, Lamborghini and Levi's. A duo move forwards for DXavier. They want to keep these points rolling on into their bank. 9 eliminations they're up to now. Levi's sat back. I think that might have come from S2G, you know,
mate.
Across the way. And there's the shot. There's the nade. Lamborghini finds Senab. Alpha 7 cut through the middle there. A swift thrust. And Lamborghini looks to put the hurt down, but there's an answer, and there's a reason these guys are at the top of the tables. Revo keeps it on going, but S2G are blinking away into the back lines. 1 player falls, Kelsey's there, and that's the high ground on the top of the building for Nongshim Red Force, because there's 2-2 split going on right now, and Nongshim have power as well.
Yeah, honestly, we've not talked too much about Nongshim Red Force, but they probably have held one of the strongest spots in the lobby this whole game.
Max is indicating that they were definitely talking about it the whole time. 7 called it. He's a wise man. Is
you
our
can't
7.
hear him.
We're busy with the scraps going on between S2G and Alpha 7, but he's eating the whole meal on the south side with Nongshim Red Force. Alpha 7 under pressure continually by DXavier, and that is not going to change anytime soon. Just Revo left.
Lamborghini down again.
This guy's solid. This
Yeah,
guy's a pretty good player. We should pay attention.
This guy is a really good player, honestly. Revo is sort of sick with it. And again, this match doesn't matter too much for Alpha 7, even if they go down now. With the 11 eliminations they found, this is a fantastic game overall. But I think Revo on a bit of a timer at this point in time, right? Good shots from Levi's, takes him down. Beautiful little headshot over his way, moves out, but Levi's gets taken down by the S2G players in the process. Both players have to duck down. Levi's technically gone now, really. Lamborghini desperately trying to heal back up again, but DXavier down to 3. Their star player in Levi's falling on the way.
Oh, High ground, Tizzy finds Ray-Z. Nongshim really the main force in this lobby. S2G have done well to survive on this western edge, but that open field was always going to be tough.
Hello?
Except
Hello?
spotted by Loops. Chua's here, right over the top with the DBS for 1 and 2, and Loops are cut to size. Chua is answered towards though, and there's the shots coming through from Nongshim Red Force. They will not go down. Another shot, another knock over towards S2G, and Lamborghini's light them up.
Lamborghini coming through with maybe the 1v4. One more on the cards here for him. Keeps spraying. 15, 13 bullets left in the mag. Looks to go for the shots on the side. Hardly any HP left. Silas getting pushed by the blue. Just about keeps them in.
Gets to the tree, gets to the cover behind Nongshim Red Force as well. They know exactly where he is though, and I don't think Silas is going to be able to get much further. XZY opens the mag and will take it down. It's Tizzy to take the honor though, and Cardozin for Loops. Ladders up into second place. It is Nongshim Red Force, consistent, always there, always in the conversation. Now they've found their opening. This should be the chicken dinner for them.
I mean, we talk about loops, mate. This has come full circle. We're having another loop on our cards with Cardozin being the last player from loops in the end game once again.
No eliminations.
Sort of silly. No eliminations needed. We'll take the second place.
Oh, you might get a knock or two. No, unfortunately, the hop into the back there is good. And Nongshim Red Force, the South Korean team that surprised us being the entry into the finals for the region, have turned up yet again a really strong, consistent style. Not super flashy blank, but it didn't need to be.
Yeah, very difficult to really talk about that team too much when there was so much going on around the map, which was sort of posturing, right? You know, teams puffing out their chests at one another, trying to show who's boss. S2G though, they're holding it together very nicely at the moment, I would say. You know, being able to hold their own versus some of these best squads in the lobby, which we know have extremely good firepower behind them. It's nice to see.
Alpha 7 get pretty deep into that match as well there to maintain their top spot. I think Nongshim, it depends how many eliminations they got there actually, but they might be right next to them now after that chicken dinner because Alpha 7 didn't get too many placement points.
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force, like, honestly, some strong games coming through from them at the moment. And I mean, sort of flying under the radar, they're playing what I would call to be pretty classic PUBG Mobile from back in the day. Take some strong compounds, get a checkpoint further on.
That's how they won their group.
And then, you know, get that crossfire working. I think a lot what we're seeing these days is just some massively aggressive maneuvers from all these squads. But Nongshim Red Force keeping it real.
MVP was only 2 eliminations going on through Tizzy on Nongshim Red Force, so it was a very controlling game for them, as we've kind of highlighted there. You can see across the board total. Okay, Tizzy, okay, he got 4 eliminations. Oh no, 4 knockouts, 2 eliminations. Across the board it was 5, so 15 points on the match.
I think what you got to realize about Tizzy's position is that he had so many angles on so many players on that hillside. Realistically, all he had to do was cause casualties, and success comes from there, right?
Everyone on that north side of the road really started to struggle when that circle came down south. S2G trying to cross that open ground. In the meantime, just denied, but and what a light up from Lamborghini as well. I mean, he was roaring on all of those cylinders, making so much noise for DXavier.
Yeah, the engine in that lad is certainly purring. I mean, for Chua as well, over towards Loops. What was that play from him? I don't think Loops even expected Chua to just run down the hill like that, DBS in hand. Sort of silly when we saw it come through. Exactly, who does that? That's what Loops probably were asking themselves in that situation. But DXavier pull out some crazy moves time and time again. And that's what sort of makes them so strong, is that the unexpectedness of some of their plays are silly. However, they also can play a strong, normal game.
Nothing illustrates the pressure that Nongshim Red Force had than the utility they used there. Basically nothing. Let's head over to the desk.
Well, like Kalaris out there, I for one welcome our new South Korean overlords here in PUBG Mobile. Nongshim Red Force, man. There hasn't really been a single bad match out of this team as they have been putting up the work, especially when accounts are closing things out. And, well, we got an STE win, Max. We got a Nongshim Red Force win 7. Does that mean I get to choose who wins next?
You might get a chance. But I mean, this is why I'm so hype on this team. We wanted to see what would happen if they actually got a circle and they didn't really have to rotate. They were able to showcase that perfectly. At one point, we were talking about what are they going to be able to do here? Are they going to try to push towards S2G? Are they going to be trying to gatekeep them?
Yeah.
And they ended up gatekeeping them as well as being able to push. The 2-2 split that they did there towards the end worked out wonders.
And you said it, especially during that game, right, Seven? The one of the biggest points as to why you like this team so much is they don't call the shots too early. They are very good when it comes to timing. They just wait, okay, STG on the western side, we're still in circle, we can go for this 2-2 split, play center while also playing edge, and just overwhelming the rest of the teams that are rotating late, because outside of their 2 positions, there was nothing to play with. They knew they had the game in the pocket, as long as you don't do any mistakes, which Nongshim Red Force in circles like this do not do.
They're not over-aggressive, which is nice to see as well. They have that switch. We saw it earlier in the earlier match whenever they third-party to fight towards the South Military with D Savior and another team. And then here, we're being able to see the patience out of them with not being able to push it towards STG, waiting for the right moment.
Well, they don't even end up with the most points, but as you're saying, not too aggressive sometimes. They still get the win nonetheless, but D Xavier, 16 eliminations, 4 placement points for a total of 20. They put in the work, but so did Alpha 7, to be fair, with 11 elims.
Wait, we didn't drop or rotate into S2G? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they were playing so well, even at solos, right? So we saw Chua have some great clutch moments. We saw Levi's at some point have 6 eliminations, and Lamborghini just clutching it up, almost able to overwhelm the entirety of S2G in what I think was one of the worst circle rotations for them. Like, they had such a tough time playing the eastern side, but they were just making it work out, and the DBS of Chua was enough to get rid of loops too. Like, there was so many points of this game that Xavier, I think, were going to fumble, but they just keep surviving thanks to their raw gunplay.
Even earlier in their match, we were a little bit worried about that 2-2, the big 2-2 split that they were doing right, but I think the way that they were able to rotate faster, being able to regroup in that split second, that actually impressed me. I thought they were going to be able to hold it a little bit long, and I thought it was going to backfire. And then talking about Carrillo, I mean, that 1v3 that he was able to get with the DBS against Precision, that was absolutely beautiful. We'll be talking about, we were wanting to see Carrillo from loops when he was able to just absolutely destroy everybody in the game and out of the game. And then right now, he's being able to just do it in the game as well with the DBS.
And that's the thing. We've been saying for years now, if Carrillo can perform with Alpha 7, this is going to be an unstoppable team. And we see him able to put up the 5 eliminations. Like, this is a deadly squad. And I don't know what's happened from regionals till now, 7, but this Carrillo has just massively stepped up.
Earlier in the match as well, when they were looting, they ended up third-partying the fight between FaZe Clan and ISC. No, they didn't decide to push that fight, but they were being able to just take some shots onto the teams. They were able to eliminate one player from FaZe Clan, and then towards the end, if I do have to nitpick a little bit what this team did, I feel like they got a little bit too passive there at the end. I felt like they should have continued on with their aggressiveness and try to push a little bit more towards D Xavier. They put themselves in such a position that a lot of teams were going to be looking at them. And once again, that's just me nitpicking right there of what they could have improved.
I think that you have to play passive in a situation like that because you only have what Rocks and Trees to work with. In a situation like that, you have S2G in the open fields over to the western side. You have D Xavier just shredding out everyone apparently over to the eastern edge. I think you have to play passive, play around smokes. If you do have some early information, maybe go for an elimination here or there. But I think that's a situation where you can't be overly aggressive, only when you're 100% confident you're going to hit that shot, get the knock or the flush.
So I'm looking at Loops here in 8th place. 8 placement points, 8 eliminations. I can almost guarantee you those 8 placement points came from Cardozo alone.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
100%.
He keeps surviving. Yeah.
It's insane.
What's that? 3 matches in a row now. He's the last one alive for his team every single time.
Yeah, and just snaking it up. Like, if they can, I feel like when you see how good they are as individual players, I want to see Ayala in particular. I've hyped up Ayala quite a bit. I would like to see him survive a bit more in the later stage. If they are playing around Garadozin a lot more in the late game stage, I feel like they are in scenarios, in positions where they could maybe gun for a podium, if not a win. Like, it's just Garadozin as a solo never has the chance to do so yet.
I'm with you on that.
And obviously looking at well, Stalwart Esports, obviously at the back of a win previously, they met their demise once again by S2G. It seems to be their kryptonite here. I don't know what it is about this in particular, but something's not really working out too well for them.
And that's what I was wondering too. We were talking about this in between matches. What I wanted to see out of Stalwart Esports is what would happen with this team whenever they didn't get a circle. Whenever they didn't be able to control what they were going to be doing. They had to push. They actually ended up pushing a little bit late for my liking. If we're kind of talking about teams being able to rotate a little bit faster, that team did not rotate fast enough, and he ended up hurting them in the long run.
I would like to see an improvement on the information game for Stalwart in particular, because they went on to, who was it, 4MV, 4 Miracle Vibes, I think very close to them, lose a player, because there's a lack of scouting on that late rotation. I want them to try and gather more information, and if you do so, late rotations are going to be rewarded a bit more because you can know if an entry point is viable as an option, or if they scouted before onto 4MV, they could wide rotate to the west as a 4-man team, maybe crash onto the side of also Nongshim Red Force or maybe S2G, but it's just that trial and error that sometimes is going to lose you players.
Something that you mentioned too is that this team is great whenever they are able to kind of set themselves. They don't really have to rotate as much. They need to be able to adjust that here. If not, they're not going to be a championship team, especially with what we're seeing out of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah.
And speaking of rotations, you know, one thing you really hammered on when we were prepping for the event, Max, is Titan Esports Club seem to have these like next level rotations. Very smart about where they want to go. They're very aware of where all the teams are on the map, and obviously they're not doing too well so far in our bottom 8.
Yeah, I think they saw in the elimination feed Cario get a 1v3 with a DBS. Like, DBS, we don't play that. That's a really scary weapon. We're trying to avoid that as much as possible because we talked about it, the DBS not being played as much in PL, that is a big like slap to reality when you're coming onto this international stage. If it's PMWI or PMGC, you are going to struggle, so it makes it a bit tougher than
we talked to the Chinese casters, right, and they were saying the S12 is what they mostly use.
Yeah.
So
But
they do use shotguns, but not, I mean...
They did say they were going to be able to adjust quickly. It's 3 matches now.
Haven't seen it.
How quickly are we talking about?
Day 3, last game. That's how quick.
Let him cook.
Well, let him cook, yeah.
Hey, I know you know how to say that in Chinese.
Yan da shou.
I'm glad you went with that phrase, not the other phrases you were taught today. But another team, again, we talked about rotations. FaZe Clan, still not really existent. Mela, obviously one of the star players of the team that we saw in Survival Stage and Last Chance. They've been a little bit quiet. Obviously, the caliber of the lobby is a little bit different. But this, I don't know, did you, I'll be blunt. Did you truly expect them to be able to have the kind of performance they had in Survival and Last Chance here in PMGC Grand Finals? For me, I'd say no.
I had no expectations. I wanted to see how the start of the tournament was going to go. From what we've seen right now, no big adaptations too. I have a lot of doubts when it comes to FaZe in particular. We've seen them do that adaptation in the last game, like when there was the most pressure on their shoulders, which means they could technically do it again. But as you said, the caliber of like skill in this lobby is so high that I don't think it's going to be even like enough at this point to be able to catch up to top 5, top 3 when you have teams that are so consistent like Nongshim Red Force and are just going to be overshadowing all of your performances.
Yeah, I didn't think FaZe Clan was going to be performing pretty well here. I saw them being able to, I covered that group stage. They took too long to be able to adjust here. And right now with what we're seeing out of them, with the way that some of these teams are playing, they're not going to be able to adjust in time for them to even make a push there towards that first place.
And that leads
and it's crazy saying that we just only had 3 matches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's safe to judge, right? We've had, oh, I'm not going to even try to do the math on this one. We've had half of our matches today. And we only have 2 days left after that. So I'm not even going to look at John. I mean, you're technically right.
Yes.
3/18, which is 1/6.
Math. 2023, his math is on point.
2024, he's going to be doing calculus live on air. He's going to be teaching John how to do statistics. That look of like, shut up, Jason, this ain't happening.
It's like, no.
But Procedure, I don't really know what to expect for them coming into this. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the old Bigatron. We talked a lot about the Twins. Misery has always been like a focal point of this team and the performances they've been able to put up. But also Redface has been kind of non-existent. For me, he was also one of the big players when it came to the group stages.
Yeah, I want to see from the entirety of Procedure Evos, they've been sticking a bit closer, which is nice. It's just they allowed Alpha 7 in particular to get way too close on that position. When they breach, especially that 2 building compound, it's very nadeable around the walls. You need to set up that utility super early on, but they just allow the Fox in the hen house, and then you have pretty much just Cario with a DBS, and he's just going to obliterate the entirety of Procedure Evos. So right now, getting good positions, they can do that really efficiently. I just want to hold them defended down like a 4, and if they can do so, I'd say we could expect more from Procedure Evos, but it's been a bit of a slow start for sure.
Yeah, slow start indeed. And I mean, we kind of see them, when we're talking about some of the other teams, little things that they can fix, whether it's defending or whether it's being a little bit too aggressive. Right now, we have seen them being a little bit aggressive, and it has backfired. We have seen them being defensive here, and it kind of backfired against Alpha 7 as well.
I mean, that makes me think about IHC, actually, because we're talking about, like, potential dark horses. I think, for me, they can be one of the dark horses, because I think they can easily be one of the strongest fragging teams out there in this lobby. But late stage is just something they can never seem to get to. They can never hold on long enough with all 4 players alive to get to that place. Demo in particular, we're talking about being one of the star players in this roster. But yeah, they can frag out. And technically, I love a team that can frag out versus a team who can't get placement points. But right now, something's got to change for them, because what they're currently doing, again, it's not going to get them a trophy, and they need to obviously avoid these shot drops even with teams like FaZe.
And we saw it happen during the entirety of the league stage, except towards DM when they understood, okay, placement points, kind of important.
Kind of important.
Maybe we need a few of those. But it's just, they short get eliminations, they got squad wipes, which is great, love to see it. You lose players. You lose one player in a fight. You lose another player in a fight. Then you're down to a duo. You're not going to be able to breach anymore. You're going to go for trash locations in circle. Your chances of a podium are really low, and going for chicken dinner is just almost impossible at that point. So fights are good. Delay them as much as possible, though. Just like Nonstrom Red Force, you mentioned, take your fights when they make sense.
Yep.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it's time to head into our final Erangel here of our first day of play at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So let's send it back to our commentators of John, Allen, and Blank once again.
Thank you very much, Jason, and the other guys as well. They're there. They're doing a lot of work. They're doing pretty good work
There's
as well,
bits,
mind you.
yeah.
They are
My
definitely
hair
doing
isn't.
bits.
Look at this.
Have you had a nightmare?
Look, it just won't stay still today. I don't know what's going on. But yeah,
do our hair in the
they are
live on
doing
camera.
some good bits over there, over on the desk. You know, hitting some strong points. You know, where they can, of course.
For
you
sure.
know.
Oh yeah. You know.
They're not us.
They're very capable. I've been told.
By who?
You.
Hoopst. Meast.
Yoomst.
What about East from 4MV?
Oh my goodness,
like
mate.
that. Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
didn't. Actually,
Haha.
I didn't. Let's take a look at the chicken dinner winners here right now. Alpha 7, Stalwart, Nongshim Red Force. I feel like this is an excellent story. to
Major
start
Pride
telling.
fan.
Hey, look at
There's
that.
no
There's one.
way.
I've spotted him.
There's no way there's
He's
a Major
here.
Pride fan here.
He's
That's
here.
crazy.
He's on my side. I had them in my top
Are you
three.
going to cheer for them now?
Yeah.
With all the turkey fans
I've given
up
up
front?
on them a little bit, but that banner has given me some major pride.
Has it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm major proud of that guy. The whole I wonder if he's the manager.
By the end of the day, probably going to be major cried though, because it's a pretty sad state of affairs. for them.
Yeah, major. Oh, you guys.
Gotcha.
You've been paparazzi. You could try. They're trying to take selfies.
Yeah.
We gave big selfie.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Biggest
still complain.
I don't think that's how that works. But
Yeah, absolutely is. Anyway,
Fair enough.
10 seconds over towards our fourth angle, and then obviously our little dusty dessert on the
Oh.
desert of
Yes.
Miramar.
Desert dessert
Yeah.
of the day. After
I love that you were happy with that, even though you were the one who made
Yeah.
that joke earlier.
I know. That's why I was happy. I was
Oh,
like,
you were
yes, I
like-
did do that.
I didn't do
That was
that.
me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what is also going to be me all over. It's this next game, Blank. Erangel, the last one of the day, as we go into our over the 1/6 of the matches mark for this match number 4
Yeah,
of 18.
We're going into the...
Oh, 4 out of 18.
4 out of 18.
Doesn't divide, I'll give you a
It doesn't
spoiler.
divide, no.
No.
4
Oh, you're still trying to do it, okay.
4 and 1 knife.
Look, 5 fours are 20.
Yeah.
4.5 fours are 18. There you go.
Damn. 119.
1 9. Is it? No, it can't be a 9.
No,
I think I've lied to you.
You have lied to me. Anyway, what I won't lie to you about is this plane path heading over from that western side over towards Lipovka. Much easier plane path to work with than a lot of other ones we've had today. Very much on the eastern edge of things. Alpha 7 on South George right now. FaZe over towards Zaki. An interesting spot, honestly, for FaZe, I would say, up towards Zaki's side. We've seen them play it before, but I just think that it doesn't give you a lot of options. We saw that from the last game. We head all the way down towards the southern edge. Really difficult to play around there overall. But S2G, happily surprising me.
Yeah, they're staying up there. They're staying in amongst it towards the title spots for the time being. Certainly good news for the home crowd. This northern circle might give them a little bit more of a run. They've had to go south twice now. See if they can make their way north this time around, because we're going up and over the river. Morph, very central, near to Derby.
Very much an off little circle for us. Like you said, Morph in a strong spot towards Saverny. We have seen a fair few times. That, you know, we usually do get the teams that start in Saverny don't do all that great overall.
Difficult.
It's difficult.
I wonder if that's a self-selecting sample. I wonder if it's teams that don't do well go to Saverny, or if it's teams that go to Saverny don't do well. There's two options there, and I feel like Morph are going to have to prove us wrong.
Maybe. But I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of games.
I've seen, so much.
I've seen a ton of games, mate. And they all go down in Saverny. You start up there. I would love to be proven wrong, and PMGC is a place to prove people wrong at the end of the day. So we will see exactly what happens. Realistically, only about, let's say, 4 teams currently in the circle, with Procedure Evos in Yasnaya. Strong rotates for them available. WBG down towards that south side, alongside with Rozhok being claimed by Major Prize. It's been a while since Major Prize has been able to play Rozhok comfortably. mainly because Mad Bulls have been taking up residence in that location. Very good as well are the Mad Bulls. Surprising we didn't see them here. We saw Major Pride instead. I think a lot of people expected it to be Mad Bulls coming in from EU to take up the mantle here in PMGC. But Major Pride will take this position in Rozhok if they can get it.
WBG close enough to maybe worry them somewhat, but over in school and apartments on that split, it's quite far away from the initial engagement. But with the circle as it sits, it's most likely that they're going to be moving north fairly soon. Udo Alliance over towards Mill to Power on the military island circle. We saw them move very, very quickly down towards that south side. This time, they're a little bit more lento on their approach to this one. They'll have to get past loops if they want to move on up to the north side. Moving fast though, it's S2G on the southwest edge of this next circle. They've moved up from ruins and they're very, very quickly into those shooting range hills, Blank.
Yeah, speedy. Obviously third place right now. Doing great, I would say, in this tournament.
I think third place would count as great. I
yeah,
agree.
I'm pretty pleased with what we're seeing. Generally, some strong fights coming through from them, John, which is nice to see. Overall, I think that we had some concerns. I think those concerns have currently been alleviated. I wanted DXavier to do well. I wanted them to continue on the streak, and they have done, currently in 4th. But Alpha 7 still holding on to that nice #1 spot. But I do think that it is the South Korean team in Nongshim Red Force which has come as a surprise there in 2nd place.
Just staying consistent. I mean, that's the value of getting those middle points games, right? I mean, to be fair, it was 8.5 points a match that they got in the first 2. They didn't really surprise us a lot in that last time around, in the first 2 matches, but they were still earning those points, Blank, which gives them that platform to get a 15-point chicken dinner, right? It's not the most elaborate, it's not the most showy of chicken dinners, sure, but because of the work that they've put in, because of that consistency, that's given them that platform to shine when the time comes. On the flip side, you've got teams like IHC and DXavier who go for these more aggressive, flashy styles, and they need to make them pay off in a way that Nongshim has a little bit more relaxed of an approach to that situation.
Yeah. The difference being is that for teams like Alpha 7, S2G, DXavier, their playstyle probably leads to more points overall, I would say, John. Nongshim Red Force is very much a consistent playstyle. So the question is whether one of these teams has an absolute blinder of a tournament, because they can certainly keep up with the consistent teams by having some pop-offs here and there. But to be #1 versus a consistent team, you have to really pump those numbers every single match and take fights with everybody. What I'm trying to say is you have to be consistently aggressive, which is the difficulty in between it. The difference being between Nongshim Red Force is that when you play this sort of quiet play style, which relies on taking compounds and making sure your rotations are fine, some games you don't get a lot of elimination points, and that can lead a team that's quite aggressive to overlap you later on the tournament, just because they're putting out higher numbers than you can keep up with in the overall. So that's the one thing I do worry about for Nongshim Red Force. But again, I think this lobby is so flip-floppy at the moment in terms of the teams that Nongshim Red Force could technically get away with a consistent playstyle like this and still get to a strong position within the rankings, similar to Udo Alliance, that Malaysian squad that does have some very, very good games time and time again.
You're right. I mean, they are absolutely ready to take the extended family to the beach with the amount of flip-flops they've got on this table. They are kitted out for it. At the moment, the teams that I'm looking at being those pop-off teams, I think I've got 4 in mind, Blank. I think DXavier, Hot Streak right now, IHC, similar sort of description, I think. Loops and 628. These are my 4 teams that I think I'm looking at to go for these pop-offs. That we haven't quite seen as much from 628 and Loops as we have from IHC and DXavier, but I'm still ready and waiting for it. I think they've got the fire in them. I'll be keeping an eye out to see if they can catch up and maybe overtake that Nongshim Red Force situation.
Yeah, potentially. There's definitely potential there for them. Again, I do really want to see Pasija Evos do well in this tourney. Just because I think the legacy there is quite quite good, right? It's something that you want to keep up to date with. It's something that you want to happen again with Zuxi and Luxi. And more than that, I do wish success to Misery and Redface, who have had to jump into roles alongside some very famous players and still manage to stand out in that situation. It's very difficult, yet they still have. And here they are at PMGC alongside them. So for Procedure Evos and all the Indonesian fans at home, this is definitely a really big moment for them. And I don't really want to see Procedure Evos go down in sub-11th place, honestly. I'd like to see higher for them. And I know they can do it, but right now it's fending off some of these absolute behemoths of teams.
I think they fielded Luxi of the Twins this time around, and they get the circle shift up to the northeast side blank, into the Stalva foothills, to the east side of Severny, and into the shooting range hills. S2G went very early. They will be paid out for their troubles, and blank, you'll never guess who's just lost a player to them again. It's Stalwart. S2G seem to be their kryptonite.
Yeah, there's definitely some targeting going on. Let's put it that way. Because Stalwart just cannot make these rotations alongside them. And it's interesting because they're making a rotate at pretty much the exact same time, considering the fact that S2G is about, let's say, 2 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers away from this position. And then you have the boys on Stalwart in Nova Rep Neuer. It's weird to me that that rotation is coming through at such similar times on a map where they differ in position so much. There's a question to be had there, but I don't think I'll ask it till tomorrow.
Ooh, okay. I'll look forward to that one. Lamborghini, saw him roaring on the engine there last match. A strong performance, nearly taking down S2G in a 1v4, but pipped to the post by current, I think, damage leader, Silas, for S2G, who has had such a strong showing in the first 3 matches. Really sidling himself with the pressure from the rest of the team. FaZe turning Stalwart's forward position with the buggy a little bit off course there, but both teams divert, get away from one another. Still maybe some danger in the wings waiting for top for Stalwart as FaZe divert to the gas station.
First game in a while that FaZe has been able to play for the first few minutes of the game, at least. Get into this one. Stage 2 currently. FaZe head all the way towards that northern edge. It's one of the few times where, you know, a Zaki drop can work out. I know I've been proven wrong here, but I still stick with my guns. I don't think Zaki's the most competitive of drop spots. Let's put it that way.
It's true, it's fair. The Severny drop, though, for Morph, they've managed to get out of it.
It was cursed all along.
Well, they've got away, so it's Alpha 7 now in Severny.
Yeah.
Are Alpha 7 going to be able to break the game? Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Titan taking a little bit of a scrap back and forth with DXavier. Can the hot streak continue, or can Titan bring it to a close? Char with an A. Seems to be that it's just not going to happen. Lamborghini to the back lines, and Titan are just not having a good day today.
Honestly, the nades coming through from DX are probably the big things that stand out from this team. They are very good at getting that heavy ordnance over the side towards Titans. Been blasted back slightly. Ooh. Nice DBS shot there coming through from Lamborghini. The help is on the way, but not before Lamborghini does eventually hit the floor, hit the deck.
It's flushed out as well. Char on the top of the rock. Has to step forwards towards Suki. The nades are coming through for the back line, and now they can start to move forwards. Bamboo over on the higher ground, not going to do anything. And DXavier play on with 3, but losing Lamborghini, you're right, it's a major blow to them.
I mean, Levi's is technically their main man, right? But Lamborghini was fantastically good on that last match. Looked really quite potent. But I do think that it's still possible. Maybe wait for the guys over on DXavier. They'll be happy with how that one went down. You know, 3 players, more than enough. You get 4 eliminations off the back of it. Technically, you've already had a decent game. You're going out in essentially 5th place with 4 elims.
It depends where you want to end up, though, because at the moment, DXavier, well, at the start of the match, certainly, they were at 13 points behind Alpha 7. That is still quite a gap to make up, especially in the first 3 matches. Alpha 7 having 2 strong games, they were able to rack up a lot of points in that last area.
Yeah.
I think it was 11 eliminations, despite going down with only, what was it, 2 or 3 placement points?
Let's go as far as say this, right? I would say Alpha 7 technically right now has had 3 strong games back to back. With the elimination count they've had from each of them, like, none of them have been, well, I mean, the Sanhok was great, let's be honest.
That's what I said, 2 of their 3 games, because they're Erangel on the south coast of the military island.
I would still say that's a good game.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the rotation they made and the ability to get up on towards the cliffside and then at least have a chance at getting a fight with 628, that's a good game. And the points they earn, fairly decent in terms of placement points. It wasn't like they just laid down and died from North George, right? Getting to that position is not easy from their original drop spot. So I do think that for currently Alpha 7 has only had what I would see as pretty strong matches and pretty good decision making within those matches. And that is a difficult thing to catch up to. Again, this is now a chance for Nongshim Red Force to carry that momentum forward.
Keep up that consistency. South side of the 2-2 split right now for Nongshim Red Force. They're not really being pressured by anyone. No one's sat outside the circle completely. So they can bide their time a little bit. Loops leading a train to the middle. Have to draw short at a shack. Try and survive the onslaught of bullets being laid down their way by Major Pride. The other team's probably going to be spotting them out too as well. Morph mounting the hilltop behind them. Into the warehouse they go. Central positions being taken up by Morph, by Loops. By Major Pride, they're a little bit more towards the edge, but WBG have a slice on the northeast side as well.
Yeah, honestly, this is it's been an interesting one in terms of, like, it feels like these teams are starting to get used to one another, let's say, in terms of the rotations they want to make. Maybe not Stalwart and S2G, those two hate each other right now. But I do think some of these teams have been able to slip through the gaps a little bit. Procedure Evos, in fact, just giving a bit more room towards Udo Alliance, understanding where Udo Alliance plays from a lot of their time they spent during the group stages to get here for Procedure Evos, having to play out the entirety of that league stage all the way to the last chance to get in. So I do believe that what we're looking at right now is just teams giving others room, and it's not likely until stage 5 we start to see some big fights popping off. But some great shots though coming through from Loops.
Effect goes down, that spray, nearly take down Nomi as well. Ayala wants to finish the job, but he's put back in the shack by Morph's high ground position behind them. They can't really peek out too far. However, a lot of damage done to Major Pride. Losing that player, losing Effect. It's not great. They're trying to get into that central area with FaZe to their north. Still to their west as well. The CG Eagles have a crack at it as well, but Nomi still somehow weathering the storm. Another reload comes through from Luxy and not going to be able to get it off over to Nomi.
Playing with fire, that boy. It's Nomi. Felt like he should have gone down a few times there in the process. Procedure Evos, though, do spot. Not able to hit the shots in the distance. FaZe up towards the northern edge. You can hear these lads shouting behind me, in fact. Must have spotted something.
Revo, first nade and a second to follow it up. Look at this. Alpha 7 holding the north side of Severny against the remaining duo from 628. Only Sunan left remaining now as Revo close by. First to go for the fight, pushes forwards. Nade's being put back by Sunan, but they just want to go to confirm this flush first. Staying as 4 here for Alpha 7. All important at this stage. They're going to have to leave Severny, and when they do, they're going to want to have all the cards in their hand that they have available.
Yeah, the lucky thing about this for at least Alpha 7 is playing as a 4 here makes a lot of sense, considering that you don't get a huge amount of sightlines looking onto where Alpha 7 is playing if you're on the eastern side until they breach over towards the eastern wall of Severny. So, rotating together, stay together, gives you some good chances to move this one through. However, we do have S2G down towards that south side playing with some nasty high ground. Could spell a bit of doom there for Alpha 7. They get too close.
Nongshim out. First game so far, blank. A chance for S2G, for DXavier, for Stalwart to try and ladder on up. See what they can do here, because Loops are going to take DXavier to task. I said this was a team I was looking for a pop-off game. Maybe this is their chance, blank. Maybe they can do something from the middle. They led that train, but they're right on the south side at this stage.
WBG takes down Nomi from Major Pride. Naomi's out next. FaZe pushing through those numbers. Major Pride out in 14th place. Yeah, FaZe trying to earn points on this game, that's for sure. They get some nice shots over towards Unit Alliance. Actually, we're able to take down one of their players on that northeast side as you push in. Interesting bit of terrain, though, going forward. A lot of ridge sides, a bit of high ground towards that southern edge here to play around with.
Okay. Stalwart right in the middle. This is their time to try and keep it together. They only have 3 players remaining, remember. IHC, in the meantime, going to have a scrap with Morph. As they roll in from the western side, only the Vanguard demo is into the scrap right now, but seemingly more than enough to batter down the doors of the back of the Morph warehouse, dropping the smokes, dropping the nades, and here's the backup now. Demo has done enough to open the way for the rest of the roster to roll on through. Spots an elbow, but steps back in. WBG across in the buildings that they have sat down there. Something to be worried about, but IHC not going to let that slow them down. Straight on through, Demo clearing corners, the rest of the team on the crossfire. Loops are going to roll up to try and third party, but Morph have almost entirely been taken down here into the vehicle. They spot him. That is going to be a nade from Alex to keep Morph going, but Loops have taken up the mantle of the fight around the side. Mythic wants the challenge, but it might just be a little bit more than he could choose because WBG have sidelines here. IHC, did they just get swept aside? I'm not entirely sure on the south side. They're still active, but that might have just been a knock on the south.
Godless gets knocked as well. 4 Miracle Vibes. Taking a lot of damage. Seems that 4 Miracle Vibes gets about 5 limbs every game and then dies. That seems to be their prerogative. They would check out with the 15 limbs that they currently have. Or the 15 points, sorry.
He's done the math. He's racked up the numbers. And he's right. I just double-checked.
Did you?
Took me a while. Yeah, it took me a while. IHC nades on through the doors, continuing their scrap with Loops. They didn't go down fully. Godless did get flushed, however, and Demo is out of it. Another nade goes low, and it sweeps Mythic's feet. Now around the side, they're trying to reposition. Chief with a chance here, but hits the deck, wants the heal instead. 2 players on the inside to handle. Alex close by, and there's an off shot coming on through. Cardozen still there. Close by, Zjol gets the trade. 1v1 now on this angle. Cardozen's not going to be in a position to get this res, but IHC could potentially get back all the way to 3 players.
Mate, the fact that he didn't spot out, and then the second player in the building, a little bit silly. Cardozen makes a crawl across, and that's a smart move from Zjol. Get back into the wall, wait for Alex to regain some HP. 1 essential nade there from Cardozen, sends it in, blocks them off, but they happily walk back towards the entrance, hopefully, or at least hoping to get that 1 elimination. Cardozen again in the end game. What is this?
It's just what it is, you know. 5 eliminations so far for Loops as well, so they've had a decent run so far. Trying to keep it together, try and keep up those averages. Besieger Evos, though, 3 players trying to encroach. And WBG this whole time have been such a thorn in the side of this position. There's now been 4 teams on this spot trying to take the fight. WBG's seen all of it unfold. FaZe are taking a scrap with Udo Alliance in the meantime on the north side. It looks like they're coming out on top, but IHC now fending off as Lynx goes down, steps into the sightlines. Misery has to fall back behind the corner, but steps out wide, and yet again it's IHC. 12 eliminations on this match blank. An incredible pop-off yet again, as it is going to be Luke's Cardoza to try and step up. This time around it's 4MV to take the shot.
Mate, IHC's having a blinder in that warehouse. I do really enjoy Cardoza's gameplay, which is sort of a lot of things were heating up, so I got out of there. In the meantime, Alpha 7, they want to get back into the mix, where things are getting very fiery, but it's FaZe, who've had a very bad tournament so far. Going head-to-head with our current #1 team. Nasty nade will take down 2. Carrillo hopes to defend.
Good nade around the side, could catch Ventores into the vehicle and evades the damage. Ventores staying alive for the time being. Another nade to the backlines. Mellor's launching in response.
Hello?
And Ventores delivered on a silver platter. Bounced out from the vehicle there. And there's shots coming through across the way. Can Sanhok get back for Alpha 7 to stay alive on the top?
Carrillo dropping a Molotov at the door, preventing anyone from getting through. At least he can hold out on the backside. Mellor, the mastermind behind the team, or at least with a DBS. Nade in hand, looking to finish this one off between them and Alpha 7. Angling this nade is going to be very difficult. Gets it through the window. A lot of damage on Carrillo, but not a knock.
Which is unfortunate. A resupply on the box. Senab, I think, might have the undershot on the wall. Cooking another, only has the one from the box though. And doesn't quite get the value he was looking for. Finds another from somewhere. As he sends that one in, and this time it's good. Curio down and on the outside as well. Mela strikes. Impeccably timed there, and now Sanhok has a 1 versus 1 for Alpha 7 to try and take down FaZe to keep them in check. 8 eliminations for FaZe so far, and they want to put that number 9 up on the board. Mela reloading the DBS, has the window under control, keeping those shells, those cartridges loaded up and into the chamber, but there's a roll up from WBG. Mela wins out the trade. Alpha 7 go down, and now WBG close down proceedings. 4 eliminations for them, and they're looking to start climbing on the east side. Blank, this is a good chance for WBG to come back.
Yeah, it's a good time for WBG to bring things back, but Mela, man, got that DBS special going for him. I've been pretty pleased with Mela, honestly. Max is also very pleased with Mela overall, and I think that it's essential that you do have a player like that on your team, right? That has that clutch power behind them. And Mela certainly has that for them. 9 elims though, good stuff. IHC, on the other hand, 12 eliminations. Looking for some more. 2 players remaining here. Could pick up some more points for themselves, but Alex has already taken a mean beating.
Hole as well into a challenge that maybe is too much for him to bear. Alex going down and IHC full, but they've already done a lot of work this match. A lot of elimination-focused situations that they've been able to capitalize on. And they've done beautifully to keep themselves up towards the top of those tables. Blank, they are in the challenge spots. They will be in and amongst it. Stalwart as well, looking to try and keep their record up. They've seen Alpha 7 be so strong. They've seen an opening window now with Alpha 7 going down a little bit earlier. Can they keep this one and convert it? But WBG extending influence. They want to try and shut this down as well.
For Stalwart, realistically, would like to pick up a lot of these last eliminations, right? It's what's important to them. WBG, the Lynx AMR, damn, in the head as well on Nerzed.
Puts him to sleep there for Sue.
For a while, at least.
He is going to be get back up there. The Res does have the cover from the Lynx AMR. 4MV up into 3rd place. I think they know that Apex is there. He's going to have to move. The zone will push him in soon enough. A roll around the side from Sue. For WBG, 4 players alive. They have got all the advantage that they could ask for in this situation, but you're facing off against Stalwart, and that is frightening in itself.
Mao off in the distance. WBG taking a pretty big split at the moment. Apex, and keep things going for 4 Miracle vibes. Last player alive for them. Action looks to see if he can put him down, or at least spot him out. Information passed back now, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they know. Nerzed's ready. He's got the angle. And Top's there as well. Oh, he's jumping. This is dangerous. Apex is baiting. Playing with fire right now. Wants to try and turn this one around, but Stalwart zoned in. Really not much they can do from here. They just have to hope for a pick.
Apex drops the smokes. This high ground on the shack is actually proving to be extremely useful for him. Circles enclosing in this lineup that WBG have been able to set up along the middle.
There it is.
Massively reminds me of gameplay over towards PEL. A lot of control exerted. It's Sue now.
He's still got it. He's still got the links. 1 tap is all it takes. Nerzed crests the ridge line. Oh, he sees the rifle.
Oh,
catches the hand. It doesn't get the knock.
Jesus.
And Action goes down in his place. Nerzed has to go for the heal, but this is the time for them to roll forwards. They get the flush onto Action. Top is taken a little bit lower. Nerzed operates the heal there, but Mao can move forwards. Mao with the M4 in hand, playing that point position. Nerzed has to get back up on top. But as soon as you do, you know that it's going to encroach. A nade sent over to the backlines. They've got an answer, sure. But Su, Ming, Mao, all of them ready. Waiting to take on top. Nerzed, a casualty. The first of 2 potentially, but Ming steps out wide. A 2v2 now. Top goes low. It's the deck. Can he get the heal? Could be crucial, but Nerzed's down, and there's the nade. And that's all you were looking for. An excellent close down. WBG from the bottom of the tables. So finally here to play.
Goodness me. Some good plays there from WBG. Obviously Stalwart feeling a little bit less strong towards the end there. But although it's Sue to open up a hole in Nerzed's head, he opens up his inner eye towards the end of that game, locates and spots out where exactly these final players are, takes them down with the nades. It's good stuff overall, and you can see that Stalwart's disappointed with this one. Could have been an easy win. Could have picked up some more points. Top was looking a little bit nasty towards the end.
Had some good shots, had those opportunities, but it was just pressure. It was that Nongshim Red Bull style that WBG displayed there. I mean, I'm sure it's the WBG style as well, but they are looking good in that match. A lot of control. They swept through from that northeast side, and they moved in when they needed to. Looking for those third-party, not engagements, but gains of ground.
Yeah, and I think that is sort of the important thing to be looking at the end of the day for them. A lot of cheering going on, which is nice to see in the crowd for these players and teams. S2G, again, still not doing too badly so far, which is nice. I think that although this wasn't a game where they took it all the way to the end, still decent point scoring, decent numbers from them.
4 eliminations for the MVP Wymount for WBG. Again, not super flashy, not super hardcore, but very calculated, calm and collected.
With the damage.
And look at that damage.
Kinda good.
Very even. 4 eliminations for Gaff as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wymount, 871 damage, 704 for Suk. But again, 704, probably that's half between the 2 shots from the links, right?
That's
Surely.
500 damage just from the hair color alone.
Yeah, that's fire, man. That is fire. But again, it's really nice to see. WBG, they needed a game now. They like literally right now.
Yes.
So at least being slightly dominant here on our angle, on our final angle before we head over towards Miramar is a really important aspect for them.
I'm looking at what IHC were going to be able to do with the eliminations they got that match to jump up. Stalwart, how far did they climb against Alpha 7, who didn't get as many points maybe they would have liked this time around? We'll have to wait and see. Yet again, FaZe also starting to step up in that match. I think they managed to get 8 or 9 eliminations, maybe a placement point or 2, so good news for them. They really wanted to try and start to keep that pace together, and as you said, for WBG, it does need to be now. It is such a short form for what these teams are used to, only those 18 match sets.
Yeah, IHC as well, on top of that, massive amount of eliminations. They're really, really resilient. Feels like not only Stalwart's a Mongolian team, but all Mongolians.
How about that?
All right, so Weibo Gaming taking a victory not only in-game, but in the hearts of one of our dear analysts, Maxman.
Oh yeah.
Your favorite player.
It's Suk.
No.
With the Lynx AMR too at the end. I mean,
Shansuk.
you got the pronunciation on point, 7. I cannot pronounce it properly. But WBG this entire match, 7, what I loved is that they were not overly aggressive. They saw situations and they just waited. Not maybe getting as many eliminations as they could have got, but they just were playing from the win from the very, very early stage. And that was one of the smoothest transitions to get a chicken dinner we've seen so far. They had in the bag like 2-3 circles ago, in my opinion.
Yeah, and for some of the other teams that we've been looking for them to be able to adjust, FaZe Clan, we saw a little bit of an adjustment there out of them, especially after the the fight that happened in the second Erigo, right? They actually decided to land in Sarki and then rotate very quickly towards the Verning, which I thought ended up working out for them in a very, very big way. And then ISC, once again, being super dominant when it comes to those eliminations and getting those placement points too, which we've been wondering with them. Are we going to start seeing more of those placement points? I still want to see them be in a top 3 situation with all the players alive, and for them to showcase that aggressiveness, for them to showcase that gun skill that we're seeing out of them.
Yeah, if we ever get a world where IHC get more placement points than eliminations, it's the end of the world. We're done. We're doomed. This is not going to happen here.
I'm kind of worried next match.
Oh no.
It's going to happen.
Oh no.
But yeah, IHC, obviously, we have to give them credit. We've been really criticizing about their placement points, FaZe Clan as well. Looking on the list, though, I got to bring up Alpha 7. I got to bring up Carrillo again. Like, obviously, they ended up losing out in the battle against Mela as he clutched things out against them. But to see Carrillo just being able to pop off like this has been a fantastic sight. And it really gives me a lot of hope to see Alpha 7 and take home the trophy for the first time.
Yeah, and the thing with Alpha 7 too, it's even if they're not getting the eliminations, they were getting the placement points that we saw earlier. And then on this match, even if they're not getting the placement points, they are putting up those good elimination points. Which from Nonshim, this is the first time that we see on Nonshim not having a good match, right? They end up with those 0 points overall. And for this team, something that actually happened with them is they decided to rotate a little bit too late for Nonshim Red Force, and they were forced to play that outer edge. And now they were forced to push into compounds where they didn't have any scouting done, and IHC was able to just completely destroy them.
And I even prefer the period of time before that, 7, where they just left Severny against 628. They're like, okay, that fight isn't going to be super rewarding in the later stage. Let's just skip that fight entirely. And then they start playing, of course, playing that fight into phase instead. But 1,000 plus damage here coming out from Ziol of IHC, which Demo was popping off. Now you have Ziol. Like, when it comes to taking individual fights, every single one of IHC's players have those standout moments. So the warehouse was strong. If the circle ended up on there, maybe it could have been an IHC win, but
what the hell was Luke's doing there either? Like the way go ahead. I mean, Cardo's last alive again. Chief pushing in when he gets a knock, thinking he can get the confirm, but there was obviously other players watching the angle. Really, I think a bit of a misplay. But 7, you gave us a face, and it's not your normal ugly face.
It's
I went really too hard there, actually. I'm sorry.
Weibo being able to jump from 16th place all the way up to 8th place with just that chicken dinner, that's very impressive. And then for FaZe Clan as well, currently with those 16 points. But overall, I mean, I feel like Alpha 7 could have even extended the lead a lot more, considering that 2nd place and 3rd place got eliminated super early on. But still, they still made a gap there with those 8 points at the end that were getting in the last match.
Yeah, every time you see the audience here for S2G, every time the team above S2G gets eliminated, it's like, yes, here's even more an opportunity for S2G to jump up in first place, which, hey, that's fair, that's how it goes.
I mean, thoughts about tomorrow if they're bottom of the table. They're going to be doing a lot of cheering when teams go above them.
15th place team died, yes, yes, we got him.
Obviously, you have to give a lot of credit to IHC again, 2nd place. This has been huge for them. It's for a team who's gotten so little placement points. They've been just really fragging out 2nd highest eliminating team so far. Dark Horse, in my opinion, I don't know if you guys agree. I said that last match. I think they had a lot of potential, but I think they were on no one's list to be in a top 3 team.
I'm starting to get on your train in regards to the Dark Horse. I mean, they're being able to be super aggressive. They're winning those fights. They're putting up a lot of eliminations, and that's something that we always look into a team, right? Are they going to be able to put up those eliminations? They currently are. I want to see more in regards to those placement points. It's good that we're seeing those eliminations, right? But we've been talking about it. I want to start seeing more of that late gameplay where maybe that gunplay that they're currently showcasing will shine a little bit more.
I would like to see a mix of them with WBG in the sense of like not taking fights, trying to take full control of these circles, and if they can do so with the individual gunplay, they're going to confirm 100% of those wins that they find themselves in that kind of scenario. It's like the Brazilian teams. When you see an Alpha 7, when you see a Loops, or even a Stalwart back in the league stage, when they were in a phase 6-7, they had 3-4 players, chances are they're going to take the win. And we need to see something similar to them, that they need to survive way longer in these matches.
Yeah, and another team I kind of wanted to give some props, Star Wars Esports. They decided to not land where they usually end up landing. They decided to land a little bit west of Gaika, and they were able to rotate very fast as well, considering that the plane pass was towards the middle north as well. So good adjustment out of them, considering what we saw earlier. Remember, they were rotating a little bit too late. I don't know when they were getting caught off guard.
I think if you rotate late on the circle like this, you're just going to get completely caught off guard. Like you have such a small amount of positions that are strong east of Severny. You got to rotate first. If you don't, you're going to have to crash, just like IHC, just like Loops, just like WBG, and you're going to struggle if some teams are in that position. Luckily enough for WBG, that ended up not being the case, but circles northeast of Severny, you got to go early on that move.
I'm going to have to hit home on this yet again. Titan Esports Pub, out first, 16th place. It's unfortunately being like that, and the weird thing is, right, is that it's so weird to see a team who won PEL Summer come through first place, get themselves into the grand finals directly, and they're not really hitting that stride. And obviously there's a lot to really go into when it comes to that. Obviously rotations, whatever. But I think something we all agree on is going through that group stage in PMGC is so valuable for teams because you get so much training, so much practice in. Yes, it's a lot more difficult to do, but we're seeing a clear difference between them and the other Chinese teams.
It could have been useful for S2G. It would have been even more impactful for the side of Titan because they don't play outside of their region that often. This is actually for some of the players their first time playing outside the region. That transition to playing against the DPS, which is still weird they're playing the S12K against that, but you need to have that training. And unfortunately, 3-4 days off scrims that can be taken more or less seriously, it is going to be a tough transition. So that first day is going to be very important for them. That transition in day 2, that's when we need to see Titan really bringing those points on board.
I'm getting Tiamba vibes.
Oh, I mean, they both start with the letter T. We got to head and transition over to a break here while we get things ready to go for our first of 2 Miramars. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
...2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala Champion. So, let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
And we're back for our penultimate match of day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Grand Finals. I can't believe we're actually here. It feels like we just started off the competitive year, thinking back to spring, and I had to go back to NA with this guy on the end.
You look.
It's a very sad time.
You okay?
Very depressing.
Yeah.
He's lying.
But no, now we're here, man, and we are seeing the teams, the teams that put in the work throughout the year are the teams that are reaping those rewards. We see towards the top of the table looking pretty good. Alpha 7, the team that we've always criticized every year, it feels like, has been able to step up and claim that first place position at the moment. For me, I think actually, oddly enough, S2G is kind of the surprise of doing so well in the beginning because they didn't play in the qualifiers or the group stage, right? They looked horrible in the European regionals, but it seems like they've been putting the work and they've definitely been keeping that focus. And I think this crowd here is really giving them that 5th man buff for sure.
I really think so. I feel like also ever since the spring season, they've been working to try and train for these bigger events. Like spring season, we remember they didn't even qualify to the European Championship, right? And I feel like ever since that time, they've been trying things out, trying to change how they play as a whole because the meta has shifted so significantly. Teams center it up so much faster. Teams are so much better when it comes to taking those fights head to head. So because of that, they had to adapt. And I feel like ever since spring, and they've really struggled to make that adaptation. They're like, okay, bigger events like PMWI, and the full season was a big changing factor for the entirety of S2G.
Only thing for me right now is I feel like S2G is starting to slow down a little bit more and more.
These guys are screaming.
They just scream at S2G as well.
I didn't see that.
No, but STG, I feel like they're starting to slow down. I feel like that high that we were having there at the start is starting to slow down more and more, and I'm hoping that they kind of snap out of it here going into Miramar.
When you're at this point, also, you might start strong, but other teams are going to change and evolve and catch up. So I feel like STG might have been looking good. It's going to be a lot tougher to get those points as we move forward in this tournament.
Well, quickly talk me through what we have about a minute left here. Miramar, what's your expectations? What teams do you think are going to excel? Any conflicts we're going to have in terms of drop locations?
Drop locations, not really anything comes to mind.
I know that and 628 maybe.
I expect them to give it up. I think in scrims it didn't happen. I know the Brazilian teams, especially. I'm going to jump on Loops. Loops are really good on Miramar, so I feel like they could be a standout here.
Well, Cardozo's been the standout so far today. Let's see if the rest of the team can join him. It's going to head over to our commentators for the first Miramar of the day, once again, with Blake and John Allen.
He's changed up the order on us. What's happened there?
Okay,
that is true. Sometimes you do go first. You always come first to me. We are going to be going into our first Miramar, our leading course of the desert dessert.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm ready for this one. I'm ready to come through. Obviously, overall, Miramars are quite enjoyable to watch. You know, terrain-wise, it's always really interesting. I think specifically looking at some of the teams here, you know, Brazilian squads are generally quite strong on Miramar. But I would say Loops definitely takes the cake there, as Mr. Maxman did say. FaZe also very good at Miramar, as are the guys over on DX Xavier. So I respect that, man. I respect that. He was quick with it.
He's ready. He's watching. He's on the ball, just like these players, you know, from plenty of these teams, certainly from Alpha 7. A little bit less so this last time around, but they were still able to keep the totals high, keep it on pace, and keep things going. It's the fans of S2G certainly packing out multiple sections of the audience. You can see, oh, a particular Kelsey fan there.
Yeah. Question is, where are all the male fans?
What do you mean? They're literally everywhere.
We've not seen any, have we, on the cameras?
Well, maybe. Maybe we'll get some sometime. IHC, they've been getting plenty in these games. They've got plenty of eliminations. They have been on the warpath, and it has earned them a second place moving into the Miramars.
Yeah, honestly, I think for IHC, there's been some incredible action when it comes to the elimination counts, which I've been really honestly quite excited to look at, because I think this is something we saw from IHC over in Survival Stage, which is something what we were like, are they not going to make it because of this reason? And that reasoning was they had no placement points. They only had elimination. It's what they focus on. It's what they're good at the end of the day. But let's not forget the fact that in their final game, in their final moment, they were able to get that chicken dinner to really send them over towards that top side to get them that PMGC qualification. So they'll get placements when it counts.
We'll see how these points start to stack up towards the end of the day as we approach that 1/3 mark of the matches to play. It is such a short sprint. We keep saying it because it is so important that you get these good performances in whenever you're given the opportunity to. Whenever you can try and convert, that's when it needs to happen. That's why it's the grand finals. That's why these teams are here, because they can do just that. We saw it even, I say even, with FaZe, right? A really, really strong team coming from Thailand. They have managed to put that last match up on the board, but they need to keep that pace up here in Miramar.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think for guys like Titans, this is likely going to be over very soon if they don't pick up the pace. And Loops also dropping on top of me over in Hacienda. Again for Loops. Can't just be all down to Cardozin over and over again. But what a shot around the corner from Suki.
Oh,
that's bad news. All of them are going down.
Oh dear, Loops just getting felled one by one, but there's still a chance for a little bit of a comeback. These weapons not the best that we've seen. Mythic has to lose that trade there. Bamboo shoots on through. Cardozin with the M249 keeps it together for now. It's always this guy. I don't know what it is, man. It's something in the water. He has been the Lone Ranger for Loops plenty of times today.
Yeah, things were heating up, so I got out of there.
Oh no, you guys are in a fight? Oh, I better leave, as he is going to be exited from the match as well. Looks like Titan aren't too happy, but they don't lose anyone. They get 4 points, and that is great news for the Chinese team. Jason was giving them flack over on the desk, but maybe he'll cheer up a little bit.
I mean, they
now.
deserved it, though. Let's be honest.
They absolutely did deserve it. You're right.
Yeah.
They've been playing
They've
badly.
got the golden Mirado, the El Dorado.
You love it.
Sorry.
I love it as well.
I had to call it by its true name.
It's what it's known as.
Yeah, but I think for them, good couple of first points for them.
Opening up the bidding well.
Yeah,
Pasija
Pasija
in Impala, split between the east point of Los Leones as well, within striking distance of those top spots.
Yeah, sort of silly, really, with the way it actually pans out. But I think for fans of some of these Chinese teams, if you watch a lot of PEL, this is quite nice, good news for you, really. Seeing WBG over there in 8th place, you've even got 6-2-8 just underneath them, over in 10th with 17. I think a lot of people kind of expected WBG not to do as well as they have done in that previous match. 6-2-8 was sort of where a lot of the hopes were lying, but even they on our screen right now, 17 points, not exactly doing amazingly, but it's still early days, early doors. Potential bring this one back. Mythic really did spray a little happy rainbow over his head there.
It was unfortunate. I saw a little bit of a chase down with a Winchester as well that came into contact with a pump action. At close range, that pump's going to win every time, but I love the Winchester, you know? I absolutely love this weapon. It is not great by all measures, but it just looks so classy, and it feels great.
Yeah, it's just terrible.
It's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
It just looks so clean.
Over towards that southeast side, though, let's take a look at this, because Major Pride has had some moments where maybe they could bring things back. Equally, we could say the same about Pasija Evos. However, both teams very much suffering down towards 14th and 15th place. They're in not bad spots right now, you know, down towards that south side, Newport Paraiso. You do have Major Pride. A little bit further up towards the split on the outside of Impala on the west, you've got Pasija Evos. I do think that right now there is just this raging battle between these top 5 teams. South Korea, Mongolia, Brazil, and Turkey. All trying to keep things in check. The Xavier from Vietnam. Obviously, this team was doing really well. Fell off just a little bit. Not able to get towards that end game as well as before.
I mean, you say they fell off, but they're within 5 points of second place right now. I mean, this is a very tight pack, like you say, with Alpha 7 being that exception. So, and that, I mean, that's the danger of being a high variance team, right? And that's what you kind of expect. It is anomalous that IHC have been able to do what they've done here, to be up in second place, to keep that consistent point earning with the high variance playstyle that they have.
Well, you say that, but they're actually annoyingly consistent with the amount of eliminations they get per game. It's the placement points which are horrid for that team. They don't get any at all. But
they're just winning those coin flips every single time. You know, they're on like 6 heads in a row right now.
I don't know, man. I feel like they just literally their plan is go out, get 3 team wipes, done. then
works,
we can
though.
go out.
That's 12 points a map.
It does work. It absolutely does work. It's more than getting a chicken dinner per game. Put it that way.
But that is, as I keep highlighting, it is that variant style, right? Because it's maybe they're very skilled at it, and maybe they win, let's be generous and say 60% of those engagements, right? Because, I mean, that is quite a big jump to have that 10% advantage. Even if they're doing that, they're still winning. If they're able to do that like 6, 7, 8 times in a row, that's still incredibly unlikely to be able to pull that off. So the fact that IFC have been able to do it, they have been showing true metal here so far in Istanbul to be able to take the rest of the lobby to task. But it is a question of keeping that pace up.
I mean, I'd go look at Last Chance. If any of you are interested, go look at Last Chance and the scoring there, because I'm pretty sure that the few placement points that IHC got were literally from the last game. It was all eliminations. It was insane. It was insane. But it took them very, very far. But like you said, though, it's one of those things that it required them to get a chicken dinner at the end. Otherwise, it was going to be a little bit tough. Ooh. So picking that one up at the end there was important for IHC. In the meantime, Alpha 7 taking a knock. You know what? This team has been targeted by a lot of different squads, you know? They battle through thick and thin.
And they're still 13 points ahead.
Still 47 points. Yeah, it's great to see. Streaking out a little bit now are Alpha 7. IHC hot on their heels though. Circle heads down towards that southeast side. Very much over towards Impala and Potapadiso. So likely a lot of teams looking to head over towards that coastal edge. Cleo.
Not quite able to take down the first and not quite able to turn it on for the second. Remember, Titan able to get those 4 points earlier on against that hot drop for Loops. So Alpha 7 wanting a little bit of revenge for their countrymen. The two Brazilian teams have each other's back in this match, certainly. Sure, that will change very quickly if they come into conflict with one another. Alpha 7 trying to get out of here, but Mafioso's kind of isolated. And I think he's going to have to pull out a miracle here, Blank. Suki, first to pass the position, takes a lot of damage. The high ground is under control, but it is going to be the knock sent to Mafioso. Can there be an answering elimination? Can there be a flush coming through from Alpha 7? And given the early stage of things, there's potential for a res unless Titan just roll on in and get this flush, which will come on through. So no res available. Alpha 7 turn tail.
Interesting that Titans are trying to make enemies of both Brazilian teams. I'm not sure how well this is going to work out.
It's a bad idea.
Yeah, see how this pans out, Cotton.
It's a bold strategy.
It truly, truly is. For Stalwart, still on 4 players though, is what you want to see if you're a Stalwart fan. Pasigi Evos, I would say it's a good spot they're currently playing. It has a lot of rotational value as well. Currently on the crossroads over towards the eastern edge of Los Leones. With a lot of strong teams still in the mix, I think that realistically, I should more than likely be focusing over towards Nongshim Red Force and maybe S2G at the moment.
Just trying to keep that northern side under control for S2G. It's very difficult to make that approach if you get too far towards the buildings. Over in the center of things, you've got Major Pride still just to the south side between Impala and Puerto Paraiso. And again, it's their time to get that opportunity. They need to try and convert Morph, find 4MV. The first of it, certainly. And Yoru wants to try and turn around for a second. Doesn't quite have the backup on his exact position, but from the high ground and from far away as well. There's suppression onto this 4MV position. A nice hold out towards the south side, but opening the bidding, it's Doc to try and be the savior for his team. Tags the res as well. The smoke's right on top of them. They might be able to stick this one. Keeping themselves up and alive as much as possible. The 4 players available will be a massive boon to them. Boboho trying to take some shots, but he's kind of isolated up there. It's a dangerous position in the tube there. And a nade being cooked for Cleon. Through the window, he might tag Apex if the heal doesn't come through. Right on the money. That's what you want.
Cleon pulls another nade, pulls another pin. 4MV coming to their likely conclusion quite early. A lot of their matches right now. Boboho has to move away due to Alliance. Picks up, takes up residence over towards the hilltops. Great little time to go for a third party there as well for Udo Alliance. I like that from them. Allows the rest of the team like Flax as well as Cluck to actually regroup with Iftar on that top side whilst this engagement just carries on. This is a good play from Udo Alliance. Iftar just needs to make sure that he does confirm things for as long as possible.
Just keep that encircling position, but maybe taking position further north in those hills could be more valuable for them at this point. Major Pride with some of the best of it. Nongshim Red Force as well. Further in the middle still to the west side of Impala. A lot of open ground there though, so dangerous to get rolled up on. Difficult to maneuver. Major Pride further to their south, trying to hold that one out. 4MV still scrapping back and forth, and the nade finds Boboho and Morph looking to start to falter now. Cleon wants to try and keep up the mantle, but he's the last player standing. He's right in the corner, and Apex seems to know about it. They shut him down, and it's 4 players to continue for 4MV. Can Udo Alliance guard them out?
Yeah, 4 Miracle Vibes haven't quite hit their 5 elim quota just yet, so they'll have to go a little bit further here. Flax could be that 5th one, how low he is. But in 4 Miracle Vibes, it's going to be a difficult push towards that northern edge jump.
Could be. little bit too much to ask of them, potentially. Udo Alliance starting to make their way further north. They've heard the cessation of gunfire to their south side, so they are probably aware that the fight has concluded. We've seen those eliminations come up on the feed as well, so I'll see something. DXavier looking to regroup on the south coast. Lamborghini, a fast south backstop for the roster, has looked to regroup as he spotted Baron moving up that coastal road. You can see 4MV just looking to continue to encroach there. Udo Alliance have other ideas though. Iftar with the shots down, a very low HP target found as well, and that's the knock. Should be the flush almost instantly, and no answer from 4MV. Can they roll up on his position? Seems like Baron's putting him under pressure. Right up and into the fray. 3 players now active for 4MV. They were able to win the scrap. Can they get that 5th elimination on the cards blank? They're going to be looking to take it here and now because Baron right around the corner. Flax close with the nades. Neither team losing another, but Baron does go down. Cluck on the off angle does get that heal off, so now Udo Alliance have all 4 nice and healthy. Flax is backed off in the meantime, and Baron isolated. A nade in through the window. Doesn't quite do the damage they were looking for. This one might though, as Olio steps out, and there's the flush.
Apex has to deal with the nades that are flying through the windows now. Flax, as well as Olio, trying to hit some more on towards him. Warehouse storing the nades quite nicely right now, but no tags over towards 4MV. One knock down. Is this the 5th elimination we're looking at, potentially? Looks for another. It's a great shot. There's a chance here. The drop shot's not in play. 1v3 so far achieved. One more on the outside. Closes the door on them. But is this closing the door on the chance of Udo Alliance getting further into this game? Finally dealt with.
That south side just cleaned up something awful. DXavier can look to take a lot more control than maybe they were going to be able to before. That south move, that push comes through, and what a time to do it. To be able to take control of the aftermath of this fight between 4MV and Udo Alliance. It's only Iftar to try and get out of that. He's on half HP. He's going to go straight into the waiting arms of Major Pride if he isn't careful. It's a really tough spot, but now DXavier have to regroup further north after that control that they've been able to take.
You know what? 4MV are nothing but consistent. I'll give him that.
6 eliminations. They broke the barrier.
Yeah. Honestly, fair play. Every single game. It's almost impressive. Not going to lie. Major Pride, quite on the outstretch. But you're right, John. The wrap coming through from DXavier, trying to control as much of this south side as possible. It's a smart decision. It will give them a lot of chance going into the future. Unfortunately, they do still need to sort of clear out WBG and Alpha 7 up towards their northern side. Alpha 7's currently camping the road. Cruel, I would say, over on that side. WBG holding the warehouses. Bit harder to assault. And Alpha 7's looking to do it. This is more than likely going to be one of those positions where you just hold, watch, observe. Do not do anything else.
Don't move a muscle. It's a T-Rex lobby. Trying to keep the attention sent elsewhere. Try and divert that pressure if you can, but it's a tough time. Nongshim right in the middle. Holding on the area. Looking over on the north side, you've got FaZe and IHC, both looking to cross. IHC been blinding today on a hot streak, and it's what we wanted to see from them. Able to clutch so much out with their streaky performances from that last chance, from their group as well, with the final day, the final few games, in fact, for IHC being crucial from their group, and coming through, as you highlighted earlier, from that last chance stage. It seems like every time IHC are about to be denied, they just find something, they dig a little deeper. And this Mongolian squad is certainly never to be counted out.
Udo Alliance, Iftar, no HP, still getting it done though. Over towards DXavier, they'll be pretty annoyed about that one.
Gets that first aid, gets that resupply on the crate as well. Paragin moving away, and Major Pride maybe actually looking to be the other side of this stopper. Tries to move one over, and Paragin in danger. In the meantime, Alpha 7 in a scrap with 628, and it's 1-for-1 on the trade. Alpha 7 have the better position for the res, but Senab is low. Sunan taken care of, though. A nice roll-in coming through from Carrillo. 2 players down, and a nade to the back. Sees Revo very low on the knock, and now it's 2 players active for 628, sorry.
Is this?
And there is another team rolling on in. It's Titan to try and back up their Chinese teammates, and Alpha 7 are just swept aside. An excellent opportunity for IHC, for Stalwart, for Nongshim Red Force to try and ladder up, as well as S2G.
Damn, Alpha 7 hit with the Chinese pincer. That's kind of unfortunate for them. Your Titans on the side. But 6-8 certainly held their own. I'll give them that. That was very, very well done. This is one of the most cruel positions to be finding yourself in, though, because nades are absolutely deadly. Good attempt there from Xing.
Into the trenches they go, and it seems like nobody's coming out from this one. Titan trying to keep their position here, but S2G have started to push in on the north side of this scrap. They want to try and chase for the top spots, but Shadow's picking up the points where he can. One player now remaining for 6-8. One player for U2 Alliance. Both of them looking to stake as far as they can, but one of them is in so much more trouble than the other. Can he find anything here? Hero wants to stand tall, has to hit the deck though for the time being and pop that first aid. Suki in the backlines for Titan to try and get that heal on, try and get that res onto Bamboo and keep them going. 6 eliminations for Titan so far, but they're being lit up and Hero is still going. Suki down, Suki flushed, and Shadow now with the challenge, has the chance, and Hero falls finally. Bamboo, the one to be able to take him down.
Did not think the Hero would be felled by Bamboo. Not in a million years. Strong stuff is Bamboo.
It's true. Certainly is. Stalwart, though, looking a little bit weaker than Bamboo this time around, unfortunately, as it is going to be IHC they've come into conflict with. Alex has been knocked in the meantime. Pasija E-Force, who, by the way, they've subbed out Redface, so both the twins are playing this time around. Zuxi and Luxi on Miramar. You'd love to see it. IHC continue their frag fest, though, picking Alex back up, but trading him down for Demo, who is on a forward position, so a tricky spot for them to be able to pick this one up. Nurzed close by for Stalwart, and is able to get that flush onto Demo. IHC playing as 3, but Stalwart on 2. Pasija Evos on the north face of it, trying to keep things together themselves. 4 players alive for their squad to try and stay in the running. Ziol low, but he wins the trade, and Nurzed falls.
Stalwart, not many players left for them. Nurzed in a really tricky position now, unknocked and top down towards the south side. Likely not going to be able to get him back up again. What a circle, though. Heads over towards the crags here. S2G on that northern side. Really feeling the look been here in Istanbul.
Gonna have a little slice of it. Nongshim Red Force, they've been in this position for a while. On the south side, they've got a bit of open ground to their west, a bit of open ground to their south, which will help fend off Major Pride. But you can see how undulating this terrain is, Blank. It is not the easiest to cross, but you do have those ladders, those pepper pots, those solo steps forwards that you can start to encroach. But you have to take care of business closer to home if you want to be able to be given that opportunity. Lamborghini with the challenge from Naomi. That does take a lot of damage, and in the end it is that knock coming through from Nomi. Paragin up and into the monster truck, does go down, and it's a nade from Effect.
Wow.
A lot of team play coming through from Major Pride to try and open up on Miramar.
Damn, rinsed by the nade. What a shot there coming through from Naomi. What a throw on it, in fact.
The Major Pride corner's pretty happy about that one. I've spotted
They're
them.
one fan.
They're all, but there's more of them. They've gathered.
Oh my lord.
They've gathered under the banner.
It's crazy.
Goodness me. FaZe, plenty of support as well. One of their players is knocked though, and Mela, the man who makes mincemeat of anyone who steps towards him. Sometimes, this time, maybe not so lucky. Does go down, and they'll have to move further forwards because this roadside not going to be their friend, certainly as the blue zone crunches them towards it.
Yeah, S2G in front. Pretty sure that was the tag there that came through. Nasty connection from Kelsey. Keeping everyone at bay towards that south side. Looking over towards the west here at FaZe at the moment. Vintoris keeps popping over, but they've got a really nice setup here to S2G, honestly. The only difficulty with the setup is the setup's outside the blue.
That can be a problem.
Yeah.
I hate that that's how this game works, you know? You get a great spot. Oh, the circle's all the way over the other side. Gotta go, guys. Let's try again next time.
Yeah. I do forget that I'm not playing TDM anymore.
Yeah. Sometimes circles just don't go your way, but that is when you prove your worth in the lobby, in the grand finals the world's best teams stepping up to the plate here. And you won't always get the circle. It's a life lesson, Blink. You won't always get the circle, but you got to make the most of it.
Yeah, and then be the one.
Got to be the hunter or the hunted.
Let's just not do all our catchphrases all at once.
Let's not.
Major Pride, though, like I said, on that northwest side, start to make their way over. But now that we're out from that area up towards that northwest, we're coming over into open ground. Realistically, a lot of teams would like to bank their way down towards where WBG is currently playing. There's a nice bit of cover in that area of the map. PMGC Evo still running this one, like you said. The twins together once again. Nice nade comes over towards S2G. That's from Titans.
It's on the other side of this scrap phase. Kind of spread a little bit thin right now, but Ventura's holding close towards PMGC Evos, who really do need to turn this game around for them. They're way down on the tables compared to maybe what a lot of people would have expected from them, and they've just taken a knock to Luxy. 4 players are still alive, but with that one knock, they're playing as 3. IHC not going to be afforded that opportunity. However, they were down to 3 a little bit earlier on. And FaZe are playing on 2 fronts now. Mela playing as that backstop. It seems to be the 3-1 split is the style. As Titan go down. Welcomed into the position for S2G. And that's a couple of points earned there. 2 knocks sent to S2G, though, and they need to be careful because FaZe have smelt this. And they are going to reposition against it.
Mela, the mischief maker, over towards eastern side, keeping S2G in check. Zhou goes down. Now Lynx is going to move out with the rest of the squad from PMGC Evos. Major Pride attempts to make it up towards the ridge side. Gets quite a few of their players there, though. I would say that's fairly successful on their front. They've got to be worried because there's still a lot of players in this area. Can't just be making maneuvers like that and expecting to get away with it. WBG, like we said before, in a good position over towards that eastern side. A lot of cover to work with. Misery tracks the target and will take down Ventures.
Onsen's is down as well on the offside, and it looks like S2G are going to try and slow down the reapproach from FaZe towards this position. IHC still have Godless going, but have to eat my words there as they do finally fall. FaZe have taken another knock their way as well, and the players in the middle of this scrap really starting to suffer. Just the man himself, Mela, to stay alive for the squad. And now he's got S2G just in front of him. He's got the remnants of PMGC Evos as well. 3 players alive, but with 1 knock on the backline. Zuxi, unlikely to get back into the fold here. Would take quite the mission to be able to get him back and into the thick of it. In the meantime, WBG rolling up to Major Pride's position. Nomi has a crack at it, but Wymal stays alive in the party bus on the south edge.
I mean, this could be a fantastic back-to-back here coming through from WBG. They can maintain control, but again, S2G looking for strong positions. Nongshim Red Force fly on in, and it's an easy cleanup. And WBG's dreams are scattered amongst the flames.
They've still got Su, still in the fight. Over on the east side, and with a nade and a knock over towards Nongshim Red Force, it could prove to be a little bit more troublesome than maybe we expected. Starts to roll forwards, gets the knock, a 1v1, but the res came through, and Tizzy now back into the fight as well. XZY playing close, they're both on the vehicle, has got the MG3 in hand, finds the first, and Su is here, and it is gonna be the back-to-back for WBG. They have that chance reinstated, but with a solo player, with S2G on the north, what are you gonna do?
What was that from Su? Incredible return bounce from him. The nade over the top as well. Honestly awesome stuff coming through from Su in those final moments. Luxy trying to keep it up there alongside with Lynx. It's FaZe. Desperately needs some more points here. Will pick up Lynx on the first, but it's Calci from S2G. Instantly drops back down to his belly.
And the earth starts to move as the crowd comes alive here in Istanbul. The home team with a shot at it now, and it looks pretty good. They are maybe not in the best of elimination counts right now, but they're certainly going to be happy with this one. Su, however, proving to be devilish in his pursuits. Has that MG3, the south side ridge, a 1v4. S2G have it all in their hand, have it all to play for, and Hamzy wants the scrap. First and close, he finds the first. The backlines are starting to falter a little bit. Ducks back into the blue to give a chance at Hamzy. If he can find this nade, he has it, but no. He steps back, and it's S2G with a chicken dinner. Turkey getting on the board.
Well, what a game from S2G. It's been quietly confident on that northern side. Obviously had to hold out for quite some time here, but still make it happen. Great stuff for this squad. I think that when you look at Su there though, he has to be the lad that you were looking at that whole time. Almost made the 1v4 happen. I really like the idea of it as well, to step back into the blue to try and get the arc on the nade right so it explode early enough. I think as soon as he sees that nade not go off and take down the player in front, he's just like, I'm just going to go down to the zone here. No problem. So, happy days for Turkey as S2G on their very first day pick up their very first chicken.
And converting on a good day so far as well. A really strong result. As I said before, not the most eliminations there. I think they only got 3, 4, 5, something like that. But that's what Nongshim Red Force did. That's exactly what they're going to be looking for to keep that one going. MVP Razy, 2 eliminations. Shushing the crowd, keeping them calm. They know they've still got one more to play. They're trying to keep their cool here, but I don't think the crowd can be convinced.
Absolutely not. Very pleased with this one overall. You probably see it there actually. We've got T-shirt man behind us. He's just launching them.
There he goes.
With ferocity.
What an arm. He's not even using the cannon. He's got an arm on it. Well, he is using the cannon. That left arm looks pretty good.
The cannon.
It is the cannon in itself. WBG.
The actual cannon he's got, that's just a pea shooter.
Doing so much. But Nongshim Red Force, on that south side, I mean, you thought that they could have a strong spot, but then Su turned up.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, that was definitely a position where they could have played the back of it. And if you think about it, if Nongshim Red Force are able to hold on to 3 of their players, they play the ridge side, they actually have a good chance versus S2G on the other side of that valley. If they're able to get the vehicles around as well, create some impromptu little bit of cover, there's a good chance there for Nongshim Red Force.
Unfortunately, they were denied. Su shut that door, and S2G in turn took him out of the running. Let's head back over to the...
Well, if you guys out there couldn't tell and you're just joining us, I think S2G won.
Maybe. I think that's a fair assessment to make. I think with the audience and the sound they were making, I think they might have just won.
What you say? What you say? I can't hear you because all the S2G fans are going crazy right now.
Oh man, great game for them. Obviously closing things out, getting a big win under the belt to keep them in contention here towards the top of the table. My question will obviously be, where does this actually put them on the list? But honestly, a lot of great play from quite a few teams out there, actually. To be fair, Weibo gave, we've seen Swoop there with the MG3. What was the sound his gun made? What?
Oh, what?
What's the sound his gun made?
Aww.
Oh.
There you go.
There you go. Both work. You know, it does now make the same sound as Su. It's been rebranded, okay? That's the MG3. We had Nongshim Red Force, had a really good early game right, but when you have an MG3 in close range, I can hear it right now in the highlights. Chances are 7 you're not going to survive. So good game from Nongshim Red Force, but the MG3 in the hands of Su is just, it's too much to deal with.
Yeah, Su was too much right there for him. By the way, for Weibo to even be able to survive, for Su to be able to even be put in that position, remember they were holding off the right compound, which is very hard to get out of.
True.
And they were still able to do it. They were able to time it perfectly, and Su being able to clutch it up there at the end.
Yeah, and you can see here getting himself 14 points on the board with the 8 eliminations. What I'm really happy, especially with what they've done, is in that warehouse you mentioned, which is very hard for them to leave. They have very minimal information. They hear Major Pride taking the fight against Xavier. They see this as a great opportunity to leave that position that's secluded from the rest of the circle. And off the back of that, have a little bit of elevation, can get more intel, and can start taking the fights and get a second place.
Very
so
patient.
that timing, to know that was the one opportunity to leave the warehouse, was on point.
Who's 16th place? I can't see it.
What?
Loops?
What? I don't at all have like a little card in front of my PC right now. Is Loops a team? I don't know.
Also, last little note here for Weibo though. Very smart by Swoop to just die to blue.
Yes.
Don't give the extra point. You never know how close it's going to come down to. I mean, look at PL. It literally came down to a tiebreaker. It's definitely possible that 1 point can be the deciding factor. As we take a look, he's going to be leading the charge here with his 5 eliminations. And also for Titan, hey, you know, I've been talking not so positively about them throughout the day so far. Nice to see them finally get a little bit ahead of the curve of the rotation, taking on early fights as well. They took down the team that shall not be named, Loops. I just kind of named them. They took out Loops. Good to see some life out of them, but we need to see more of this team from PEO.
Took down also players of Alpha 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
They've been going after Brazil really hard this match, it seems. But when you're looking at Alpha 7, they were playing in a dip. If you are Titan Esports Club, your main thought process is, they're in a dip, super nadable, chuck it over their direction, you're going to get 3 eliminations in that fight.
Yeah, and there we go. Even though Alpha 7 didn't perform that well in this Miramar, they're still able to maintain that first place because of that lead point that they were able to create earlier. And now STG going up to that second place. And then Nongshim, even though they haven't been able to get a chicken dinner, actually they haven't been able to continue to be a little bit more consistent than what I expected them to be. They're currently being there within that top 3, and if this team, honestly, halfway through the day tomorrow, if they continue to be within that top 3, I think they can definitely be a first place team. I think we can be they can be the champions.
Yeah. It's a bold claim, but I think you're right. I think they could take themselves that win.
Just the way they're being able to adapt, the way they're being able to make those decisions really, really fast, it's really impressive, and it's something that I feel like we're getting into a hype train, and maybe I thought it was a little bit too much, but we keep going back, and they're doing everything right.
You converted me. You got me, 7. I'm on. Okay.
I'm not.
Oh.
Keep going. Keep trying.
Oh. Not yet.
Keep going.
No, not yet. Let him cook.
He's cooking well.
IHC, by the way, only team I believe that was in top 6 without a chicken dinner under their belt. Typical IHC style from what we've seen so far. At least they're continuing the pace. They're still keeping up there. I still want to see a little bit more out of them. Going back, though, to that fight with 628 up against Alpha 7, it's good to see, as we talked about, Titan being so prevalent in their macro play.
Yes.
Kind of realizing the fight was happening, realizing that some points they could take away from them, and obviously punish 628 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned tiebreakers, right? It could be down to a tiebreaker, 1-2 point difference. So gathering as many points as you can when those opportunities come your way is so important. So you're seeing it from a lot of those squads, Alpha 7 in particular. It's really good to see that. And they know, okay, we're not going to win this game. Let's just try and gather a few extra points on board before we go out, because that can really go a long way in an only 3-day tournament.
Yeah, and I'm glad with what you were talking about, Titan. For them to be able to kind of go for that third party at the right timing, that was good too. And for 628, for them to actually be able to defend that push there from Alpha 7 and at least be able to get some of those elimination points from Alpha 7, that was impressive to see as well, considering that even going back to the beginning of the match when Alpha 7 decided to just bail on Mafioso.
Yes.
That was interesting too. That's something that we usually don't see out of Alpha 7, especially out of the Brazilian teams, right? They're usually willing to take the fight. They're usually willing to stay the fight and also gatekeep, which is something we've been seeing some teams here do outside of the circle. They're kind of focusing more on the circle, and I feel like this is the new Alpha 7 that we're starting to see. Even though that wasn't a good match out of them, the changes that I'm seeing out of this team definitely champion caliber.
I mean, I think it was Mafioso. He had no mini ammo left.
Yep.
He had no 5.56. He was left with the DBS, which he did get a knock onto him. But I think maybe it was because the circle, the zone was so far away from where they actually had to transition that gatekeeping was just not a possibility there.
Yeah, just want to try and get as many points again as possible before that transition afterwards, because the circle, as you said, went so far south. You have to go uphill. Very similar to WBG, you have no information, so even if you win that fight, that transition is not going to work out. So just get as many points as possible, go out and just try and make it up for that in the next match.
The thing is, before Alpha 7 would have just stayed there and be like, all right, we can take this fight. It's a completely different Alpha 7 this year.
Playing chicken.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was an ego thing for them before.
Yeah. Well, moving on ahead to another team, which you heard John mention, Prestigious actually taking out Redface, bringing in Zuxi back when Zuxi started off the day and Luxi wasn't in. So we have the twins back into the equation here. I am actually really curious, what's the reasoning for them to constantly do these swaps? Because you look at all the other squads here and they're not really making the substitutions, because you kind of need to get those reps in. You need to get that experience in if you want to continue to grow and perform as a team.
I think it's kind of map specific. I feel like we saw it on the first Wrangle, they did a change. We saw it on the first Miramar, they did a change. I feel like they have some players that have this skill set just adapted to a specific battleground. So if it's Sanhok, Miramar,
well, that even dates back to to BTR days, right? Where so like Microboy was one of the players would come out. I want to say like on Sanhawks they wouldn't play him, if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously we'd see Ryzen play heavily when it came to Miramar. Thinking of the Ryzen Bush back to PMGC in 2020
The Bush.
or 2000, I think it was 2020, 2019?
2021 league stage?
Well, it was a long time ago. It was long. The Terminator. But obviously something for them is still not kind of clicking. And might have players who are map specific, but for me, if you're going to put me in all of a sudden out of nowhere like that on a map, and I haven't been able to see how these teams have been playing and really experience it firsthand, I feel like for me at least, it's not going to work out too well.
I feel like they need to figure out that team and then you just have switching out so much.
Yeah, you can use your subs, of course, that is what they're there for at the end of the day, but I feel like changing them every 3 map to a maximum is just a bit too much. I want to see like a team stick together for like 4 or 5 matches if possible, because having players that are really hot, looking good, especially after the back of a good game, and then players that I've never played like the start of the day is a really rough transition. So maybe just a 4-man core player would be the best approach for Procedure in the future.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I want to actually bring up something, Max, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but we're going to have to hit back to this. We had an interview with one of the Brazilian casters. Actually, was here just talking to some people. And you said to him that Loops to you is like the team to take it home for Brazil. Now, I'm not trying to call you out in particular. It's more of, in your opinion, from what we have seen, what is going wrong for Loops? Why is Cardozen? I mean, we know why Cardozen's the last one alive, but they're not really able to contend against these teams at the moment.
I feel like when they're taking fire, I mean, Cardozen, as mentioned, like he is on those off-angle positions, which is why he keeps surviving a lot of the time. They are just rotating very late, and off the back of that, they don't have really maximal information for the breaches, I feels like. So Cardozen is just looking at the team doing their own thing and not really assisting. Like, you even see when the team is dying, Cardozen is not even taking shots, it seems like. He's just in his position and just serving as an anchor point, but not really serving an off-angle. Whereas when you look, for example, I would look at Stalwart. I think Stalwart's a good example. That when they have those 2-2 splits, which I think is the better way to split compared to a 3-1, you are going to be having shots from the 2-2 split assisting the other 2-man split to try and take those their own fights. And I feel like we're not seeing that. That Cardozen is just trying to survive, not actually trying to give more information or position advantage to his team. So I would like to see him actually having an impact than just lingering in the shadows.
Well, think of the 2 teams right now, Seven, that are playing that style. Major Pride and Loops. Both teams not having great success so far.
Yeah, they're not having it, and I feel like they're not going to continue to have any success even on this last match. I feel like for a lot of these teams, even like when we're talking about Precision,
it just keeps appearing out of nowhere.
Let it go.
It's going to be too late.
But even for Precision, I feel like we're not going to be seeing any changes from Loops, from
Major Pride.
Precision, from Major Pride as well, until tomorrow, when they get a little bit more time to figure out, especially with Precision, when they try to figure out, okay, what team are we going to sit? Are we going to continue to make those changes at what it seems like to be every other map, or we're actually going to have a set team? And then when you have Loops, especially first day tomorrow, I want to see if they're even going to be trying to hot drop with considering where they currently are within this team. And that's kind of what we're talking about with Alpha 7. Are they going to continue to be an ego thing? Because it's PMGC. Don't get me wrong. I usually tend to love hot drops, but a PMGC,
that's an expensive hot drop,
don't do it. Don't do it unless you really have to, right?
On the note of substitutions, right, of like swapping people, think back to Vampire during league stage. They would put Newsy in over Stoned, and they still couldn't really find their stride. But you know what? We are heading to the last match of the day. It's going to be back on Miramar once again. And it's going to be with your boys, Johnny A and Blanky B.
I'm not sure that's your name, is it? You can have that back, by the way, Seven. I had to pull that off for you. We're going into the final match of the day, the end course of our Desert Dessert.
Oh yeah, you know, the final one, moving it through. I'm excited for it, honestly. Miramar always is a good time. I'm excited to watch some of these teams actually be able to hold on to some of these spots. At the moment, they're all over the place. It's crazy.
It is a little bit wild, a little bit windy in Istanbul. We are certainly looking at a lot of high-performing teams who have, as you say, had that volatility. We saw IHC take a little bit of a dip in that last match.
Yeah, I think for IHC, like you were talking about, the variance couldn't stay there forever, right? And you're not wrong, it can't, personally. So we'll have to see if IHC can bring things back a little bit and get a massive chicken dinner game with some big eliminations at the end of the day to keep things rolling. For S2G, though, they sort of look like they can win the championship. Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected that coming into this thing, other than half of the stadium.
Yeah, the stadium's pretty happy about them. But they were here to support them regardless. I'm here to now support them because they've proven it, that they should be supported.
But it is kind of crazy that they have not performed, I think it's fair to say, I don't think they performed well over this season at all, in a way that really called into question their right to be here. Obviously, as the host nation, that's how they got their invite, but certainly with today's matches, they have proven that, as you say, they are one of the best in the world.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's nice to see, honestly, that they are this good. And I think that overall, going forward for S2G, this is very, very promising for next year. There is... FaZe is just shouting. more or less screaming at this point. And it's Mela as well, of all people.
Hey, he's giving it.
But he's good. He's good at the game, so I can't say anything.
That's
all
true.
right? Yeah.
That is
so
true.
how can I complain? But he is. I do call him Mela the Mischief Maker as well. So it's on point.
He is making plenty of mischief there over in the phase bunker. Right on the corner, right behind us as well. We've got it. We've got the front row seat to it. We're going to have a front row seat to the final match of today as well. 6 out of 18 matches will have been completed by the end of it, and Jason knows that that's a third of them. And we are going to be going into the final one of today. Playing path from Puerto Paraíso all the way to La Cobreria.
Very easy playing path to work with here, going straight through the map. You know, you're going to have yourself a nice cutoff for a lot of teams to get exactly where they want. If it's over towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, El Azahar is very accessible. Don't know how many teams actually head up towards Tierra Bronca overall, but we will see overall. I think down towards Valle de Mar, potentially some teams head out down that way. But it was very stacked over towards Impala.
Obviously that Hacienda hot drop. See if that has a repeat performance. That was Titan taking on Loops, I believe, in that previous match. So we'll see if we get a repeat performance. Looks like Loops are going to be going there. Titan, I see a light blue nameplate in the mix of all of that central map chaos. So maybe we'll see something similar, but Loops maybe spreading out a little bit further. So going for a different spot now. You can see, yeah, plenty of the Loop players moving further north than Hacienda. Obviously losing that scrap, it's a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouths, and they will not want to be trying that one again. However, the circle does go up their way, all the way up to the north. It feels like we've been on a bit of a world tour here so far, Blank, in these maps. We've had Erengel north, south, middle. We've had now Miramar on the south side, down by Puerto Paraíso, and now up to the north.
Yeah, man, it really has felt like we've been all over the place on every single map today, which is exactly what you want to see for PMGC, right? You want to be able to take the tour around the world, around at least our 3 maps, at least, and really explore them to their fullest. We're now looking at WBG, coming up against 4 Miracle Vibes. God, 4MV certainly find themselves in engagements very early on a lot of times, though. I wouldn't want to be in the longhouse with Sue myself.
Baron might have an angle onto the crossing, but he's being suppressed off it. Look at this flank coming through. Wymao's there, and from the roof immediately, another player drops out of the wings, and it is first blood for Sue.
I think the main thing that I'm thinking about right now is Titans versus Loops. Cardozin goes down first.
He got Cardozed.
What is happening here? It's the reversal. I don't like the fact that Cardozin's gone down first here. It is making me feel all kinds of funny.
That is illegal, actually. Someone check the law, because I'm pretty sure it's just been broken. It's very serious.
I thought you meant like the backstory.
Oh, no, like LAW.
The backstory of Cardozo.
Well, they've broken that too. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, unacceptable behavior.
That's not canon.
To be honest with you, Loops is an interesting one to talk about so far, though, because I do feel like this is a team that should be doing much better than they currently are. And I know that right now, this does very much feel like a PMGC because the majority of teams are in that 20-point bracket, excluding Morph, right, at the end of the day. But I think that everyone's in line to jump up towards that first place, to jump up and take the throne. So it's nice to see, but I don't think that Loop should be in a 10th place at the moment. I think there should have been probably more coming through from this team so far. Ayala really hasn't stepped up the way that we saw him step up during a lot of our matches over in the league stage.
Seems like IHC have stolen their variants, you know? That's what's happened.
Yeah, for sure. 39 points is awesome, though, for IHC.
For their play style.
For their play style. And again, it's really cool to see a team like that that is just so focused on eliminations just show everyone that you don't necessarily have to pump the placement points all the time. You can do it a different way. And more than anything, if you are a heavy elimination-based team, technically you're just removing points from other teams that they can gather and making it a lot easier for yourself to stay towards that top side of the bracket.
That is, I mean, a major earner, obviously. I mean, a lot of teams will sort of go somewhere near even, probably within about 20% total of their elimination points to placement points distribution. But you do have these outliers, and IHC certainly proving that that is up to the task. Alpha 7 took a little bit of an early exit from that last match, earlier than they would have liked, and had that gap closed between them and obviously S2G making a lot of headway up the tables. They are still very, very closely pursued, though, by pretty much everyone still, as we only 5 matches of points worth deep into this tournament. Plenty of ground left to cover. WBG, they're making their way up past Cruz del Valle, a little bit further north for them.
Yeah, WBG looking for another good game here. Obviously, Sue really did bring them back up to speed. And I mean, for WBG, who was basically hanging out at the bottom of the tables earlier on today, looking very glum, a bit more smug with themselves, I'd say, right now. Especially with Sue really clutching things out, getting themselves a chicken dinner, 2 off the back of it. 37 points, 5th place. It's a fantastic jump up from them.
They were right down at the bottom before the start of the last few games. This second half of the day has done wonders for their points
They had me in
total.
the second half, I'm not going to lie.
They certainly did. They've had plenty of teams on the ropes this time around, not least of which sit 2 places ahead of them and only 3 points. Nongshim Red Force at 1v3. The stuff a legend, Blank.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. I think that, again, there's a lot of legacy right now in PMGC as well, with returning players that have made a name for themselves in the past, and Sue is certainly one of them. The 1v3 versus Nongshim Red Force, that kind of felt meant to be at the end of the day. Xavier, though, a team that's fallen down towards 8th place. And I think that, yes, they're doing well for themselves, but there's very much a switch up in terms of speed, in terms of prowess between that. Our angle where Lamborghini helped his team get 12 eliminations total. So I do think that for Xavier, there's much more to be done here in this tournament that they haven't reached yet.
Still something to stretch for, still something to see off on that horizon. See if they can sail their way on through. And you know S2G's just come on the screen because the crowd goes wild.
Instantaneously, of course.
And fair enough. They have been outperforming themselves of this last season. All of these players really starting to look a lot more cohesive than we've seen from them in a long, long time. Pretty much, I would say, since last PMGC.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've sort of reserved themselves for this event in
Spring
particular.
season was very good for them, to be fair.
Yeah, I think there was some issues within the team. I don't think they were like drama issues. I think they were more like actual
Gameplay
broken
issues.
bones.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it was, I think it was Silas, hurt his finger. Couldn't
Something
play.
like that.
Yeah.
Was that might have been PMWI, I think that might have been.
Maybe.
I have to go back through my history books.
But obviously that's very difficult to play with, right, at the end of the day. So I think respect to them for them trying to push through. And you can see here, now that he is up to full speed, like Silas is such an important member of the team, like such a integral squad mate, that it would be very bad to lose him at full strength. And I think that the rest of the team sort of rallies around him. Up towards that northwest side at the moment. We've not really talked too much about a lot of the teams in position. There's just so much to talk about in general right now.
Not too sure who's just walked in, but the whole crowd's turning his attention his way. I think he's an S2G fan as well. They're pretty happy with that one as they roll on down the hill.
You are mesmerized.
I love it.
You're meant to be commentating.
I'm supposed to be saying what I'm seeing. I'm seeing.
You didn't say
the crowd
anything.
rallying
You
behind
looked
him.
deep into his eyes.
I was letting
That's
the
what
crowd have
saw.
that. I was letting it breathe, Blank.
I don't know how much they can hear of
The drums agree with me.
What, about the 2 random men?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what's going on. Anyway,
That's
let's take
fine.
a look back
It's
at the
okay. Don't need to know that.
What have you done to me? Oh dear.
Yeah.
FaZe back into the mix of it as they try and cross the open ground near Nongshim and near Titan as well, who have come off the back and taken down one of the Loops players, Tizzy. first to receive and does so fairly strong. Does take a lot of damage, takes that lick back, gets the heal started. Sporter there to try and cover his flank and has to face off against Ventoras as Mela looks to res Mormon here. Ventoras opens the door to the longhouse, in through, looking for the trade. And they need to bank it off, and Sporter has the pump action. Ventora's taken low as XZY has moved in for the flank. Tizzy into the longhouse as well, and Wings takes up the mantle. Ventura is caught in the cross. Tizzy steps out as Wings goes down. A trade-off onto XZY, and FaZe are not going down without a fight, but Mela's now out of it. Mormon's the last to stand, has the backup of Onzins around the corner to try and play 2 versus 2 against the hold from Nongshim. And neither team looking too good in this one.
Very much back and forth here between both these squads. Either side's taking punches and the bruises start to form. Sporter, though, feels a little bit stronger in this one. Onzins attempts to get in there, unfortunately gets sent back. Very sliver of HP.
Sporter last to stand now. Onzins gets that heal off, gets that first aid. Now 2 players for FaZe to keep things together, right in the middle as well. Close to Stalwart, who have obviously heard everything that's gone on here. Going for a third party, I don't think it would have been the right choice. I think they're right to hold their ground, but Titan right in the middle on their split. Can they have another stronger performance that they were able to get a little bit of earlier today? They had that taste, but it was snatched away from them. This time around, they want the whole meal. In this central location, they've got that opportunity.
Yeah, I think for both sides, though, it's almost over for him. FaZe down to 2 players, Nongshim Red Force down to 1. It's kind of a horrible situation to be in. Mutually assured destruction. S2G off towards that western side.
They get the shift.
It's a really good shift for them, actually, because it's going to be difficult for them to cross that road, but they need to cross it soon rather than later, honestly, because that little valley is something that's very deadly later on. But they can get up towards that ridge side on the east. Try and stop 628 from pushing up towards them as well.
See, here's the thing.
and Calci inside the compound.
Here's the thing about this position, though. With the circle being such a hard shift, a lot more teams are going to be looking for these wide rotations that you can see 4MV and WBG going for at this stage. So if S2G move too far forwards, there is always that chance that they get backfilled on their position with the circle being such a hard shift. So they'll have to try and figure out what else they can go for. Sporter, in the meantime, with a pump action through the longhouse, trying to hold it down for Nongshim to try and keep consistency, stay in the top 3 at the end of the day, because IHC will give no quarter. Sporter for 1. Shouts pull, gets the second to peek on out, but Onzins only gets half his HP bar. 3 shots in the chamber, and it's Nongshim to keep it together. FaZe are gonna go down right in the middle of the tables. It looked like maybe they had something, but it was snuffed out quickly.
Out screaming less in mischief and more in pain there towards the end of the phase. Sadly for them, they'll go out. 9th place. Again, I would say for FaZe that they were able to turn things round, right? Even in this 6th match. They get themselves 3 eliminations, takes them up to 30 points total, right? It's not bad. They were really down in the dumps at the start of the day. And I think this is not a bad position to finish things off, giving themselves a chance into tomorrow. For Miracle Vibes, take a massive beating from Alpha 7. Lose 1 player out the back of the vehicle, easily finished off as well. And Stalwart over on some of the highest ground around.
Certainly has plenty of sightlines available to overlook onto that water treatment position. It's so dangerous to move into water treatment when there's a team up on this high ground hill. It's so difficult to make anything work from there, because now you've got 2 teams looking to play either end of it. You've got 4MV, Alpha 7. 4MV a lot more exposed, Alpha 7 a little bit further up the hill in the warehouse that sits on those stilts right at the north side of water treatment, but still dangerous, to say the least. You do Alliance, ready waiting for Zuxi. They knew what was up. They pull him straight at the back of the buggy, and that's all that's going to happen for him.
Some crazy tracking during this tournament at PMGC. It's really cool to witness firsthand the best aimers in the world at their best. And I think that some of these plays just wouldn't happen in usual PMPLs. And I think that's what's making a few of these teams struggle, that they would expect to be able to make that similar kind of play maybe in their region or in their league. It's not possible here. Those types of things of a quick rotate over open ground, hoping you don't get spotted. Player's going to razz you down in 1 to 2 seconds.
Hamzy and Silas on the northern front right now, trying to hold off against WBG. And it looks like WBG more preoccupied with getting the compound out to their east. And I think rightly so. DX Xavier might want to challenge, but they have got Stalwart looking their way in the meantime across of it. And Major Pride have managed to sneak on through as well to be in these foothills. Dino looking to move on up. Chua is already down here. Might just be an easy flush, an easy pickup for Major Pride to add a point to their totals. Much needed, certainly. Towards the bottom of the end of today. IHC have taken a knock, and Godless is the second to fall. Ziol looking to move into position because Demo's already down. They want to try and keep all 3 players alive, but Godless just gets flushed away, and that's only 2 now for IHC. This is great news for S2G, who are looking to fend off against the teams chasing behind them on the points totals.
Yeah, and I mean for S2G overall, leave themselves with that gap of Alpha 7 having 3 players. There's an entrance now been made for him. Push on forward, push on through. The hard times of this year to conclude with trophy in hand. It's only the first day, but they're making a good case for it. Have to finish on first place though. Longshan Red Force 3 eliminations are going out now. There was such a good chance for South Korea to get a strong finish at the end of the day here, and does feel like Miramar is just not their map.
Maybe we'll have to expect a little bit more from them on the other maps tomorrow, as we're going to have to wait to see them again. 2 teams now have their day brought to an end. 4MV seem to be pretty close to that mark, and IHC similarly suffering now, as Miramar not being kind to them either. U2 Alliance, they were able to get some pretty sick tracking shots, and it looks like Olio just dips back, playing whack-a-mole with him. He is the mole, but he's digging straight on through the totals. Excellent stuff to come on through. IHC have fallen. U2 Alliance try and sweep through this eastern side.
Yeah, U2 Alliance not looking to form an alliance with anyone at this point in time. They've really stayed off the radar of a lot of these teams, I guess, other than Titans so far. Morph taking a big amount of damage there. 4 points, again, down to 2 players. It's a real unfortunate day for Morph. And Prestige Evos, to be honest with you as well, both Indonesian squads really not finding the success that they wanted. And it's almost, I don't want to say amusing, but you got your 2 Chinese teams down at the bottom there in 12th and 13th place, and then Indonesian squads in 14th and 16th. This is where Turkey's going to be next year.
Oh. Bro.
You got your legacy winners.
Not if we can help it. Our home ground, our home turf in the UK. You know, we'll show them that support, I'm sure. If they make it, though.
No.
No, maybe not. I
We're
guess not.
horrid folks in the UK.
That is true. Yeah, we're awful people. Don't know why we're going there. It's rubbish. Of course,
we've got some good folks.
I've got at least 2.
At least 2.
Got you. We've got Kale.
Kale's nice.
Yeah, he's pretty nice. Max is half English.
Max is saying no.
Sort of. Max is a little bit British. He's saying no. He's refusing his heritage. That's fair enough.
Get his passport.
Oh, dear. No, he's repping the French, of course.
Either way, the leaderboards can change. And regardless of everything, like, they have put points up so far. Of Procedure, 628, Titans. It's a nice nade from U2 Alliance.
Oh, and a second.
It's a nice nade, U2 Alliance.
They take 2. Not quite the price of 1, but still, it's a deal and a half to take the start against Titan, who were already down Shadow. Now, it's just 97. And that is not going to last long. U2 Alliance handily take care of Titan over on the east flank. They've been sweeping this area for a long, long time, with Morph playing on as 2, and honestly, a very unthreatening presence in this current lobby. From the east side, U2 Alliance have a pretty decent line end to this one.
I will say one thing to you, John, is that
what are you going to say?
There is a big difference between these matches and League Stage and PMPLs in the fact that a lot of these teams are willing to take fights. And it's the change that Max keeps mentioning is that teams are willing to take center, which means they're willing to take fights to fight over that central position, which is why a lot of times we're seeing come stage 5, we're already down to like 35 players. Apex though, making that less players.
Apex was a 1v3 opportunity there, got the flush as well. Sunan low, trying to crawl back behind, bleeding out pretty quickly there. 33Z trying to put the nades behind, and a long crawl for Sunan results in a potential pickup here. But if Apex can land the nade, it's right on top of 2 of them. Has the DBS, plays up to the corner, but it's Nerzed to look for the shot, and Sunan gets flushed away. Now 33Z in a 1v1 opportunity around the dump truck as Apex steps up to behind it, but Nerzed from Stalwart still a factor in this scrap. 4MV may have just been thrown a lifeline here to keep things together, and there it is. Apex holds his nerve in water treatment. They've been scrapping for so long around this south area, and Stalwart from the high ground able to prompt it into a finale.
Let's be honest, man, they've not hit their quota in this game, so, you know, back to work for you, 4MV.
That's true.
5 limbs, please. Loops, start things off well versus Major Pride. Effect, who has honestly been very good during this PMGC, attempts to get some shots off, but they are embroiled in combat versus DXavier.
They're busy.
So, a difficult scenario for them to be in.
Certainly the team from Vietnam giving them a run for their points towards the bottom of the table. Each one is precious. Major Pride on the north side. Next circle just about to come through. S2G still holding out WBG on the north side of their area. We'll see where the shift goes. Stalwart have been maintaining a lot of control on the south side. We spoke about the high ground before. They've extended action up towards the north. And Loop's got a decent chunk of this one. If the fight to the north concludes in a lot of casualties, there's a lot less threat from that area. I'm looking at the approach from the west, though, and thinking, whichever team comes out on top of that, it's going to be a danger to them.
Yeah, I think if you're Stalwart, I think they did the right thing, right? Is they took the high ground, they used that high ground to position players further forward whilst having the cover available for them. So that's smart, gives them the ridge. Realistically, they should have heard Udo Alliance. I imagine that Udo Alliance has taken shots towards Stalwart this entire game, so likely they're just looking to finish off those teams on the eastern side and deal with the rest later. Effect goes down to Ayala, now just Dino, alongside with Naomi underneath.
It's not really the best of spots for Dino. Lamborghini can't quite peek out because of Naomi's position, but he's going to be pushed in. DXavier going to have to leave. Parachin steps out, gets a little bit too bold there. Not going to be able to find the shots he's looking for, but knows the siding now on the door frame. Falls away from it, though. Gives Dino the chance to cross back over to hold more face. Dino may be able to get a shoulder in through the door, but not much more than that. Certainly doesn't want to take that chance. Not just yet. With only 2 players alive for Major Pride, they want to close their day out a little bit better than this. As Udo Alliance fall, they look pretty solid on the east side, but they are denied entry. The access cut off by top.
Yeah, assume that would happen from Stalwart. It's very, very decent of them, and I'm glad they panned out that way. Alpha 7 losing more and more players down on their side. One gets knocked. That's the fight in between Major Pride and DXavier of S2G. And a little bit of spice to the mix over on that side of things.
Looking to keep their chase up, with Stalwart picking up quite a few eliminations so far. Blank, though, they are looking good to try and resurge towards the top of the tables. This is a replay of that 1 versus 3 situation, aided by Nerzed from Stalwart himself up on the high ground as well. The final nade coming on through. A really solid result for Apex to be able to pick that one up. They'll be certainly happy to see that one come through. And Apex is still going. He's still trucking on the south.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, he's not reached his quota yet. And we had a contract. We had a contract, you know. They matchly 5 eliminations. I'm not happy until we reached it. So we'll see what 4 Miracle Vibes can get done here. Morph, though, on the other hand, over towards the eastern side on the ridge. Tempting to move through.
4MV.
Leon, though, takes a big hit.
4MV only getting those 2 eliminations so far, so they're going to need to step up a little bit more. Action is down for Stalwart.
12 limbs, though. Goodness me.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. They've climbed up. You can see them in 2nd place right now with those elimination points. Yet to add the placements on top. So S2G certainly not only dealing with Alpha 7, but also the team from Mongolia, Stalwart, coming in as plenty of people's favorites for this whole tournament, for this grand finals. They've been doing bits. Major Pride, they shut down their day in less than honorable fashion.
Oh, I don't think he's so harsh to them. Because you can't be major proud of them.
I'm major cried.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I don't know what you expected, though.
It's very sad.
I think it was good that they got to
won their group. I thought they were going to do well.
I think it was good that they got to PMGC.
Oh.
I was happy. Didn't really expect much more after that.
I didn't expect much from them going into the group stage, but then they performed like that. They won their group.
Yeah. I think I was talking to Seven about this, actually, in the sense that, like, even though they won that group wasn't too difficult.
I mean, Vampire just weren't there, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Vampire didn't exist.
And that should have been a major force within the group.
It was a stake right through him.
It was just, I don't know, playing in the daytime. I think that was it. Maybe they should have stayed up a little bit later for that one. Unfortunately, we're not seeing them here. The PMWI two-time champions, you know, just not able to perform towards PMGC, but Loops is still in the fight. They're going at it with WBG. There's a one-knock trade, I think, going on through, because Wymow did get taken out of it. Loops, they were playing very, very central, and WBG just moved in from the north side of S2G. They crashed onto the compound. And here we find ourselves with just Chief remaining. The nade does the dirty. The final player from Loops falls.
I mean, less what happened with how did they get here, but more of how did they get here on the leaderboards. 5th place already. It's kind of nice for WBG, honestly. But Stalwart, more than want to reclaim the throne here. I think they're hungry for it at this point in time. Alpha 7 still holding that 1st place. With a chicken dinner on board, very doable to massively leap over the top of Alpha 7, but difficulty comes in the fact that Alpha 7 still in this game over on that southwest side. S2G currently dealing with them.
Currently, Blank, our 5 chicken dinner winners are the top 5 in the tables. We'll see if they can add one extra to it. Looks pretty likely, but Xavier might have other ideas. 4MV, they go down. Blank, they didn't make their quota. You're going to be mad with that one. Look at Paragin, though, hanging on by his fingertips there as Sue goes down. Unfortunate shot there, but Lamborghini gets the flush, and they're stepping on in. They're in through the windows, and SPG going to be pretty unhappy about that. What a shot through the doors. Paragin is looking to shut things down. Ming has an answer, though, and Xavier being given a run for their money.
Ming still going. I love this. Ming, the king of the castle himself, up towards the top side. Lamborghini underneath. Looks to drop the nade out the window. It's great.
Nurzed.
And WBG will stay alive here. Nurzed helps the situation along, but a 14 elimination match so far right now for Stalwart, with likely 2 more eliminations coming through. It's going to be a big game. Silas once again.
On the west side, S2G from the east. Stalwart trying to find WBG in the mix of it, but Ming is still there. Nurzed 1v2 has backup from action. Stalwart, 4 players, and S2G with a chance now to go back-to-back on their home turf, but they're low on the HP bars. Hamzy spotted, taken out. 2 players now. Razy's down, getting knocked, and now it is just the one Lone Ranger. But it's Silas. Can he make it work? 18 eliminations, Blank. And he's going to burn himself away. He doesn't want any of that heat. It's Stalwart.
Make that 19 towards the end. 29-point game coming through for Stalwart. And I think for them, they expected this to be a lot easier. You can tell the way they're holding themselves here. That game is more of like, why couldn't we done that earlier? Relieved that they're back on top once again, but man, there's some fierce competition here at the PMGC. S2G back at it again. You got Alpha 7 still running the top side of things, but Stalwart had the high ground in the end, and they'll have the high ground over in the leaderboards.
I don't know if Stalwart have been able to do enough. They were pretty close, actually, I think, on points towards the top, right towards Alpha 7. And Alpha 7, they went down a little bit earlier, so maybe there's some leeway there. Maybe S2G able to get enough points off the back of that 2nd place finish to be able to jump up as well. All I know is that the top 3 is hotly contested at the end of day 1. There are plenty of teams still looking to keep themselves up and conversational with those spots.
I mean, Alpha 7 have to beat out 63 points. I think they started that game at 48. Might be a little bit tough to get above that. We'll see, though.
We'll see. We'll see. 6 eliminations for action. Look how chill this man is. Goodness me. He knows what he's about.
There seems to be worry here. There seems to be. I genuinely think that Stalwart thought this was going to be a lot easier. And they have been met by some ridiculously difficult opponents.
They got 18 eliminations and their MVP got 6. That shows how
19.
strong across the board they were able to get there.
I mean, it's a great final game. Only.
It was 18 because he burnt himself.
Oh, did he drop the Molotov?
Yeah.
Oh, cheeky. I thought that was one of theirs.
Silas took the point.
Damn. Okay.
But this is fairly even on terms of damage. Obviously, more eliminations going to the left side of your screen.
I mean, that's cool from Silas, though. I like that no one gets to eliminate Silas. He eliminates himself.
I mean, denying the point. And in such a closely contested top of the tables, that could be a crucial denial.
Yeah. I mean, there was 3 points denied. Maybe 2 points denied because I think there was still one player from S2G up towards the end there. They couldn't grab him either. And then they weren't able to take up the elimination over towards Silas. They only got one. I think it was from Ray Z in those final moments, which is pretty frustrating if you are the guys over on Stalwart.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating when I only get 18 eliminations.
But it could have been a 20 element, which would have seen them really with a good buffer into tomorrow.
18 sucks. I'm looking for 20. We are going to be going to the final death segment as well in just a moment. But S2G able to put up a good fight on the west side. Unfortunately, that high ground position that we talked about to the east side of water treatment. It seems like when you give Stalwart high ground, they did it over towards the military island with the observatory position to the east side of this water treatment area as well. They were able to use that high ground to leverage a forward move into the north side of the area, take control, and from there they dominated. So many eliminations. So
Right. Well, I don't really need to speak too much here, as you can hear the crowd doing all the talking for me. S2G, they don't take the victory, they take themselves a second place, but set themselves up nicely to defend that trophy in the next 2 days to play. But we really have to talk about Stalwart Esports, Max Man's favorite team.
Oh yes, I'm jumping in, Jason. No, but we were talking about it just before, right, Seven, about how Stalwart is just such a proficient team when it comes to reaching the late game. When they have 3-4 players alive, they're going to exude so much control. They're going to be gatekeeping every single step of the way. If you were a team that unfortunately went into water treatment, you're not going to make it out. Right, so and they just more eliminations. They could have got almost 20 eliminations if they got the last 2 elims on S2G, but if they get to the late game, they're just going to win it.
Yeah, and this is perfect with what we've been talking about for the whole day, right? Especially for Stalwart, if they're able to control a certain area, they're going to be taking full advantage of it. Even earlier on, when they were in water treatment, east of water treatment, they were already starting to control that area. They were already looking out of where the other teams were going to be rotating to and making sure that whenever the circle shifted, they were going to position themselves to take those fights and win those fights as well. So overall, if Stalwart Esports, if I'm a team and I see them being able to get a good position, I'm going to be a little bit scared because of this right here. 28 points.
Man, the fact that they sent Nozed to clear Xavier versus WBG and they keep 2 players on the hilltop, you do not see any team do that. Like, it is such an overly aggressive play, but Nozed has just been able to survive fight after fight, and they're just assisting him from that ridge on the back line, so he has some semblance of safety off the back of that. And no one does that, but it's Stalwart, so they're going to pull it off.
As we're looking at the stats here, second place, Weibo. I mean, for them to be able to now perform 3 good matches in a row, that's great momentum for this team, considering that at one point they were in last place sitting with 3 points, I think it was, before they got the chicken dinner. For them to be able to continue on this is going to be great and setting them up nicely for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, 28 points. Weibo as well able to step up. The only team really from PEL that's been able to do so far in this event. And we can see top 4 fraggers, of course, it's going to be Stalwart. Obviously, when it comes to that last match, I mean, no other team came close. But to be honest, we saw yet again some great individual moments of greatness. You talk about Nozed, obviously. We have to talk about Apex from Four Miracle Vibes, because he's done this multiple matches in a row now where he held off 6-2-8 in a 1v3 and was able to pull that off through.
If you hear DBS, just run. Or nades. Also, the ping coming out from Apex is able to keep it alive. I feel like for Miracle Vibe, that is one thing we can see them work around, similar to loops with Cardos in. Not just let a solo player do all the work for you, try and play as a squad, just like a Stalwart, and it might work out.
all right. Come down before we end up cursing them.
Are you saying you're on the Stalwart train now?
Nope.
I am not. I am not. I am not. Okay, I've said it. Legally, I am not binded to this.
While we're talking about trains, can you please get off the Nongshim train? Because ever since you got on the Nongshim train,
No,
they start...
Seven.
Oh,
No, I'm not.
man.
I'm still on that train. We'll see.
And Max, man, is using that curse to his advantage here. But obviously, you know, Stalwart, they have been so close so many times in the past.
Yep.
And not able to take the trophy. We've seen them. We have obviously IHC coming in from Mongolia as well. It's great to see the power that Mongolia has as a region. And they do indeed take the lead away from Alpha 7 at the very last match here. But you can see it's not too big of a gap between them. And you have S2G in third place with 52.
Well, seemed like our prediction here, Seven, of Brazil or Star Wars is actually looking pretty relevant.
It is looking
More than
relevant.
I thought, yeah.
I'm actually happy that Alpha 7 is currently not in first place. I feel like this is a team that we're seeing in the past where they get first place, they get a little bit too comfortable, and then they end up losing that first place. I kind of don't want them to be first place for quite some time as well, but it's good, the performance that we've been seeing out of them. Towards the end of the day, Miramar especially, we saw Mafioso getting eliminated early on every single time. Hopefully they're going to be able to adjust that after they get some time here after this match, right, coming into tomorrow. And then for S2G, out of all the surprises that we got in today, out of all the crazy stuff that we've seen today, S2G being in the top 3 for me has been the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I feel like S2G here clearly have improved so much throughout the entirety of the year. Spring season, let's forget about it. We've got to remember the fall season where they start to pop. What? There's a spring season?
I don't know there was one.
Nah, definitely not. But they've been able to improve significantly, and I feel like I don't know if you'd agree on this one, Seven. You could compare them to Nongshim Red Force in the sense that they are very good at understanding what fights they need to take and how they rotate. I feel like that Irango in particular, where they didn't get the win, they were able to linger in the long term of that match. They just took the fights to make sense, and that is just such a major threat in this type of lobby.
And we are starting to see that more and more out of them, so I do enjoy that. And by the way, for them to be able to currently be performing, Silas being in the MVP, 2 average illims, like, this is what we want to see out of this team. And you were saying Silas has a land buff?
Yeah, he has the land buff right now. Yeah. He's popping off.
I almost want to know his stats when he's the last player alive for his team, because there was 2 matches in particular where he was the last person left alive. He was still picking up eliminations. He was still getting them extra points when it came to placements. He's really been a solid anchor for the team so far.
Yeah, he has been clearly the standout player of the team throughout today. I mean, clearly he's MVP, so duh. But I want to see Kelsey in particular. He's my favorite player from Turkey, and I want to see him being set up in such a way. But they played good today.
Yep.
You're going to have some VODs available now compared to the scrims. You're going to have actual real games anchored in reality that these teams can go back, look upon. You're going to see your Sanhoks, your Orangles, your Miramars, and enter even stronger, hopefully, in tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, the real PMGC for me begins tomorrow.
Yes.
Because it's about the prep work you do tonight for the next day of matches. It's about the review. It's about the VODs. It's about figuring out what to do with your team. And obviously, you just played 6 matches back-to-back. Your day's not done. It's not even close to done. You really have to prepare for what's coming tomorrow. And the thing is, every team in that lobby is coming for you tomorrow. And they're going to know how you've been avoiding some fights and obviously realizing when you can and cannot take those fights. But I'm expecting some teams like FaZe to come back almost a completely different team. If they don't, then I'm going to write them off throughout the rest of the event. I don't think day 3 they can come back whatsoever because FaZe has not been able to replicate that performance. But Loops in particular, this has probably been a very unexpected underperformance, underwhelming performance out of this team from Brazil.
I would say very disappointment, especially even from the get-go, right? When we saw them hot drop in Sanhok, I was like, why? What's the point of that, doing it here on the Grand Finals? Yeah, when we do it in America, it's kind of fun and all, but right now in Grand Finals, it's just for them to accept, willing to take a bad match if they do end up losing that hot drop. I don't like seeing that, but not only FaZe Clan, right? We're going to have some of the other teams, Euro Alliance, 6-8 as well. I was expecting this team to be a lot better. I'm hoping that after they do that VOD review, after everything gets done, maybe we'll see a different 6-8, the one that I actually expected to be here and at least expecting it to be within the top 7.
I think the one thing we've definitely witnessed today is the teams that tend to rotate slow, that works in their region, is not working now anymore. Like, you need to speed up the process. I'm especially looking at IHC this match. I know we keep jumping on the IHC train of like, they need to get more placement points. Eliminations are good. On this game, they dropped El Azahar, northeast circle. It was literally about 50% of the circle free to take. They could have moved anytime they wanted into a phase 2, have one of the best positions. Technically speaking, they could have been in Morph spot and actually got maybe a top 5 position. A win, I don't think that's quite feasible, but at least a top 5. So I just need to see teams like IHC, FaZe, etc. just speed up the whole process because they can fight against these top teams. They can win engages if you are in strong position, though, we're not seeing.
With IHC, we talk about placement points over and over again. I think they ended up that day, if I'm not mistaken, with just 8 placement points after 6 matches. That's not what you want to see. Yeah, you're being able to get those eliminations. Yeah, one of the lowest one. that's just not going to be enough, especially with what some of the other teams are doing. We see Nonchim now. You mentioned too, SGG kind of playing a little bit more like Nonchim. We need to see more in regards to placement points.
You know, it's actually when you're talking about 6-8, in my head, I'm for some reason thinking, you know, 6-8, they go back to the locker room after, you know, the day, and they're just like, oh, this is a tough day. And Paraboy walks in with a belt, like, Paraboy, I mean, you guys can't see it on camera. He's right down there commentating for the Chinese broadcast as well. But obviously a lot of work to be done out of all these teams, but I'm pretty pleasantly happy with what we got out of the first day of play overall. Some high level, the most high level play we've ever had so far. We're going to head on to the
back
stage.
to the main stage where myself and Khan are joined by Silas from S2G. What an incredible day for you guys. I have to ask first and foremost, how does it feel to be performing right here in front of this crowd and getting this kind of response from the audience?
Her şeyden önce sormalıyım. Kendi seyircinizin önünde, kendi salonunuzda oynamak nasıl bir duygu?
Cidden inanılmaz bir duygu. Desteklerini hiç eksik etmediler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ediyorum. Şampiyonluğu alacağız inşallah.
It's just an incredible feeling. Our fans make us proud and we want to make them proud.
Well, I'm sure you've definitely done that so far. Obviously, there's more work to be done. But towards the final two matches of the day, you guys really seem to find your rhythm. So I just wanted to ask you guys, what have you been working on leading up to this tournament to make sure you're in top form?
Son iki maçta ritminizi bulduğunuz gibi yani gün boyunca daha iyiye gittiniz gibi. Neler çalıştınız, özellikle son iki maça gelene kadar neler gelişti takım içinde?
Yani bugün 70 puanı geçebilirdik. Daha iyi olabilirdi yani. Fazla bir şey yapmadık. Normal oyunumuzu oynadık. Biraz şanssızlık oldu aslında ilk maçlar. Yani hep iyiyiz biz aslında. Şanssızlık olmasa daha iyi olacak.
Actually, we could have gotten 70 points. We didn't do anything different, but we were a little bit lucky in the first games. We are always good. Just luck made us gain a little bit less points in the beginning.
Okay, well, you know, we've got to touch back on the fact that we're here right now in Istanbul. Do you feel more pressure coming into this tournament, performing in front of your home country and, of course, as reigning champions as well?
Siz sonuçta son şampiyonsunuz ama burada İstanbul'da oynamak keyifli dedin belki ama acaba ekstra bir baskı yapıyor mu? Sonuçta son şampiyonsunuz, evinizdesiniz, yine üzerinizden çok beklenti var.
Evet, biraz baskı var ama bunun üstesinden bugünkü oyunumuzu göstererek kanıtladığımızı düşünüyorum. Yani üstesinden geldiğimizi düşünüyorum. Yarın da inşallah daha iyi olacak tekrar dediğimizde. Bu kadar.
Yes. Yes, of course there is additional pressure, but I think we've shown that with our play today we can overcome this pressure and use this fuel for the next days.
Well, it's definitely working so far. Listen to the crowd screaming your name. That's got to feel absolutely amazing. Silas, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage and best of luck in the remaining days in this competition.
Teşekkür etti.
Ben de teşekkür ederim.
He said thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you. And with that, what a way to kickstart the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championships. We've had such an amazing time so far, and we already have a battle on our hands for the top spot. What an incredible last match we just had. I just want to say thank you so much to the production and, of course, all of the talent for putting on this show and all of the players for making it to this point in the competition. But remember, the hard work has not finished yet. But most of all, I want to say a huge thank you to all of the fans, both here and at home, for watching and for supporting your favorite teams. We still have 2 more days of this competition to go before we crown our champion. We'll see you there.
PUBG Mobile 2023 Dünya Şampiyonası'nda harika bir gün geçirdik diye düşünüyorum. 18 maçlık büyük bir serüven bizleri bekliyor. İlk 6 maçı geride bıraktık. Takımlar oldukça heyecanlı ve oldukça hazır gelmişler. Yarını kestirmemiz mümkün değil. Pazar gününü hiç kestiremiyoruz. Daha dolu dolu 2 günümüz daha var. O halde heyecan dorukta. Devam ediyor heyecan. Göz gözü görmüyor.